that Tsundere goddess falls in love with me. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 The Great Elder's Plan. Luchuan kissed Guzayana-sang for a while and suddenly realized that something was wrong. He came back to his senses and found that he was controlled by the love grass. He looked at Guzayana-sang, who was kissing him passionately, and couldn't help but shudder. After seeing that the love grass had exposed its fruit, he quickly reached out and picked the lychee-sized fruit. Then, according to the preservation method told by the tower spirit, he did some processing on the fruit and put it into the demon suppressing tower together with the love grass. The effect of the love grass dissipated and Guzayana-sang gradually woke up. When she found that she was hugging Luchuan tightly and kissing him, her eyes widened instantly and the whole person became extremely flustered. She quickly got off him and said with a blushing face, "What are you doing? Didn't we agree that it was just a hug? You kissed me again, you liar." Although she said so, she clearly felt that she was the one who took the initiative, so she seemed to be very guilty. Why would I take the initiative to kiss him? He is my future brother-in-law. Luchuan explained a little embarrassedly. Just now, it was the love grass that suddenly controlled the two of us. I didn't expect this grass to be so bad that it would actively control others to kiss. This is something I didn't consider. I'm sorry. Guzayana-sang was in a mess. Although she also realized that she was controlled by some kind of power at that time, and the main responsibility for this matter was still on Luchuan. For some reason, she didn't want to blame this guy now. The feeling of shame in her heart made her just want to get into the bed and hide and not see anyone. "You are shameless," she shouted at Luchuan, then turned around and ran into the bedroom and locked the door. Luchuan was a little stunned and murmured, "She didn't get angry at me. It shouldn't be." According to Guzayana-sang's personality, she would definitely be furious after being kissed. For example, last time she directly tricked Luchuan and almost killed him at the hands of the Yunji sect, but this time she just shouted angrily and ran away, which was indeed a bit abnormal. Maybe his power is sealed by me, so he can't get mad, even if he wants to. Luchuan muttered to himself and didn't think about it anymore. The next morning, Luchuan planned to take Guzayana-sang with him to Shin's house. He came to the door of Guzayana-sang's room and knocked, but after waiting for a long time, there was no response from inside. He thought Guzayana-sang was still angry about what happened last night and didn't want to pay attention to him. After a little thought, he opened the door directly and planned to comfort her. But what he didn't expect was that Guzayana-sang's room was empty at the moment. The quilt was neatly folded, and the tables and chairs were all cleaned up, as if no one had ever lived there. "Where's the person?" Luchuan's face was full of surprise. He never expected that Guzayana-sang would disappear. He walked into the room and observed it, and saw a piece of paper on the bed. It looked like a letter left by Guzayana-sang for him. He picked up the letter and saw the following words written in a sloppy handwriting on it. "Bastard, beast, pervert. I'm leaving. If I continue to follow you, you might do something excessive to me. I don't want my safety and innocence to fall into the hands of a hateful guy like you. I'm going to find my sister to report you. You go to deal with Tu Yaoming by yourself. It's better for a scum like you to die at his hands. Then we can snatch the sacred fire from Tu Yaoming." Luchuan looked at the resentful message with a helpless expression on his face. "Our cooperation only lasted for one day and it's over? When Tu Yaoming comes to me, how should I deal with it? This girl really has no sense of contract. It's just a kiss. What's the big deal? I didn't say anything last time she kissed me to remove the heart erosion goo, but she's being pretentious. She ran away before the seal on her body was even removed. It seems that she really cares about this matter. Logically speaking, with her carefree personality, she shouldn't be so petty. It's really confusing. Forget it." Luchuan sighed helplessly. "Since I can't rely on this dead girl, I can only find a way to deal with Tu Yaoming myself. But I'm going to the Shen family soon. Although Tu Yaoming is a master in the nascent soul stage, the Shen family is the #1 martial arts family with many masters. Even Tu Yaoming will definitely not be able to fight against such a large martial arts family alone, so I don't have to worry too much. Thinking of this, he packed up his things, checked out of the room, and headed towards the Shen family. On a pedestrian street in the capital of Xianan province, Tu Yaoming quietly followed a man in Xuanzang uniform. When he passed an alley, he quickly took action and got the man into the alley. The disciple of Xuanzang looked at Tu Yaoming vigilantly and asked, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" Tu Yaoming asked, "Are you looking for Lu Chuan?" The disciple of Xuanzang said, "Yes, what, do you know the whereabouts of Lu Chuan?" Tu Yaoming said, "I'm also looking for Lu Chuan. I have observed you for a while, and feel that you have a lot of people and your power should be not small. Why don't we cooperate?" Ever since he was seriously injured by the two sisters of the Gu family that day, he has been healing while asking about Lu Chuan's whereabouts. Not long ago, he found out that there was a trace of Lu Chuan in Xianan province, so he tracked him here, but he couldn't find any clues about Lu Chuan after searching for a long time. During this period, he noticed Xuanzang, who was also looking for Lu Chuan. After confirming that the other party was full of hostility towards Lu Chuan and was looking for Lu Chuan to kill him, he came up with the idea of cooperation. After all, no matter how strong he was just one person. If he wanted to find someone in this huge city, he had to rely on a large organization. When the disciple of Xuanzang heard that Tu Yaoming wanted to cooperate, he showed a disdainful expression on his face and said, "Cooperation? I'm a disciple of Xuanzang, working exclusively for the great elder of Xuanzang. Are you worthy of cooperating with us?" Upon hearing this, Tu Yaoming immediately released a force and hit the wall not far away. The wall instantly shattered into pieces, and the reinforced concrete structure instantly turned into powder. The disciple of Xuanzang was shocked. His face instantly became extremely solemn, and he quickly said, I will take you to see our great elder." An hour later, in a private room of a tea house, the great elder in a black robe sat opposite Tu Yaoming with freshly brewed tea in front of them. The elder said calmly, "So, this Lu Chuan robbed you of something very important, so you want to find him?" Tu Yaoming nodded and said, "Yes." The elder said, "Lu Chuan killed several of my disciples and destroyed some of my minions. I had no choice but to come out and kill him in person to eliminate future troubles. We can cooperate. My Xuanzang has strong intelligence capabilities. It is only a matter of time to find him, but this matter cannot be just our effort. What benefits can you bring to us?" Tu Yaoming looked at the elder and said with a smile, "I can help you break through to the Saint Realm." The elder was shocked and asked excitedly, "Are you serious?" Tu Yaoming smiled and said, "Your words are not joking." The elder's voice began to tremble with excitement. Okay. As long as you can help me break through to the Saint Realm, I promise to find Lu Chuan and hand him over to you for disposal." Tu Yaoming asked, "Do you have any way to find him?" The elder smiled and said, "You know very little about Lu Chuan, but I know everything about him. Instead of looking for him blindly, we might as well let him come to us on his own initiative." Tu Yaoming raised his eyebrows and asked, "What do you mean?" The elder took out a photo and placed it in front of Tu Yaoming. The person in the photo was Munanking. This person's name is Munanking. She is Lu Chuan's sister-in-law. The two of them have a very close relationship. It is no exaggeration to say that this person occupies a unique position in Lu Chuan's mind. According to my people's investigation, Munanking experienced some changes not long ago and took the initiative to leave Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan suffered a huge blow for this, but later he somehow cheered up again. And just yesterday, we found the trace of Munanking. As long as we catch her and spread the news, Lu Chuan will definitely take the initiative to find us, even if he knows there is a trap. Tu Yaoming stared at the photo, then asked, "Then have you caught this woman?" The great elder said, "I don't know what this woman has been through. She suddenly turned from an ordinary person into an extremely powerful person. My men are not her opponents. They can only follow her secretly and have not taken action yet." Tu Yaoming smiled when he heard this and said, "In that case, let me catch her." By then, I'll leave it to you to figure out how to arrange to attract Luchuan. The great elder also laughed. The two picked up the tea in front of them and drank it all. Chapter 352 Shen Yureng's condition. Yunzhou City, Yunzhou Province. Luchuan walked on the street, curiously looking at the shops around him. What he saw most here was not pharmacies or milk tea shops, but martial arts halls. Yunzhou is a province of martial arts, and the development of martial arts is unprecedentedly prosperous. Almost 1 in every 3 households has a person who practices martial arts. It is precisely because of such a strong martial arts foundation that the current #1 martial arts family, the Shen family, was born. The Shen family's house is located in the center of Yunzhou City. It covers a very large area. It not only has a place for the Shen family to live, but also includes several martial arts halls specially opened by the Shen family. If you say where the entire Yunzhou City is the safest, it must be the Shen family's house. After all, it gathers almost all the most elite warriors in the province. Luchuan came all the way to the door of the Shen family's house. Just as he was about to go in, he was blocked by 2 burly men. This is the private residence of the Shen family. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Luchuan glanced at the 2 people and said, "I'm here to see Chu Mingayao. Please go in and report it." One of them glanced at Luchuan and said contemptuously, "There are at least 800 people who have come to see Miss Chu during this period. If each of us goes in to report it, won't Miss Chu be annoyed to death? Boy, you should leave quickly." In the whole Yunzhou City, the people who covet Miss Chu's beauty can line up to circle the earth 3 times. No matter what, you will not be given the opportunity to get close to Miss Chu. Don't come here to waste your time. Luchuan's face was full of surprise. He didn't expect Chu Mingayao to be famous in Yunzhou City. It seems that good-looking people will become the focus, no matter where they go. He thought about it and said, "I'm Chu Mingayao's boyfriend. You go in and tell her. She will definitely come to see me." The 2 gatekeepers sneered. The person who just spoke said, "Can you stop joking? You are the 23rd person who pretended to be Miss Chu's boyfriend this month. In addition to her boyfriend, Miss Chu's college classmates, high school classmates, junior high school classmates, elementary school classmates, and even kindergarten classmates have come. At first, we were fooled by this trick, but after so many times, we have summed up our experience. People like you who pretend to be Miss Chu's boyfriend are the least technically skilled. If we really let you in, Miss Chu might not even look at you straight in the eye." Luchuan was speechless. He didn't expect that it would be so difficult for him to meet Chu Mingayao. Just when he was racking his brains to convince the 2 gatekeepers to go in and report, a surprised and excited shout suddenly came from the house. "Luchuan!" Luchuan looked up and saw that the figure standing inside the door could only be Chu Mingayao. The 2 gatekeepers saw Chu Mingayao coming and suddenly became restrained. During the time that Chu Mingayao came to the Chu family, she had become the common goddess in the minds of all the male compatriots in the Chu family. Almost everyone fantasized about having some unforgettable memories with a dream goddess like Chu Mingayao, and the 2 gatekeepers were no exception. "Miss Chu, this guy outside is another liar pretending to be your boyfriend. If you find him offensive, we will drive him away immediately." "That's right, we will never allow these liars to disturb Miss Chu's life." The 2 gatekeepers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, wanting to show off in front of Chu Mingayao. If they could make the beautiful woman smile, it would be their lifetime bragging capital. However, Chu Mingayao ignored them at all, lifted her skirt, and ran straight to Luchuan. Luchuan raised the corners of his mouth and opened his arms to Chu Mingayao. Chu Mingayao cooperated and threw herself into Luchuan's arms, hugging him tightly. "I miss you so much." Luchuan smiled and said, "I miss you too." This scene stunned the 2 gatekeepers. They never expected that the goddess recognized by everyone would take the initiative to throw herself into the arms of an ordinary looking man. If this scene was filmed and posted on WeChat Moments, the dreams of countless male compatriots in Yunzhou City would be shattered. Miss Chu actually took the initiative to hug him. Could it be that he is really Miss Chu's boyfriend? Damn it. This grandson doesn't look any better than us. How can he win Miss Chu's heart? I hate him. In order to retaliate against the two gatekeepers for not informing him just now, Lu Chuan reached out and slapped Chu Mingyao on the butt in front of them. The two gatekeepers' eyes were wide open, and they wanted to kill Lu Chuan. Chu Mingyao snorted softly, her face instantly turned red. She glanced at Lu Chuan with a sneer, and said, "Oh, you're touching me right after we met. You're so bad. Come with me to the room." After saying that, she dragged Lu Chuan inside. Lu Chuan raised his head proudly, and walked past the two gatekeepers with a haughty manner, not to mention how much he showed off. The two gatekeepers were furious, but they saw Chu Mingyao's initiative clearly, so they could only envy and hate in their hearts. Chu Mingyao said as she walked, "I always felt that something was going to happen. After I got up today, I was absent-minded all morning. Suddenly, I had an idea and wanted to go out for a walk. As a result, I saw you when I got to the door. It seems that we are still in tune with each other." Lu Chuan smiled and asked, "How have you been doing during this period?" Chu Mingyao was silent for a while when she heard this question, and said, "Except for some individual problems, it's pretty good overall. Under the guidance of Uncle Shen, I now have the strength of the transformation realm. How about it? Isn't it amazing?" Although she was showing off, she was not proud, because she had been paying attention to Lu Chuan's news during this period. She heard about Lu Chuan's destruction of the Yinjiui sect alone, so she knew that her strength was nothing in front of Lu Chuan. She wanted more to get the recognition of the man she admired. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Great, great. In this way, we can try some difficult moves." Chu Mingyao didn't react at first, and was slightly stunned. After she understood what Lu Chuan meant, her face turned red. She looked at Lu Chuan shyly and said, "Asshole, who wants to try with you? Aren't you ashamed?" Lu Chuan smiled jokingly and said, "Then what do you want to do by taking me to your room in such a hurry?" Chu Mingyao was seen through and blushed. She said perfunctorily, Of course I want to tell you about what happened recently. I'm not as vulgar as you. My mind is full of that kind of thing." "Really?" Lu Chuan stopped directly. "In that case, I think the environment in this yard is also very good. Let's sit in the yard and chat." Chu Mingyao became anxious when she heard it, stomped her feet and said, "Lu Chuan, why are you so annoying?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I'm just afraid that you will say I'm vulgar." Chu Mingyao bit her lip and looked at Lu Chuan with resentment, as if she wanted to eat him. Lu Chuan quickly helped her to continue walking into the room and said, "It's just a joke. Don't be angry. I will go to the room with you and have a deep and shallow exchange of recent experiences. Is that okay?" Chu Mingyao snorted proudly. "That's better." Just as the two were walking, Shen Ruhei suddenly appeared in front of the two with a gloomy face. Seeing this, Lu Chuan hurried forward to greet him. "Master Shen, long time no see. I'm presumptuous to come here. Please forgive me." Shen Ruhei nodded to Lu Chuan and said, "It doesn't matter. Mingyao has been talking about you all the time, and even wants to leave the Shen family to find you. You take the initiative to come here, which can make Mingyao calm down." After speaking, he looked at Chu Mingyao. Chu Mingyao turned her head to the side in annoyance and snorted. Lu Chuan looked at this scene with a puzzled face, feeling that there seemed to be some contradiction between the two people, and neither of them was convinced. "Lu Chuan, since you are here, let me go to see Yeren. You helped her suppress the side effects before. Now let's see if you can help her suppress them again," Shen Ruhei said. Chu Mingyao heard this and immediately said, "I have helped Sister Yeren transfer cold energy today. She will not have another attack within a week. Lu Chuan and I have met again after a long time. You can't even let me reminisce with him." Shen Ruhei said, "When can't you reminisce about the past? Now Yeren's condition is getting worse and worse, and you are unwilling to agree to my request. Is it wrong for me to ask Lu Chuan to help?" Chu Mingyao snorted unconvinced, and did not refute. Lu Chuan glanced at Chu Mingyao and shrugged helplessly, thinking that the 9 shallow and 1 deep communication would have to be postponed. Then he looked at Shen Ruhei and asked, "Didn't you say before that Mingyao's physique and Yeren's physique complement each other and can alleviate each other's side effects brought by special physiques? How come after so much time, Yeren's condition has become worse?" Shenruhei sighed and said, originally, I also thought that their physiques could complement each other, but I don't know what went wrong in the middle. Not only were the side effects on Yering's body not cured, but they were aggravated. He looked at Chu Mingyao again and said with a cold face, and Mingyao is unwilling to help her completely get rid of the torture of this side effect. Now that things have come to this, I don't know what to do. Chu Mingyao immediately retorted, what do you mean I don't want to? It's obvious that the method you proposed is too outrageous and simply not feasible. Shenruhei said with a gloomy face, this is the method that the master told me. I worked hard to train you to become a master of the realm of transformation, just so that you can help Yering get rid of the torture of this side effect. But you are so good that you refuse to do it no matter what. It is not a long-term solution for you to help Yering suppress the side effects every week. Chu Mingyao said angrily, what master? I think that guy is just a charlatan, otherwise he would not have come up with such an outrageous method. Lu Chuan was confused, and his doubts deepened. Shenruhei did not argue with Chu Mingyao anymore, and turned around, and took Lu Chuan to Shen Yering's yard. Lu Chuan and Chu Mingyao followed behind, and Lu Chuan whispered, why don't you help Yering get rid of the side effects? Chu Mingyao glared at Lu Chuan angrily and said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. It's not good for you to know more. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing that she didn't want to say it, he didn't ask any more questions. Not long after, the three of them came to Shen Yering's yard. Lu Chuan saw dozens of women's underwear of various types hanging in the yard. He was stunned. He thought, even if a girl loves cleanliness, she can't have so many underwear at home, right? Yering, Lu Chuan is here, come out and meet him. Shenruhei said. Chu Mingyao quickly protected Lu Chuan behind her and said, stay away from her later, don't get too close. Lu Chuan was puzzled and asked, why? Chu Mingyao said, oh, just listen to me. Soon, the door opened, and Shen Yering came out wearing only a large basketball jersey. Although the basketball jersey was fat, it still couldn't cover up her proud chest. Her two long legs were exposed, and it seemed that only the basketball jersey covered the thighs. It was unknown whether she was wearing anything else inside. Shen Yering's eyes lit up when she saw Lu Chuan coming. Lu Chuan, long time no see. Lu Chuan smiled and said, long time no see, you are still as beautiful as ever. He felt a little strange, thinking that Shen Yering looked quite normal. Why did Shenruhei and Chu Mingyao treat Shen Yering like a patient? But when Shen Yering heard Lu Chuan's praise, her face instantly turned red, and she even groaned, and her legs clamped tightly together. No, don't praise me like that. I can't stand it. Oh, I'm going to change my underwear. Wait for me for a while. Chapter 353 Shenruhei's Method. Lu Chuan was stunned and asked, what happened to her? Shenruhei seemed to be too embarrassed to speak, and did not say anything. Chu Mingyao leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear and said, in fact, since I started practicing martial arts, the internal strength I have developed has contained a unique cold force. This cold force makes me much stronger than people of the same level, and with this cold force, I can also help Sister Yering suppress the side effects in her body. These situations were all normal at the beginning, and I also felt that after I became strong enough, I would be able to completely help Sister Yering get rid of the side effects in her body. But after I reached the state of transformation, Uncle Shen felt that the time had come, so he asked Sister Yering and I to inject strength into each other's bodies to achieve the effect of yin and yang balance and completely get rid of each other's side effects. The result was that the side effects in Sister Yering's body were not only not completely cured, but became more and more severe. If Sister Yering's side effects were 1 in the past, after the intersection of power that time, her side effects became 100. Even the cold that had disappeared in my body showed signs of revival, but fortunately you helped me eradicate it more thoroughly, so it didn't recur. Then I found that, if our two powers were unilaterally suppressed, we could achieve very good results, but as soon as they intersected, not only would the side effects not be curbed, but the side effects would be aggravated. But after that time, no matter how much I helped Sister Yering suppress the side effects in her body, the effect was not as good as before. She became particularly sensitive and extremely eager for men. Sometimes even when a man praised her, she would do that. She could only endure it with willpower. After listening to this, Lu Chuan frowned and thought deeply. Unilateral suppression can play a very good role, but if the power of two people intersected at the same time, it would aggravate the side effects. What's going on? Then he asked again, which one is that? Chu Mingyao blushed and said angrily, it's that one, don't you really understand? Lu Chuan shook his head and said, I really don't understand. Chu Mingyao looked helpless and whispered in Lu Chuan's ear to explain. Lu Chuan's eyes widened when he heard this. Fuck. Chu Mingyao said, anyway, Sister Yuring is having a very hard time now. You'd better be careful when you talk to her, and don't always ask her to change her underwear. Lu Chuan glanced at the dozens of underwear hanging in the yard, and suddenly felt a little sympathy for Shen Yuring, muttering, it's really painful to be so sensitive, but if that's the case, why doesn't she find a boyfriend? If she vents it, it should be better, right? Chu Mingyao said, the side effects of the Zuanyang holy body are not just as simple as burning with lust. Simply venting it will only aggravate the deterioration of the side effects, and eventually turn Sister Yuring into a lustful woman, addicted to it, and unable to extricate herself. Lu Chuan nodded, knowing that this side effect was not that simple. Although when he helped Shen Yuring suppress the side effects in her body, he observed the characteristics of this side effect, and knew that, if the power of Lan Guiyang was used to suppress it, it could have an eradication effect. But now that the side effects have worsened, he is not sure whether the power of Lan Guiyang is still effective. Moreover, if you want to suppress it with the power of Long Yang, you have to do that kind of thing. He and Shen Yuring's engagement has been cancelled, so it's not good to mention such a thing. Of course, he is mainly afraid that Chu Mingyao will be jealous. Shen Ruhei glanced at Chu Mingyao and said, since you know that Yuring is extremely tormented, why don't you listen to me and help her get rid of this side effect completely? Chu Mingyao immediately said, because your method is not feasible at all. Don't mention this to me again, I won't agree. Lu Chuan's curiosity was aroused again. He really wanted to know what the method they were talking about was, but looking at the two people's appearance, they would definitely not tell him, so he didn't ask. Not long after, Shen Yuring came out of the room, looked at Lu Chuan with an embarrassed face, and said, sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Lu Chuan felt that Shen Yuring's eyes were almost drawn when she looked at him, as if he could easily take her down, as long as he opened his mouth. He felt a little sympathy for Shen Yuring in his heart. It was pitiful that a girl who was originally quite normal was tortured by the side effects to this state. It's okay, we don't have anything to do anyway. Chu Mingyao looked at Shen Yuring's seductive eyes looking at Lu Chuan, and she became alert. She walked over and said, Sister Yuring, let me help you suppress the side effects again. Shen Yuring was full of doubts and said, didn't I just suppress it? Chu Mingyao smiled and said, strengthen it again, otherwise you will have to change your underwear, which is so troublesome. Okay then. Shen Yuring had to agree. Chu Mingyao sent power into Shen Yuring's body to suppress it. After a while, Shen Yuring did look a lot calmer than before, and the look she gave Lu Chuan gradually turned normal. Shen Ruhei sighed helplessly and said, it's getting late. Lu Chuan has come from afar. I'll ask someone to arrange it. Let's have dinner together. 7 o'clock in the evening. Lu Chuan, Chu Mingyao, Shen Ruhei and Shen Yuring sat at the dining table together. Mrs. Shen had an appointment in the evening, so she didn't eat with them. In order not to provoke Shen Yuring's reaction, the people who cooked and served the dishes were all women. Shen Yuring sat opposite Lu Chuan, and from time to time she stole a glance at him, revealing a seductive shyness in her eyes, which made Lu Chuan feel a little uncomfortable. Chu Mingyao was obviously very unhappy with Shen Yuring's intentional or unintentional seduction. Even though she knew that Shen Yuring might not have done it unintentionally, she didn't want her man to be seduced. So she frantically picked up food for Lu Chuan, so that he would only focus on eating, so that he would not flirt with Shen Yuring. Finally, Lu Chuan couldn't eat anymore, so he put down his bowl and chopsticks, and broke the silence. Master Shen, I heard that you found some spiritual water containing extreme cold power, in order to help Yuring suppress the side effects in her body. I wonder if you still have this kind of spiritual water? Shenruhei glanced at Lu Chuan and said, there is still some left. What do you want this spiritual water for? Lu Chuan said, the purpose is more important, so I can't say more. I wonder if Master Shen can give me the remaining spiritual water, and I can exchange it for what you want. Shenruhei thought for a while and said, okay, I can give you the spiritual water, but you have to help me convince Mingyao to cooperate in getting rid of Yureng's side effects. As long as she agrees, I will give you the spiritual water. Chu Mingyao slammed her chopsticks on the table when she heard this and said angrily, don't think about letting Lu Chuan convince me, I won't agree. Seeing that the topic was brought up again, Lu Chuan didn't know what exactly Shenruhei's method was and why Chu Mingyao was so resistant. In order to get the extreme yin water, he still persuaded Mingyao, since there is a way to let Yureng get rid of the torture of side effects, then you can help. Why are you so persistent? Chu Mingyao was so angry that her chest heaved and said, you don't even know what method he said, and you persuade me. This is not as simple as helping. Lu Chuan took the opportunity to say, in this case, then you tell me what this method is. You can't let me guess by myself. I don't know what you are talking about, so naturally I can't judge whether I should let you help. Chu Mingyao gritted her teeth and finally told her Shenruhei's method. He asked me to sleep with Sister Yureng and do that kind of thing. How could I agree to this? Lu Chuan was stunned when he heard this. He looked at Shenruhei in disbelief and said, Master Shen, this Shenruhei said with a gloomy face, this is the method left by the master. The reason why you and Yureng had a problem last time was that you only let the power converge, but didn't do that kind of thing. This caused Yureng's condition to get worse and worse. As long as you are willing to do that kind of thing with her, she will definitely get rid of the torture of the side effects. Chu Mingyao retorted angrily, this is just your guess. Even if you really do this, Sister Yureng's side effects may not be better. Shenruhei said, since the master can give me clues and let me find you who possesses a Zuan holy body, then the method he said is naturally reliable. It's just that you are unwilling to cooperate, so Yureng has suffered so much. Lu Chuan watched the two arguing and finally understood why they had such a deep conflict. No wonder Chu Mingyao was unwilling to agree. She was not Han Qingxi, nor was she Zanlinger. Of course, she could not accept doing that kind of thing with a girl. He thought for a moment, looked at Shenruhei, and asked, Master Shen, you keep mentioning this master, so can I ask what this master told you? Did he just directly tell them to do that kind of thing? Shenruhei took out a piece of parchment from his clothes and said, this is the secret trick the master left for me before he left, take a look for yourself. Lu Chuan took the parchment and saw that it was written on it, if you want to eradicate the ills, you must find, to make the Zuan holy body and the Zuan holy body, combine. The handwriting on it was intermittent, and many of the words in the middle were already unclear, so it was impossible to tell what was written. He asked, Master Shen, the handwriting on it is incomplete. Shenruhei said with some guilt, after the master left this parchment, my wife didn't pay attention and put it in the washing machine, which made some of the words unclear, but based on the remaining handwriting, it can be inferred that what the master wanted to express was to let the two of them share a room. Apart from this, I can't think of any other possibilities. Lu Chuan was full of suspicion, thinking of the fact that his aunt Lu Yundi also mistakenly believed that Master Yanai wanted her to marry her daughter to him because of the missing handwriting in the brocade bag left by Master Yanai, which caused an embarrassing misunderstanding. Therefore, he now has great doubts about Shenruhei's judgment. Master Shen, it also says that someone or something needs to be found. It's a bit too arbitrary for you to make a conclusion like this, Lu Chuan said. Shenruhei said, isn't the meaning very clear? The master wants me to find the owner of the Zuan holy body and then let them combine. My judgment is reasonable and not arbitrary. Lu Chuan couldn't refute it for a while, but his past experience and intuition told him that Shenruhei must have made a wrong judgment. Just when several people were arguing about what the parchment left by the master meant, Shen Yureng said weakly, it doesn't matter if Sister Mingyao doesn't want to help me. We don't have to use this method. In fact, there is another way to help me get rid of the torture of side effects. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 354. There will be a turnaround within 3 days. The three of them turned their heads and looked at Shen Yuan. Shen Ruhei asked quickly, "What method?" Shen Yuan looked at Lu Chuan shyly and said, "When Lu Chuan suppressed the side effects for me, he said that, as long as I slept with him, the side effects could be completely eradicated." At first I thought he was lying to me, but later I heard about Sister Mingaeo's experience, and I knew he was telling the truth. Sister Mingaeo's side effects were cured after she slept with Lu Chuan. This is enough to show that Lu Chuan has a special physique and can neutralize our side effects. So I only need to sleep with him, and the side effects can be completely eradicated. After listening to this, Shen Ruhei was surprised and said, "But once you do this, there is a certain probability that you will become a lustful woman." Shen Yuan said, "I said, Lu Chuan's physique is special, different from other men, which can be seen from Sister Mingaeo, so you don't have to worry about this." Shen Ruhei immediately fell into deep thought, and then said, "But this method is only a temporary solution, not a permanent solution. Only the method left by the master can cure your side effects." Shen Yuan said, "Don't you think Sister Mingaeo's illness seems to have not been cured? After my power came into contact with hers, my condition became worse, but she was fine. This shows that Lu Chuan's treatment was very thorough. You just believed the words of that master too much. Now the facts are in front of you, but you refuse to believe it. You are being too stubborn." Shen Ruhei fell silent. Shen Yuan looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, please help me. I don't want to endure this torture anymore. If this goes on, I will go crazy." Lu Chuan secretly glanced at Chu Mingaeo next to him and said, "This is not very good." Shen Yuan said, "What's wrong with it? I remember you told me that doctors don't avoid taboos. You are a doctor and I'm a patient. I need your help. You should help me enthusiastically, and I won't blame you." Chu Mingaeo on the side endured for a long time and finally couldn't hold it anymore and shouted, "I don't agree." Shen Yuan looked at Chu Mingaeo and asked, "Why?" Chu Mingaeo said, Because Lu Chuan is mine. How can you let him sleep with you?" Shen Yuan retorted, "Lu Chuan and I are engaged, and I'm his fiancé. It is natural for him to sleep with me. Is there any problem?" Chu Mingaeo said angrily, "He and I also have an engagement, and the engagement between you two has been invalidated. Uncle Shen personally helped you to cancel it, so you are no longer his fiancé." Shen Yuan frowned, looked at Shen Ruhei, and asked, "Dad, what do you think?" Shen Ruhei sighed and said, "Maybe I was too stubborn before. Judging from Mingaeo's situation, it is indeed more likely to solve the side effects by letting Lu Chuan sleep with you. In that case, I take back my words to cancel the engagement." He looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Lu Chuan, Yuan is your fiancé. Now that she is in trouble, it is natural for you to help her, so I'll leave this matter to you." Chu Mingaeo was so angry that she slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Why do you treat me like air? I'm Lu Chuan's fiancé." Shen Ruhei said to Chu Mingaeo, "Mingaeo, don't get excited. Although I don't know why Lu Chuan has an engagement with both of you, since both of you are his fiancés, you should have equal rights. You can't rely on Lu Chuan to cure the side effects and then occupy him and not let him treat my daughter. Isn't it too selfish?" Chu Mingaeo's eyes widened and she was unable to refute for a moment. Lu Chuan was also stunned. Although he always felt that this sounded strange, but if he thought about it carefully, it seemed to be true. Shen Yuan looked at Chu Mingaeo and said, "Sister Mingaeo, you just met Lu Chuan earlier than me. If I met Lu Chuan first, cured my side effects, and occupied him, and didn't let him treat you, what would you think?" Chu Mingaeo didn't know how to refute, and was almost crying. I don't know." Shen Ruhei said, "You don't have to worry about it. This matter still depends on Lu Chuan's opinion. He looked at Lu Chuan and said, Lu Chuan, as long as you agree to help my daughter treat, I can give you what you want now, but if you refuse, you will never get the spiritual water. Chu Mingyao looked at Lu Chuan, showing a face full of grievances, wanting to see how he would respond. Shen Yering also looked at Lu Chuan, his eyes full of expectation, and licked his tongue. Lu Chuan's head was as big as a bucket, thinking that it was difficult for me to answer this century-old question. He thought for a moment and said, we don't need to be too anxious. We should decide that this is the only way to solve this problem. How about this? I'll tell fortunes for this matter and see what God has to say about it. How about that? Shen Ruhei raised his eyebrows. Can you tell fortunes? Lu Chuan smiled and said, it's a new skill I learned recently. It should be quite accurate. In fact, this was just a way for him to change the subject. No matter which side he agreed to, it would definitely hurt the other side. It would be better to play take and muddle through. Chu Mingyao didn't want to make things too awkward with the Shen family because of this matter, so she said, okay, tell fortunes for me. If even God agrees with this matter, then I won't say anything, but the premise is that you can't cheat. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, you know my character, and there's no need for me to lie to you. Chu Mingyao nodded. She believed in Lu Chuan, so she agreed to let him tell fortunes. Shen Ruhei also said, okay, let's do a divination and see what God means. Lu Chuan took out a tortoise shell and a handful of stones and began to tell fortunes in a serious manner. During this period, he did learn some fortune telling skills, but it was unclear whether they were accurate. He put the stones into the tortoise shell, then shook it gently, muttering something, and began to follow the principles of Kim and Unjia. Every time he shook the tortoise shell, he took a step in a specific direction. After walking 49 steps, he stopped and poured out all the stones in the tortoise shell. He carefully observed the difference between the stones, and began to analyze. Shen Ruhei, Shen Yering, and Chu Mingyao all gathered around. What does a hexagram say? Shen Ruhei asked. Lu Chuan stared at the stones in thought for a while, then his eyes lit up and he said, this matter will surely turn around within 3 days. Shen Ruhei groaned for a moment and said, in other words, my daughter's side effects can be resolved within these 3 days. Lu Chuan said, well, in short, there is a turning point, but I don't know what kind of turning point it is. Since God has given such instructions, let's wait for another 3 days. How about it? Shen Ruhei thought about it and said, well, we have waited for so long, and it's no big deal to wait another 3 days. He looked at Chu Mingyao and said, Mingyao, you said at that time that, if God agrees to this matter, you will not obstruct it. We will let nature take its course in these 3 days. If something really happens between Lu Chuan and Yering at that time, you can't make trouble. Chu Mingyao said, okay, but you must promise not to force Lu Chuan to do this. Shen Ruhei nodded, it's a deal. At this time, Shen Yering rolled his eyes and said, I also agree to wait for this turnaround. In this case, let Lu Chuan use acupuncture to suppress the side effects in my body and let me spend these 3 days in a normal state. Chu Mingyao immediately became alert and said, anyway, the turnaround will come within 3 days. Why do you still let him help you with acupuncture? Are you thinking of something bad? Shen Yering said seriously, Sister Mingyao, how can you think of me like this? I was thinking of him helping me suppress the side effects with acupuncture, so that it would be fair. Aren't you afraid that I can't help it in these 3 days and secretly seduce him? Chu Mingyao heard this, and thought about it. It seemed to make sense, so she blushed and said, Sister Yering, I'm sorry, I thought too much. She looked at Lu Chuan and said, in this case, then you can use acupuncture to help Sister Yering suppress the side effects first. Lu Chuan also felt that there was nothing wrong with Shen Yering's idea, and that doing so would actually be beneficial to Chu Mingyao, so he nodded and said, okay, then I'll help her suppress it. Shen Yering's eyes flashed with cunning, and she looked at Lu Chuan expectantly and said, let's go to my room. Lu Chuan nodded and followed her to the yard where she was. Seeing this, Chu Mingyao hurried to follow. Shen Yering stopped her and said, Sister Mingyao, this treatment involves my privacy, so don't go with me. Chu Mingyao said, but what? Are you afraid that I will do something with Lu Chuan behind your back? Mingyao, don't you think that you seem to be too distrustful of Lu Chuan? Do you want to tie Lu Chuan to yourself in the future to feel at ease? But if that's the case, do you think Lu Chuan will be able to tolerate you? Shen Yurong said seriously. Chu Mingyao realized that she was a little too worried, but she always felt that it was not safe for Lu Chuan and Chu Mingyao to be alone. Shen Yurong added, Lu Chuan's divination result said that there will be a turnaround within 3 days. If I really have an idea, then the hexagram should say that there will be a turnaround today, so I won't have anything with Lu Chuan. You don't have to worry. Lu Chuan also looked at Chu Mingyao and said, Mingyao, don't worry, it's just acupuncture treatment. Chu Mingyao reluctantly agreed, okay, but when you are done with the treatment, you have to come to my room. Shen Ruhei coughed twice and said, to be fair, Lu Chuan has to live in a separate room. Chu Mingyao looked at Shen Ruhei angrily, but it was not easy to say anything. She snorted and cursed, live alone, then I will ignore him for 3 days. After that, she left angrily. Shen Yurong took Lu Chuan to her yard. The two entered the room, and Lu Chuan took out the silver needles and prepared for treatment. But Shen Yurong quickly closed the door and locked it, then hugged Lu Chuan, stood on tiptoe and kissed him. Lu Chuan was startled and said quickly, Yurong, what are you doing? Didn't you say that acupuncture would help you suppress the side effects? Shen Yurong was extremely excited, breathing rapidly, and her face flushed. She said, that was just my trick, to fool that silly girl Mingyao. Lu Chuan, I can't bear it anymore. I want to vent. Please help me. Lu Chuan said, but the result of my divination said that there will be a turning point within 3 days. You just need to bear it. Shen Yurong smiled and said, the turning point is achieved by yourself. Although it is a bit shameless to do so, I can't care so much. Lu Chuan, believe me, this is my turning point. As long as we don't tell anyone, after we are done, no one will find out. After that, she kissed Lu Chuan's mouth madly, and her hands began to tear off his clothes. Chapter 355 Mysterious Master. Lu Chuan was so aroused that he couldn't stop. The long yang power in his body started to react. He thought that he could do it secretly, as Shen Yurong said, as long as he didn't tell anyone afterwards. Shen Yurong was extremely passionate. Seeing that Lu Chuan didn't refuse, he raised his lips in a playful lark and reached out to pull his pants. Lu Chuan was about to fall, but he suddenly thought of the result of his fortune telling today. His body shuddered, and he quickly reached out to control Shen Yurong. The fortune-telling result said that there would be a turning point within 3 days, and this turning point could only be caused by external interference. Lu Chuan, Shen Yurong, and Chu Mingyao, who were involved in this matter, were insiders. If they forced a turning point, it would be equivalent to violating the secrets of heaven, and would be backfired. Obviously, Shen Yurong's behavior did not fall into the category of external interference, but it was already a violation of the secrets of heaven. If it continued, who knows what the consequences would be. Seeing Lu Chuan stop, Shen Yurong showed an impatient expression and said, why stop? I'm already flooded. Lu Chuan sighed helplessly and said, we can't do this. I'd better help you suppress the anger in your body first. Shen Yurong was reluctant and wanted to force Lu Chuan, but Lu Chuan didn't give her this opportunity. He pressed her on the bed, then used his spiritual power to control her movements and directly lifted up the loose basketball shirt on her body. She was wearing panties but not underwear. Seeing this scene, Lu Chuan couldn't stand it. He resisted the impulse in his heart, took out the silver needle, and began to give Shen Yurong acupuncture. Shen Yurong hummed softly, which made Lu Chuan's heart flutter and concentrate to avoid being disturbed. After a long time, he finally finished the acupuncture, quickly pulled Shen Yurong's clothes off, and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he released the power that controlled Shen Yurong. Shen Yurong sat up from the bed, her face flushed with shame, which was in stark contrast to her wild appearance at that time. Lu Chuan had helped her temporarily control the lust in her heart, so she had now returned to normal. Shen Yurong looked at Lu Chuan awkwardly and said, yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it at that time. There was really an impulse in my heart that drove me to do that. In that situation, any dignity and bottom line could no longer restrain me. That was not the real me, please don't get me wrong. Lu Chuan smiled and said, I understand. People will develop in a perverted direction if they hold it in for too long. The you just now was a bit perverted. Shen Yuan felt angry and funny when she heard this description and then said, I will definitely restrain myself in the next 3 days, waiting for the turning point you mentioned. You must not tell Ming Gao that I lied to her. That was the perverted me who lied to her, and I couldn't control it. Lu Chuan was at a loss whether to laugh or cry and said, don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Well, you'd better take a shower and change your clothes. I'll leave first. Shen Yuan was a little confused, then looked down at herself, then her face flushed, and she quickly got off the bed, grabbed the sheets, and ran towards the bathroom. Lu Chuan came out of Shen Yuan's yard and walked towards the room that Shen Ruhei arranged for him. Chu Mingyao, who was hiding in the corner outside Shen Yuan's yard, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Lu Chuan coming out. It seems that Lu Chuan really didn't do anything with Sister Yering, otherwise, with his endurance, he would definitely not be able to come out at this time. Oh, how come I have become a guy hiding in the corner and secretly observing such things? If people know about this, wouldn't it be so embarrassing? After confirming that Lu Chuan did not do anything out of line, Chu Mingyao left here with a guilty conscience. In the next 3 days, the 3 people had different thoughts, waiting for the turning point and the divination results to appear. However, until the 3rd day, the whole Shen family was in a peaceful scene, and nothing that looked like a turning point happened. Shen Yuan was looking forward to the turning point, but until the 3rd day, nothing that seemed to be able to get rid of the side effects happened, which made her a little suspicious that Lu Chuan's divination was not accurate at all. At the same time, the effect of Lu Chuan's acupuncture treatment on her will soon wear off. In the past, the acupuncture method could help her suppress the symptoms for a whole year, but now it can only suppress them for 3 days. This is enough to show how terrible the side effects in her body are. If there is still no turnaround after today, it means that I still need to fight for this turnaround myself. At that time, no matter whether Lu Chuan is willing or not, I will take him down. If it doesn't work, I will use some tricks. Anyway, I won't endure it anymore. Shen Yuan, who has recovered to a bit of a perversion, thought secretly. On the other hand, Lu Chuan also began to doubt whether he was not good at learning, so the hexagrams he calculated were not accurate at all. But after that day, he calculated several times, and the results he got were exactly the same as the first time. If he really was not good at learning, the results he calculated should be all kinds of things, but the results of several divinations were the same, which means that this result still has some reference basis. But 3 days will pass in the blink of an eye. When will this turnaround come? Just when Lu Chuan was worrying about how to deal with this matter, Chu Mingyao suddenly ran into his room and said excitedly, Lu Chuan, a turning point has come. Lu Chuan stood up in an instant, and the whole person became energetic, and hurriedly asked, what is the turning point? Chu Mingyao said, the master that Uncle Shen mentioned is back, and he asked me to take you to the living room to meet this master. Hearing this, Lu Chuan hurriedly followed Chu Mingyao to the living room. He had a very strong curiosity about this master, and he really wanted to know what was written on the parchment left by this person. Soon, the two rushed to the living room. Shen Ruhei and Shen Yuan had already arrived here. In addition to the two of them, there was also a sloppy old man with a small braid and a wine gourd on his waist standing in the living room, admiring the painting of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains in the living room. Shen Ruhei and Shen Yuan were both very reserved and respectful in front of the old man. Lu Chuan used his spiritual sense to investigate the old man and found that he could not see through the old man's strength. He stood there like a black hole, as if he wanted to suck Lu Chuan's spiritual sense in and scared him to stop investigating immediately. At this time, the old man turned around, smiled at Lu Chuan, and said, little kid, it is rude to investigate others casually. Besides, I'm a poor old man, and there is nothing to investigate. Lu Chuan was shocked. This person could actually detect his spiritual sense investigation. He must be a master. He cupped his hands and said, I apologize for any offense, senior. The old man didn't care and said with a smile, "I've been traveling around, and recently I felt that your Shen family seemed to have something waiting for me, so I came back to see you. Tell me, what happened to you recently?" Upon hearing this, Shen Ruhei hurried forward and said, "Master, it's not something else, but the side effects of my daughter's Zuanayang holy body." Upon hearing this, the old man raised his eyebrows, glanced at Shen Yering, and said in confusion, "Her side effects haven't been resolved yet?" Shen Ruhei said, "Although I followed the instructions you left me, the master, my daughter's side effects were not only not resolved, but worsened. Now it has reached an unmanageable point. Please help my daughter again, master." The old man frowned and asked, "How did you do it? Tell me." Shen Ruhei said, "I followed your instructions, and found the owner of the Zuanayan holy body, and trained her to become a master of the transformation realm. But she is a girl, and cannot have sex with Yering, so I thought about letting the two of them combine their powers, but I didn't expect that Yering's side effects were not only not solved, but aggravated." The old man's eyes widened instantly, looking at Shen Ruhei in disbelief, and said, "When did I say to let your daughter have sex with the owner of the Zuanayan holy body? Moreover, the Zuanayang holy body and the Zuanayan holy body are complementary physiques. When their powers are combined, of course there will be no suppression. The combination of yin and yang will only make their powers stronger, and the side effects will naturally be more serious. Did you follow my instructions carefully?" Shen Ruhei's heart skipped a beat, and then he realized that he might have really misunderstood the contents of the parchment. He took out the parchment with an embarrassed look on his face and said, "My wife put this parchment in the washing machine before I even read it. Some of the words on it were washed off, but I don't think it affects the meaning. Could it be that I misunderstood it? Give it to me." The old man stretched out his hand. Shen Ruhei quickly handed it over. The old man opened the parchment and took a look at it. Then a deep expression of speechlessness appeared on his face. Then he rolled up the parchment, hit Shen Ruhei's head hard, and cursed angrily, "Is your brain full of shit? It's been washed like this, and it can't even form a complete sentence. You actually told me that it doesn't affect what you want to express. Are you a worm in my stomach? Do you know what I mean by just one word I say?" Shen Ruhei's face was full of embarrassment, and he quickly said, "Master, I was rude." Lu Chuan found this scene a little funny, and thought to himself that he had guessed right. The content on the parchment was definitely far from Shen Ruhei's guess, otherwise the old man would not be so angry. The old man cursed, "I was entrusted by a friend to solve such a small matter, but you made it so complicated. No wonder I felt something. If I hadn't come, your daughter would have suffocated to death." Shen Ruhei didn't dare to refute, and said shamelessly, "Master, since you are here, please complete the contents of the parchment, so that I know what to do to solve the side effects of my daughter's body." The old man glared at Shen Ruhei and said, "Listen to me, what I wrote here is, if you want to eradicate the disease, you need to find a person with a Zuanayan holy body and a true dragon fate, and let the Zuanayang holy body and the Zuanayan holy body mate with the person with a true dragon fate at the same time. Only in this way can the side effects brought by the Zuanayang holy body and the Zuanayan holy body be completely resolved." Chapter 356, Inseparable Sisters. Hearing this, Shen Yering was stunned, Chu Mingyao was stunned, and Lu Chuan was also stunned. Shen Yering thought, doing that kind of thing with a person with a true dragon destiny at the same time, it sounds so exciting. Chu Mingyao thought, who is a person with a true dragon destiny? I don't want to do that kind of thing with other people, my body only belongs to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan thought, this is happiness coming a little too suddenly? After Shen Ruhei heard this, he felt scared. It turned out that the content on the parchment was really different from his speculation. Fortunately, he did not force Chu Mingyao and Shen Yering to do that kind of thing, otherwise both of them would probably have psychological trauma. Then he quickly asked, "Master, where can we find this person with the true dragon fate?" The old man turned his head to look at Lu Chuan and said, "What are you looking for? Isn't this guy right here?" Shen Ruhei was surprised. He didn't expect that Lu Chuan was the person with the true dragon fate that the master said. He immediately understood why Lu Chuan could help Chu Mingyao suppress the side effects. It turned out that the real solution was Lu Chuan. thinking of how he had cancelled the engagement between Shen Yuring and Lu Chuan because of misunderstanding the contents of the parchment, which led to such a big circle. He felt that he was really stupid. Shen Yuring and Chu Mingyao looked at Lu Chuan in shock again. Shen Yuring thought to herself, Lu Chuan is a person with a true dragon destiny. I have to do that kind of thing with him together with Mingyao to resolve the side effects. It seems more exciting. Chu Mingyao thought to herself, so Lu Chuan is a person with a true dragon destiny. It's really a false alarm. But to resolve the side effects, Lu Chuan and I have to sleep with Sister Yuring together. How can this be possible? Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, if this is really the only way to resolve the side effects in your body, then I can only agree reluctantly. Shen Yuring said, okay. Chu Mingyao glared at him and shouted, you are shameless. Shen Ruhei also looked at Lu Chuan with contempt, thinking that this kid is really shameless. He is obviously very willing, but he talks as if he is forced. I have never seen such a shameless person. The old man glanced at Lu Chuan, as if he remembered something interesting, and said with a smile, you Lu family members are really the same. Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, Senior, do you know my elders? The old man ignored him and said, okay, since you already know the way to resolve it, don't waste time, go to work. Chu Mingyao was tangled, and then stood up and said, but the side effects in my body have been resolved, why do I have to use this method? The old man smiled and said, resolve. The coldness in your body is just suppressed and hidden, and it has not been truly resolved. If you don't believe it, feel your body again. After speaking, he released a force and injected it into Chu Mingyao's body. Chu Mingyao instantly felt a lot of coldness coming out of her limbs and bones, and a painful look appeared on her face. She never thought that there was still so much coldness hidden in her body. This familiar feeling of torture almost made her faint. The old man said calmly, although the Zuanai insane body and the Zuanai insane body are rare special physiques in the world, both of them have defects, so they will produce side effects. Only when they meet people with the true dragon fate, the defects will be made up. This is the fate between the three of you. But it seems that the three of you have your own ideas, and it is difficult to reach a consensus. In this case, I will help you, so that you can complete the task assigned to me by my old friend, as soon as possible. After speaking, he released 3 powers, and injected them into the bodies of the 3 people. Chu Mingyao hurriedly asked, what did you do to us? The old man smiled and said, it just stimulated the desires deep in your hearts. Then he looked at Shen Ruhei and asked, where is your daughter's room? Shen Ruhei said, go out from here, cross the corridor, and the boudoir in the 3rd courtyard on the left is it. The old man nodded, then waved his hand, and a force appeared, wrapped up Lu Chuan and the other 2, and quickly flew towards Shen Yuring's boudoir. The 3 of them fell on the bed together, and the door closed automatically, and was even soundproofed. Lu Chuan's eyes were red at this moment. The power from the old man just now directly detonated the dragon and yang power in his body, causing him to lose his mind. Shen Yuring and Chu Mingyao also had flushed faces at this moment, swallowed by the overwhelming lust. The 2 girls looked at each other. Although they were both extremely shy, they couldn't care so much at this moment. They looked at Lu Chuan together, and they no longer hesitated, and took the initiative to stick to him. Dragon and Phoenix sing, yin and yang meet. 10,000 words are omitted here. In the living room, Shen Ruhei looked at the old man's fairy-like methods, and his heart was full of shock. He thought that his strength of the 9th level of the Zuan realm was enough to be proud of the world, but after seeing the old man's methods, he realized that his strength was nothing. He glanced in the direction where the 3 people had just disappeared, and murmured, Lu Chuan is really blessed for 8 lifetimes, but I don't know if Yuring can accept sharing a husband with someone else in the future, alas. The old man laughed and said, Lu Chuan is a true dragon, and he will definitely be able to reach the top of the world in the future. You should be glad that your daughter can get a marriage contract from him. Shen Ruhei thought about it and asked, can Lu Chuan really achieve such an achievement? The old man's expression became more serious, and he said, achievement? This is destiny for him. The responsibility he bears is not ordinary. Okay, my mission has been completed, and it's time to leave. We will meet again, if we are destined. The old man turned and walked outside. He took a step and was already in the yard. Shenruhei hurriedly chased him and wanted to ask some questions, but when he arrived in the yard, he found that the old man's figure had disappeared. The expert's evaluation of Lu Chuan is so high, it should not be just a casual remark. It seems that I have to get along well with this guy. 2 days later, Lu Chuan lay on the bed, hugging her left and right. Both girls fell asleep due to overwork. However, it can be seen that there is a hint of satisfaction between their brows. The side effects in the two girls have been completely resolved, and they don't have to worry about being tortured in the future. Lu Chuan also gained some benefits from the two of them. His strength has improved a lot. He has reached the peak of the 6th turn of the golden elixir, and may break through at any time. I'm really a selfless person. In order to help these girls solve their problems, I'm willing to dedicate myself. There is no one better than me in this world. Lu Chuan thought shamelessly, I just don't know if they will quarrel because of me when they wake up. He got up gently, got off the bed, covered the two girls with quilts, put on his clothes, and left the room. In the study, Shenruhei was handling family affairs. At this time, Lu Chuan came over. After seeing them, he hurriedly asked, are you done? Have the side effects of the two of them been resolved? Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry, with my help, the side effects of the two of them have naturally been resolved. Shenruhei glared at him and said, don't be too shameless. You are so ungrateful. Lu Chuan smiled and changed the subject. Master Shen, since Yuren's side effects have been resolved, can you give me the spiritual water I want? Shenruhei glanced at him and said, what did you call me? Lu Chuan coughed twice and quickly bowed. Uncle. Shenruhei was obviously not satisfied with this title, but considering that the two had not yet gotten married, he did not hesitate and said, come with me to the warehouse. The two went to the warehouse together. Shenruhei took out a porcelain jar and handed it to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan opened it and took a look. A piercing chill came out, causing the temperature of the entire warehouse to drop by several degrees instantly. He was delighted. The spiritual water in this porcelain jar was completely up to the standard of extremely yin water. Thank you, uncle. I will never let Yuren down in the future. Shenruhei said calmly, it's okay as long as you have this intention. Lu Chuan put away the porcelain jar and talked to Shenruhei about fighting against the great elder of Xuanzang together. The Shen family and Xuanzang had a feud, so Shenruhei naturally agreed easily. Then Lu Chuan went to prepare the auxiliary medicinal materials for refining the pulse protecting pill, and planned to start refining the pulse protecting pill in the evening. In the evening, Lu Chuan was studying the refining of the pulse protecting pill in the yard. At this time, Chu Mingyao and Shen Yuren came over together, and the two of them were holding hands. Lu Chuan was very surprised. Both of them looked at Lu Chuan with proud faces. Chu Mingyao said, from today on, the two of us are inseparable good sisters. Is there a problem? Although he didn't know what happened between the two girls, he was relieved to see that they didn't quarrel, and quickly said, no problem, no problem. Then, let's sleep together in the future? Chu Mingyao and Shen Yuren blushed. Shen Yuren glared at Lu Chuan and said, who wants to sleep with a stinky man like you? Let's sleep together. Go and have fun. That's right, go and have fun. Chu Mingyao echoed. Then the two walked away hand in hand again. Lu Chuan was confused and murmured, why did they agree to kick me out? Women are really unpredictable creatures. Then he stopped hesitating and began to refine the pulse protecting pill. The next morning, Lu Chuan took the successfully refined pulse protecting pill and the extremely yin water and told Shenruhei that he was going to break through and could not be disturbed by anyone. Then he entered a secret room. He set up many restrictions in the secret room and then took out the fire of the sun god fire. I hope I can successfully devour this fire. At the same time, in the suburbs of Jiangbei province, the great elder and the Xuanzang people set up camp here, waiting for news from Tu Yaoming. Not long after, a figure quickly swept over here, holding a person in his hand. The elder sensed something and quickly left the tent. When he saw that the person coming was Tu Yaoming, he was delighted. Tu Yaoming stopped in front of the elder and then threw a charming figure to the ground. The elder took a closer look and found that it was the closest person to Lu Chuan, Mu Nanking. or rather, the embroiderer who was in control of the body. The embroiderer looked at Tu Yaoming and the elder with resentment and shouted, "You have caught the wrong person. I'm not Munan King." Tu Yaoming said coldly, "It doesn't matter whether you are or not. What matters is that you can help us attract Lu Chuan." The embroiderer showed a trace of despair on her face. Originally, she relied on the soul-nourishing jade to make Munan King's body reach nearly half of her past strength, and she already had the power to protect herself. Who would have thought that when she turned around, she met a Yuanying period practitioner who beat her up and caught her here. "Lu Chuan, you bastard, why did you provoke so many people when you have nothing to do? You made me suffer with you. If I could escape, I would suck you dry." Xiu Niang cursed in her heart. The elder said seriously, "Since the bait is in our hands, let's spread the news and wait for Lu Chuan to come to us." Chapter 357, 9 Golden Pill Transformations. In the secret room, Lu Chuan looked at the meridian protecting pill, the water of extreme yin and the fire of the sun god in front of him, and asked the tower spirit, telling, "What should I do?" The tower spirit said lightly, "I have shown you the spell of swallowing the fire before. You should eat the meridian protecting pill first, then drink the water of extreme yin, and then practice the spell. When your body adapts a little, you can swallow the fire and practice the spell to let the power of the fire run in your body. When your meridians are completely refined by the power of the fire will merge with you and be used by you." Lu Chuan nodded and then took the meridian protecting pill into his mouth. A great force appeared and instantly reached his limbs and protected all his meridians. Then he picked up the porcelain jar and drank all the water of extreme yin in it. A stream of cold air began to erode his body, making him feel like he was in an ice cellar, and his blood even had a tendency to freeze. He endured the erosion of the cold air and began to operate the spell of swallowing the fire. The cold air entered his limbs and bones along the spell, making his body as if frozen and extremely stiff. After a while, he gradually adapted to the operation of the spell. Relying on willpower, he reached out and picked up the stone carrying the fire of the sun god fire, put it to his mouth, and then sucked it with the power of the spell. The fire quickly broke away from the stone and flew into Lu Chuan's mouth. At the moment the fire entered his mouth, Lu Chuan suddenly felt comfortable all over his body. The feeling of being frozen suddenly disappeared, and the erosion of the cold air was also suppressed. However, before he could be happy, the next second, he felt the burning sensation of his meridians all over his body, and he couldn't help but scream out in pain. "This is too painful." Cold sweat covered Lu Chuan's body, but as soon as these cold sweats appeared, they were evaporated cleanly by the high temperature of the fire. Lu Chuan instantly turned into a burning man. If it weren't for the vessel protection pill and the extreme yin water to resist the power of the fire, coupled with the strength of his Zuanhuang immortal body, he would have been burned to ashes by the fire. You must operate the spell as soon as possible to absorb the power of the fire, otherwise you will be burned to death by the fire in a short time. The voice of the tower spirit sounded. Lu Chuan gritted his teeth, endured the pain from his body, concentrated his mind, and operated the spell taught to him by the tower spirit with difficulty. As the spell was operated, the power of the fire began to wash his meridians, which made the pain just now aggravated several times. This was the first time in Lu Chuan's life that he experienced this kind of pain, and he almost had a mental breakdown. Fortunately, his willpower was still firm, and he finally injured the pain and forced himself to operate a cycle. After completing this cycle, although the pain did not ease, Lu Chuan obviously felt that his body was a little relieved, and then he quickly operated the second cycle. In this way, Lu Chuan began to operate the spell again and again in the torture of pain. Later, he had completely adapted to the burning of the fire on all parts of his body. He sat cross-legged on the ground without changing his expression, and repeatedly practiced the spell, absorbing the power of the fire, and constantly refining the bones and meridians in his body. 3 days later, in the secret room, Lu Chuan sat cross-legged like an old monk in meditation, motionless. His skin, which had been burned, had returned to normal, which meant that he could easily contain the power of the fire of the sun god fire in his body. Not long after, Lu Chuan suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 balls of jumping flames appeared in his eyes. Then he pointed in the air, and a terrifying flame appeared, directly burning the restrictions he set in the secret room. The sun god fire is said to be able to burn everything, and it really lives up to its reputation. Lu Chuan showed a hint of excitement on his face. At this moment, the fire of the sun god fire had completely merged with him, and appeared in his dinshin. From now on, he only needs a thought, to use his spiritual power, to drive the fire to release the flame, and the size of the flame power depends on the strength of his released power. Under normal circumstances, with the blessing of the sun god fire, Lu Chuan's combat power is definitely one level stronger than that of masters of the same level. Moreover, after swallowing the sun god fire, the spiritual power in Lu Chuan's body also added a trace of the characteristics of the sun god fire. When fighting with others, injecting power into the opponent's body can have a burning effect, making the opponent miserable. After the Xuanhuang immortal body was refined by the sun god fire, some different changes also occurred. Now Lu Chuan not only has explosive attack power, but also has an astonishing defense power. Now I can only exert a small part of the power of the god fire, but as my strength increases, the power that the god fire can cause will become stronger and stronger. I don't know if I can rely on this sun god fire in the future to truly realize the scene of burning the world with a single thought. Lu Chuan was full of excitement. Of course, the improvement in combat power brought to him by the sun god fire was only secondary. The tower spirit said that, as long as the fire was swallowed, his strength would skyrocket. He looked inward at his danshin with great anticipation, wanting to see how much his strength would increase. After swallowing the god fire, he carefully observed his natal golden elixir, and was surprised to find that there were 9 cloud patterns on it. Golden elixir 9 turns. My god, my strength has actually increased directly from the 6th turn of the golden elixir to the 9th turn of the golden elixir. Isn't this too fierce? Lu Chuan's face showed an excitement that he could not hide. Now he was only one step away from turning the golden elixir into a Yuanying, and becoming a real Yuanying stage strongman. Moreover, with the blessing of the sun god fire and the Xuanhuang immortal body, he believed that he would have no rivals below the Yuanying. In this realm, even if the elder had reached the 9th level of the Xuan realm, he was definitely not his opponent. Although he still couldn't beat a real Yuanying stage strongman, if he met a corresponding Saint Realm master, he would still have the confidence to fight him. Of course, I learned from Guziana Sang before that the Saint Realm is divided into 1 to 9 grades. If it is a master who has just entered the Saint Realm, Lu Chuan can still deal with 1 or 2, but if it is a master who has advanced several grades in the Saint Realm, he will still have a hard time dealing with it. But this was enough for him. Shenru He told him that the Great Elder's strength had been stuck at the 9th level of the mysterious realm for many years, and had not been able to break through. Now that Lu Chuan was invincible below the nascent soul stage, it would be like killing a chicken for him to kill the Great Elder. Lu Chuan showed a trace of emotion on his face. He thought that he was just an ant in front of the Great Elder, and the other party could easily kill him with just a flick of his finger. But now, in such a short time, he has grown to a point that is enough to scare the Great Elder. I believe that the Great Elder will be shocked when he knows this news. At this time, he suddenly remembered that the tower spirit had said that after he reached the 7th level of the golden core, he would tell him a function of the demon suppression tower. So he quickly communicated with the tower spirit. Tower spirit, my golden elixir has reached the 9th level. You said that after my golden elixir reaches the 7th level, you would tell me the function of the demon suppression tower. You can't go back on your word. The tower spirit's voice rang out. Okay, since you have now initially grown from a weakling to a relatively powerful weakling, then I will tell you one of the functions of the demon suppression tower. Although you have reached the 9th level of the golden elixir, this little strength is still far from being enough to control the demon suppression tower, so you cannot yet touch the true power of the demon suppression tower, but it has a feature that you can use now, and it is very practical. Lu Chuan pricked up his ears and asked, what feature? The tower spirit did not answer directly, but asked back, do you know how heavy the demon suppression tower is? Lu Chuan thought about it and said, I don't know, but it can exist in my danshin, so I think it shouldn't be heavy, right? The tower spirit said speechlessly. You think it's not heavy because the demon suppression tower has recognized you as its master, and it will naturally not become a burden to you. But for others, it's different. The total weight of the demon suppression tower is 386,000 jin, which is more than 10 tons when converted into modern measurement units. It doesn't sound that heavy. But as the owner of the demon suppression tower, you can control the size of the demon suppression tower at will. Under the condition that the weight remains unchanged. The smaller the volume, the greater the density. The weight of the demon suppression tower is equivalent to nothing for you. Imagine if you unexpectedly press the demon suppression tower towards the enemy in a battle. What effect will it have? Lu Chuan thought about it and found that if he really did what the tower spirit said, he would definitely cause unimaginable damage in the battle. A thing that weighs more than 10 tons, but is only the size of a palm can smash the ground into a deep pit of thousands of meters, even if it is just a free fall, let alone smashing it on a person. In that case, as long as you have not reached the nascent soul stage, no matter how many defensive means you have, you will become as fragile as paper in front of the demon suppression tower, and will be vulnerable. He was excited. In this way, he had another killer. This is indeed a practical function, but you are a tower spirit left over from ancient times, and you should be very futile. How can you understand our modern junior high school physics knowledge? Lu Chuan asked with a smile. The tower spirit said unhappily, isn't it okay for me to be a tower spirit who loves learning? When I have nothing to do, I like to learn all kinds of knowledge. Do you think I usually peek at you and those women making love? Lu Chuan's eyes glared. Fuck. Didn't you say that you don't pay attention to the outside world? How do you know such things? The tower spirit coughed twice. I saw it accidentally. Okay, don't talk to me. I have to study hard. Goodbye, dead pervert. Lu Chuan suddenly felt creepy. In this way, every time he did that kind of thing, wasn't there a wretched tower spirit watching silently? I really believed what this guy said. I really thought it wouldn't peak. It seems that, when I do things in the future, I have to isolate the tower spirit's detection inside the demon tower first. Thinking of this in his heart, Lu Chuan got up and left the secret room. He came to Shen Ruhei's study, and as soon as he entered, he felt something was wrong. Shen Ruhei saw that Lu Chuan's retreat was over, and he stood up quickly, his expression a little solemn. Uncle, what happened? Why do you look not so good? Lu Chuan asked. Shen Ruhei took out a piece of information, handed it to Lu Chuan, and said, this is the news that the Shen family's intelligence department received not long ago. The elder kidnapped your sister-in-law and ordered you to meet at a designated location within 3 days, otherwise she will be killed by slow slicing. Lu Chuan took the information and took a look. After seeing the photo of Munan King falling from a tree and dying, his anger suddenly erupted, and the temperature in the entire study instantly rose by several degrees. Shen Ruhei was startled by the sudden change in temperature. He suddenly realized that even he could not see through Lu Chuan now. He said quickly, Lu Chuan, the Great Elder is clearly setting a trap for you to fall into. He must have thought of a way to deal with you. If you really go, I'm afraid. Lu Chuan snorted coldly, murderous intent burst out in his eyes, and said in a deep voice, I can't ignore the safety of my sister-in-law. Even if there are mountains of swords and seas of fire waiting for me, I must go. It's time to put an end to the grudge between me and the Great Elder. Chapter 358 Munan King's Method. Suburban area of Jiangbei Province. The Great Elder sat cross-legged, his whole body agitated, forming a small vortex of power, driving the surrounding trees to lean towards him, and the leaves rustled. The Zuan sect disciples who were camped a few hundred meters away from him were all nervous under the pressure of the Great Elder's aura, and many of them even broke out in cold sweats. After a long time, the Great Elder absorbed all the power in his body into his body, and the terrifying aura disappeared, and the Zuan sect disciples breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Elder was extremely excited. He turned his head to look at Tu Yaoming, who was resting with his eyes closed not far away, and said with a smile, Brother Tu, the fruit you gave me is really magical. It actually allowed me to break through to the second grade saint realm. This is more effective than my decades of hard work. Tu Yaoming slowly opened his eyes, glanced at the Great Elder, and said, Congratulations. Although he said this, his heart was full of contempt. After all, in the eyes of practitioners, martial arts is ultimately a path that is one level weaker. Even if the Saint Realm is equivalent to the nascent soul stage powerhouse in Realm, he would never regard the Great Elder as someone on the same level as himself. The Great Elder laughed and said, "Now that Lu Chuan is here, you and I will join forces. No matter how many tricks he has, or how good his luck is, he will be unable to escape." Tu Yaoming took out a talisman, handed it to the Great Elder, and said, "Don't be so confident. Lu Chuan is not as simple as you think. It is better to be cautious. This talisman is called the Soul Trapping Talisman, which can restrain the opponent's power and greatly reduce his strength. If something unexpected happens, you can use this talisman on Lu Chuan to take him down." He knew that Lu Chuan was also a cultivator. The methods of cultivators are varied, which are not something that people who follow the path of martial arts can imagine. Moreover, the fact that Lu Chuan snatched the spark of the divine fire under his nose was enough to show that this kid was not simple. The spark of the divine fire was extremely important to him, so he had to make all preparations. The Great Elder sneered in his heart, thinking that Tu Yaoming's strength was already so strong, but he was still so cautious in treating a junior. He was really too cautious. However, he still took the soul trapping talisman and said with a smile, "Thank you, brother Tu." Then his eyes fell on Mu Nanking, who was hanging on a tree not far away. There was a hint of covetousness in his eyes, and he murmured, "I have to say that Lu Chuan's sister-in-law is both beautiful and charming. If I can practice dual cultivation with her, I believe my strength can be improved a little more." Hearing this, Tu Yaoming curled his lips and said, "If she were an ordinary person, you could have tasted her before Lu Chuan came, but when I tried to capture her, I found that she actually had a nascent soul of a nascent soul stage strongman hidden in her body, and the other party relied on some treasures to restore some strength. It took a lot of effort for me to subdue her when I captured her. If you want to touch her now, and she wants to fight you, you will definitely not end up well, so I advise you to give up this idea." As a person who likes to train bitches, he dared not attack Mu Nanking after catching her, let alone the elder. Moreover, the divine fire is the top priority now, and he does not allow the elder to do anything that may affect his capture of Lu Chuan. The elder frowned and asked, "Nascent soul? What is that?" Tu Yaoming was too lazy to explain to him, and continued to close his eyes and rest. The elder was very unhappy, but because of the other party's strong strength, he didn't say anything. On the other side, the embroidered lady who was hung up was still full of resentment. Her power was sealed by Tu Yaoming. If she hadn't taken out a desperate mentality to break through this seal, she would have no chance of escape now. This is a good Lu Chuan in your mind. He is causing trouble everywhere, and in the end it will only bring you a fatal disaster. I really don't know why you are still so obsessed with him," the embroidered lady said to Mu Nanking. Mu Nanking retorted, "What does this have to do with Xiaochuan? Didn't you say before that you have great magical powers and that, as long as you recover a little, you will become an invincible existence in this world? But why did you get caught as soon as you turned around? In the final analysis, you are just not as skilled as others." Xiu Niang was a little annoyed and said, "That's because you didn't cooperate with me. If you were willing to listen to me and sign a soul agreement with me, my strength would have recovered to its peak long ago, and I could have strangled that bastard to death with one hand." Mu Nanking said, "Don't try to fool me. If I really agreed to you, my body would have been taken away by you long ago." The embroiderer sighed and said, "Forget it. It's useless to say all this now. You and I are now on the same boat. They are clearly using you as bait to lure Lu Chuan into the trap. Once Lu Chuan falls into their hands, we will both die. We may even be humiliated before we die. I was a powerful figure in the past, but now I have ended up in such a situation. It's really sad and lamentable." Mu Nanking was silent for a moment and said, "In fact, we are not without a chance. As long as you are willing to cooperate with me, we still have a chance of survival." The embroiderer asked quickly, "What do you mean?" Mu Nanking said, "Xiaochuan now only knows that the Great Elder is targeting him, and he doesn't know that Tu Yaoming has joined forces with the Great Elder. This is the confidence they have in arresting Xiaochuan, but I have a way to contact Xiaochuan. As long as you are willing to give me the control of your body temporarily, I can tip off Xiaochuan and let him be fully prepared before coming. By then, as long as Xiaochuan can subdue the Great Elder and Tu Yaoming, we will naturally be safe. Upon hearing this, Xiu Niang pondered for a moment, and after a long while, she said, "You are not trying to take this opportunity to take back control of your body and fool me, are you?" Mu Nanking said, "If I really had the ability to take back control of my body, I would have done it long ago. Now that your strength has recovered a little, my hope of controlling my body is even slimmer. Unless you give it to me on your own initiative, I can only be suppressed by you. I just want to notify Xiaochuan and let him make sufficient preparations to save us. You can take back control of your body after I notify Xiaochuan, but if you don't believe me, then we'll just wait to die together." The embroiderer didn't think Mu Nanking was lying when she heard what he said. After she recovered some of her strength, although she still couldn't take over Mu Nanking's body, she could easily take back the control of her body. Moreover, Tu Yaoming was a genuine Yuanying stage expert, much more powerful than her current half-baked state. Now she really could only put her hope on Luchuan. She thought about it and asked, "Even so, how do you know that Luchuan has a way to deal with Yuanying stage experts?" Mu Nanking smiled and said, "Because I believe in Xiaochuan. He can always create miracles." The embroiderer gritted her teeth and said, "Okay, in this case, I will temporarily return the control of my body to you, and I will take over the body again after you notify Luchuan." Mu Nanking smiled and said, "It's a deal." After that, the embroiderer Yuanying gave up the control of her body. Mu Nanking slowly felt that he had regained control of his body, and a sly smile appeared on his beautiful face. Without hesitation, she immediately passed on the news that the Great Elder and Tu Yaoming had joined forces to deal with him, relying on the induction between herself and the purple crystal pendant, and gave a general description of the combat power of the Great Elder and Tu Yaoming. The embroiderer asked, "How is the news? Has it been passed on?" Mu Nanking said, "The general information has been passed on to Xiaochuan. Next, we just have to wait for Xiaochuan to rescue us." The embroiderer said, "Okay, I will take control of the body again. We are in crisis, so it is safer for me to take control of the body." Then she activated her power, trying to regain control of her body. But what she didn't expect was that a powerful force suddenly erupted from Mu Nanking's soul, suppressing her power. The embroiderer's face changed drastically and she exclaimed, "Have you further controlled the power in your soul?" Mu Nanking smiled and said, "Yes." The embroiderer gritted her teeth and shouted, "You liar. You said you would return the control of my body to me after delivering the message." Mu Nanking snorted coldly and said, "This body is originally mine. How can I return it to you? You just stay in my mind for the time being and wait for Xiaochuan to come and rescue me. By then, he will definitely have a way to get you out of my mind. I don't want to share a body with a sinister woman like you. Also, thank you for filling my body with strength. In the past, I have always worried that I'm an ordinary person and cannot catch up with Xiaochuan, and you gave me the opportunity not to be abandoned by Xiaochuan. After you are eliminated, I will still miss you." The embroiderer let out a hysterical roar in Mu Nanking's mind, but to the outside world, Mu Nanking was still quietly hanging on the tree, and there was peace all around. It's just that at this moment, Mu Nanking's mouth corners were raised, and there was less coquettishness and more tenderness between his brows, making people feel pity for him. Chapter 359 Luchuan appears. Shen family. In the meeting room, Luchuan and Shen Ruhei have already discussed a plan to deal with the Great Elder. The Shen family will participate in the whole process of the plan to rescue Mu Nanking and help Luchuan to completely contain the people of Xuanzang. At first, Shen Ruhei thought that this was a trap designed by the Great Elder for Luchuan. The other party must be well prepared. Even if the Shen family participated in it, it must be dangerous, so he advised Luchuan to think twice. However, after learning that Luchuan's strength was enough to fight with the strong men who had just entered the Saint Realm, Shen Ruhei was immediately stunned. He knew that Luchuan's strength had improved a lot during this retreat, but he didn't expect that this kid would improve to this level all of a sudden. looking at the kid who needed his protection to save his life. Now he has grown to a level that is even more powerful than himself. Shenruhei felt emotional and jealous. Back then, he was called a genius in the martial arts world once in 100 years. It took him decades to reach the 9th level of the Zuan realm. After that, he was stuck in this realm and could not break through to the legendary Saint realm. And Lu Chuan has surpassed him completely in just over a year. Anyone would be extremely jealous. But his jealousy is also joyful jealousy. After all, Lu Chuan is his future son-in-law. The stronger Lu Chuan is, the happier he is. Our people found out that there were some changes in Xuanzang. Their leader announced to the outside world that he would be in seclusion for a long time, but our spies judged from some clues that the leader of Xuanzang is likely to be missing. In this case, our opponents are only the Great Elder and the disciples of Xuanzang. With the strength of my Shen family and your current strength, the chances of winning are still very high, Shenruhei said with a smile. Lu Chuan nodded and asked curiously, the leader of Xuanzang disappeared? What's going on? Shenruhei said, Xuanzang has done a good job of keeping secrets at this time. My people have not been able to find out the specific reason, but as far as I know, the leader of Xuanzang and the elder have always been at odds. I guess the disappearance of the leader of Xuanzang must be related to the elder. Lu Chuan was thoughtful. He learned from Suming that the leader of Xuanzang was actually a woman, and the elder was a lustful man. He thought, could it be that the elder had a crush on the leader, and this is why such a change happened? Restraining his gossip, Lu Chuan smiled and said, this is a good thing for us. Shenruhei cursed, it is indeed a good thing. The death of the leader of Xuanzang, a beast worse than pigs and dogs, is a real benefit to the world. Seeing that Shenruhei was so hostile to the leader of Xuanzang, Lu Chuan thought of the feud between the Shen family and Xuanzang, and was curious about how they had this feud, so he wanted to ask. But at this moment, he suddenly felt a power fluctuation in Munanking's purple crystal pendant. He hurriedly checked, and immediately received the information Munanking passed to him. Xiaochen, the Great Elder and a guy named Tu Yaoming are going to team up to deal with you. Tu Yaoming is very powerful, even Xiu Niang is not his opponent, so he was captured. They plan to let the Great Elder deal with you in public, and then Tu Yaoming will suddenly attack in secret to subdue you. You must be careful. Seeing this message, Lu Chuan's face changed and he exclaimed, oh no. Shenruhei showed a trace of doubt and asked, what's wrong? Lu Chuan said, the Great Elder really came prepared this time. He actually teamed up with Tu Yaoming. Who is Tu Yaoming? Shenruhei had never heard of this name. Lu Chuan said, he is one of my enemies. I stole what he wanted. I knew he would not let me go, but I did not expect that he would unite with the Great Elder. Now I'm in trouble. If Gu Xiaosang was still here, it would be easy to deal with this matter, but Gu Xiaosang ran away without even leaving any contact information. He wanted to ask Gu Xiaosang and her sister to come back for help, but he did not know where to find them. Shenruhei said, is this Tu Yaoming very powerful? With your current strength, plus the strength of me and the Shen family, even if the Great Elder finds helpers, we should not be afraid. Lu Chuan said solemnly, Tu Yaoming's strength is far beyond you and me. Before, it took 2 real saints to hold him up. With his joining, we will be at an absolute disadvantage. Shenruhei's face changed. He did not expect that Tu Yaoming would be so strong. At the same time, he looked at Lu Chuan helplessly, thinking that you are not only extremely talented, but also have the ability to cause trouble that no one can match. You dare to provoke a master of this level. I really don't know whether to say that you are brave or reckless. What should we do now? Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, don't worry, we have 3 days to consider countermeasures. I will definitely come up with a way to deal with it. 2 days later. Suburban area of Jiangbei province. Tu Yaoming looked at Munanking who was still hanging on the tree, frowned slightly, and said, 2 days have passed, and Lu Chuan has no intention of coming to rescue people. Did you get the wrong information? This woman is not enough to make Lu Chuan take risks and come to rescue people. The elder said, it is impossible. This person is the closest person to Lu Chuan. If even she can't make Lu Chuan come to take risks, it can only mean that Lu Chuan is a heartless person. No matter who we catch, it will be useless. Although Tu Yaoming was anxious, at this point, he could only continue to wait. At this time, a disciple of Xuanzang ran over and shouted, "Grand Elder, Lu Chuan has appeared." The eyes of the Grand Elder and Tu Yaoming lit up. They looked at each other and smiled playfully. "It seems that your judgment is correct. In this case, let's act according to the plan," Tu Yaoming said, and his figure disappeared instantly. The Grand Elder no longer hesitated and rushed towards the direction where Lu Chuan appeared. In the dense forest, all the disciples of Xuanzang picked up their weapons, concentrated their minds, and looked forward. Not far away, a figure slowly walked towards this side. It was Lu Chuan, the Grand Elder, wearing a black robe, a hood on his head, and a mask on his face, came to the front of the Xuanzang people. When he saw Lu Chuan appearing here alone, he narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Lu Chuan, you are so brave that you dare to come to see me alone. Do you really think that you can ignore me just because you killed a few of my disciples?" Lu Chuan said coldly, "Where is my sister-in-law?" The elder smiled and pointed to Munanking, who was hanging on the tree in the distance, and said, "She is there, but you can't take her away today. Lu Chuan, ever since Long Hao died in your hands, I regretted not killing you directly at the Long family wedding. Later, 2 of my disciples died in your hands, and 1 disciple disappeared. The magic weapon King Jiao sword that belonged to me also fell into your hands. Even the Yinji Ui sect that has been working for me was destroyed by you. Your growth rate has indeed amazed everyone. If you are given some more time, I'm afraid I will not be able to compete with you. So I can't let you continue to grow. Now that you are here, I will never give you the chance to leave alive. Today I will kill you here to prevent future troubles." Not far away, Munanking saw Lu Chuan coming alone, and an anxious look appeared on his face. The sarcastic voice of the embroiderer sounded, "Didn't you say that after you passed the message to him, he would definitely think of a way to deal with it? In the end, he still came here alone stupidly, and he didn't even find a helper. Is this the Lu Chuan in your mind, who can always create miracles? Tu Yaoming has already hidden himself secretly. He will definitely attack suddenly later. This kid will definitely not be able to resist. Not only can he not save you today, but he will also have to lose his life. Your only hope now is to give me control of your body." Their attention is all on Lu Chuan now. As long as I overdraw some of your body's potential, there is still hope to break free from the seal. Then we will take advantage of the chaos to escape and find a safe place to concentrate on recovering our strength. At worst, I will wait until my strength recovers to the peak and then kill these people to avenge Lu Chuan. How about it?" Munanking snorted coldly, not wanting to listen to the embroiderer's nonsense. "Shut up." Then he shouted directly at Lu Chuan, "Xiaochuan, that Tu Yaoming is ambushing you in secret. Run." The elder frowned when he heard the shout, and then shouted, "Hurry up and do it." Tu Yaoming's figure instantly appeared behind Lu Chuan and slapped him on the back. In this situation, Lu Chuan had no time to react, and he didn't even have time to turn around, so he could only let Tu Yaoming's palm slap him. The elder showed a sneer on his face, thinking that if this palm slapped down, Lu Chuan would definitely be seriously injured, and then he would be unable to escape. Munanking showed a trace of despair on his face, wondering why Lu Chuan, who had always been thoughtful, would be so reckless this time. Could it be that he was really eager to save himself? Xiu Niang cursed directly, "Waste." But Tu Yaoming's palm slapped Lu Chuan's back heavily, and Lu Chuan's body instantly fell to the ground and lost all ability to move. Tu Yaoming said coldly, "Boy, quickly hand over the fire of the divine fire to me, otherwise I will make you want to live, but not to die." However, Lu Chuan did not respond at all, fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Tu Yaoming showed a trace of doubt on his face, thinking, could it be that I slapped this guy to death with one palm? Logically, it shouldn't be possible, because although his palm was terrifying, he also controlled the strength. It was impossible to slap Lu Chuan to death. After all, if Lu Chuan died, he would not be able to ask about the whereabouts of the fire. He walked forward, wanting to confirm Lu Chuan's condition, and was also ready to counterattack at any time. After all, it cannot be ruled out that Lu Chuan was faking his death to create conditions for a sneak attack. He walked up to Luchuan and kicked Luchuan's body with his foot. The next second, Luchuan's body turned into a proportional paper man, and then with a bang, it ignited flames and burned. This scene scared everyone. Even Tu Yaoming couldn't help but frown and muttered, "Substitute method? This kid can even master this unconventional method?" Seeing that it was only a paper man and not Luchuan who was hit, Munan King was relieved and said, "I knew Xiaochuan wouldn't be so reckless." Xiu Niang was in shock. Although she was a little unhappy, she still said, "Okay, I underestimated this guy, but I want to see how he deals with the Yuanying stage strongman." After Tu Yaoming confirmed that Luchuan had deceived him with the substitute method, his nerves instantly tensed up, because the backup of this method is often an unexpected attack. The elder also exclaimed at this time, "Be careful behind you." Tu Yaoming turned around quickly and saw a palm-sized exquisite small tower flying towards him. A poor sneak attack trick. "Do you think this method will work on me?" Tu Yaoming released his power and quickly formed a protective shield in front of him. However, what he didn't expect was that the exquisite little tower quickly penetrated the protective shield like penetrating a layer of paper and continued to smash towards him. Tu Yaoming's face changed and he realized the extraordinariness of this little tower at this time, but unfortunately he had no chance to dodge. He used all his strength to resist the little tower. The next second, he felt a tremendous force transmitted from the little tower and his face changed wildly. How is this possible? Bang. After Tu Yaoming's power collided with the little tower, it exploded with a bang, and Tu Yaoming's body also fell backwards at a high speed, until he broke more than a dozen trees, and scratched a deep groove on the ground, and then stopped. Chapter 360, Battle Against the Great Elder. Luchuan appeared from behind a big tree in the distance, and waved to take back the demon suppression tower. Then he quickly took out a bottle of pills, poured out a dozen pills, and stuffed them all into his mouth. Although the effect of controlling the demon suppression tower to hit people is not bad, it takes 80% of Luchuan's strength to activate the demon suppression tower like this, so he must rely on pills to restore his strength to the peak level to deal with the next battle. Tu Yaoming climbed up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. It was obvious that he was injured. He looked at Luchuan, his eyes full of anger, and roared, "Boy, you dare to play this kind of trick in front of me? Do you really think you can be my opponent?" Luchuan curled his lips and said, "Even if it is a trick, you, a master of the nascent soul stage, were injured by a kid of the golden core stage. Now you are still stubborn here, aren't you ashamed?" Tu Yaoming snorted coldly, and the momentum burst out of his body. "You are sharp-tongued. Let me see how I deal with you." Although he was injured, and his combat effectiveness was discounted, it was more than enough to deal with Luchuan, a little golden core stage. Luchuan's eyes condensed, and he hurriedly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and take action, while he is injured." As soon as he finished speaking, two beautiful figures rushed towards Tu Yaoming at a rapid speed. Looking closely, it was the sisters Guxiaora and Guxiaosang. Tu Yaoming saw their faces darken and gritted his teeth and said, "It's you again." Guxiaora said coldly, "You were lucky that we didn't kill you last time. This time, my two sisters will kill you." Guxiaosang echoed, "That's right, I can't get rid of the hatred in my heart without killing you, this bastard." After that, she turned her head and glared at Luchuan. Luchuan thought, "You want to kill him? Why are you glaring at me? Didn't I just use some tricks to let you and your sister help me deal with Tu Yaoming?" When he first got the news from Munan King and learned that the elder and Tu Yaoming had joined forces, Luchuan knew that he had to find helpers to deal with the two of them. Otherwise, he and Shenruhei would only have a dead end. And the first thing he thought of was naturally the sisters Guxiaora and Guxiaosang who had promised to help him deal with Tu Yaoming. But Guxiaosang left without saying goodbye, and he had no way to find the whereabouts of the two. Just when he was at a loss, Tarling told him a way to find Guxiaosang, that is, to use love grass to find people. Luchuan and Guxiaosang were once affected by the effect of love grass. In a short period of time, they had a heart-moving effect on each other, and then kissed. At that time, both of their bodies secreted some energy, which was absorbed by the love grass. Therefore, in the concept of love grass, Lu Chuan and Guzayadasang are a bound pair. As the saying goes, people in love always have a tacit understanding, so through love grass, supplemented by some means, you can sense the approximate location of Guzayadasang. It was with this method that Lu Chuan confirmed that Guzayadasang was still in Cheyenne province, so he went all the way to find her. When Lu Chuan found Guzayadasang, the woman was actually buying a lavender skirt in a clothing store. He smiled and asked Guzayadasang if she didn't like this kind of clothes, why did she come to buy it herself? Guzayadasang was full of guilt, hesitantly explained for a long time, saying that he suddenly found this kind of clothes very good looking, so he came to buy it, and then he wanted to seek revenge on Lu Chuan, and was ready to fight. With the help of Guzayadorao, the seal in her body has been unlocked and her strength has been restored. Lu Chuan came to find someone to help, so it was naturally impossible for him to fight with Guzayadasang. He had to persuade this lady and then stated his intention. He wanted to use the sun god fire as a reward and ask the two sisters to deal with Tu Yaoming. After hearing this, Guzayadasang directly refused, saying that she could capture Lu Chuan now and force him to hand over the sun god fire, so there would be no need to go to the trouble of dealing with Tu Yaoming. Lu Chuan knew from his previous observations that Guzayadasang would do this, but he also knew that the person closest to Guzayadasang was her sister, and the person she feared the most was also her sister. From Guzayadaorao's character, it can be seen that this is a sensible lady. If she knew that Guzayadasang had pitted her before, and that she was saved by herself later, she would definitely blame Guzayadasang. So she threatened Guzayadasang that, if she didn't agree, she would tell Guzayadorao everything that happened between the two. Guzayadasang panicked when she heard this. She was not worried that her sister would know that she had cheated Lu Chuan. She was worried that her sister would know that she had pretended to be Lu Chuan's girlfriend and kissed Lu Chuan. Under pressure, she had to agree to Lu Chuan's request and said that she would be the middleman and prohibit Lu Chuan from having direct communication with her sister. Lu Chuan didn't care about these things. As long as the two sisters were willing to help, everything would be fine. Then Lu Chuan told Guzayadasang about the general situation and specific plans, and then Guzayadasang told Guzayadorao. Guzayadasang promised to work with her sister at that time. Lu Chuan was worried that Guzayadasang would not keep her word, so he asked her to swear that, if she broke the agreement, she would have to let him sleep once. Guzayadasang swore without thinking, and said in her heart that, if swearing really worked these days, God would probably be too busy. Anyway, it was just talk. My sister and I would not take action at that time. What could you do to me? However, after she swore, Lu Chuan silently took out the love grass from behind and explained to her another function of love grass. If a couple swears in front of love grass, they will get the blessing of love grass, making the oath have the nature of contract. If you complete the oath, you will be rewarded by love grass. If you break the oath, you will really be punished for what you promised when you swear. This function of love grass is only effective for couples. What a coincidence. Lu Chuan and Guzayadasang are the couple recognized by love grass. Guzayadasang was stunned after hearing what Lu Chuan said, and then she felt that love grass exerted a force on her. Obviously, it was the power of oath. She wanted to grab the love grass and smash the pot of broken grass that hurt people. Unfortunately, Lu Chuan was quick-witted and put it directly into the demon tower. Even if Guzayadasang was stronger than Lu Chuan, it would be impossible to take the love grass out of the storage space of the demon tower. Thinking that if she didn't complete the agreement, she would have to let Lu Chuan sleep once, she could only stop playing tricks and told Guzayadorao about it seriously. Guzayadorao originally wanted to help Lu Chuan deal with Tu Yaoming so that Lu Chuan could use the sun god fire to help her solve the problem. She had no idea what happened between Lu Chuan and Guzayadasang, so she agreed without even thinking about it. And that oath was the reason why Guzayadasang glared at Lu Chuan just now. She was Lu Chuan's future sister-in-law, and this bastard actually wanted to sleep with her, which was simply unreasonable. But she couldn't do anything to Lu Chuan, so she could only vent all her resentment on Tu Yaoming. Tu Yaoming looked at the two sisters attacking him, and his face became extremely ugly. Now that he was injured, it was hard to say whether he could defeat the two of them. Moreover, he felt that the elder sister looked quite normal, but the younger sister seemed to have endless resentment, and her fighting power seemed to have increased a lot, making it more difficult for him to deal with it. He cursed in his heart that this woman must be crazy. He looked at the elder and shouted, "These two women are not easy to deal with. You quickly take down Lu Chuan and come to help me." The elder did not hesitate and immediately ordered, "Besiege Lu Chuan immediately, don't hold back." The Xuanzang people were about to attack Lu Chuan. At this time, Shen Ruhei and the Shen family also came to kill and stop the disciples of Xuanzang. Shen Ruhei looked at Lu Chuan and said, "Leave these people from Xuanzang to me. You concentrate on cleaning up the elder. I promise that no one will interfere with you." Lu Chuan nodded. His eyes fell on the elder and said coldly, "Next, it's time to settle the account between us." The elder saw that the Shen family also came to help Lu Chuan and cursed in his heart and then said, "You, a junior, are also qualified to say this to me. This account, if it is to be settled, it is me who will settle it." He directly released the aura of the second grade saint realm and swept towards Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt this breath and frowned. "You broke through?" The elder laughed and said, "Yes, I'm now a second grade saint. Let's see how you deal with it." After that, he slapped Lu Chuan with one palm. After a brief surprise, Lu Chuan quickly calmed down. Even if the elder had now broken through to the second grade saint, he was still not afraid. His spiritual power was running, and the temperature around him rose by several degrees. The power of the Xuanhuang immortal body was revealed, and then he also slapped out a palm and went towards the elder. The palms of the two collided, and the terrifying power exploded, and then they retreated. After this palm, Lu Chuan did not fall into the disadvantage at all. The elder's face changed, and he exclaimed, "How is this possible? I'm already a second grade saint, and you can actually withstand my palm." Lu Chuan snorted coldly and said, "Except for your higher realm, how can you compare with me? Not only can I take your palm, I can also take your life." As soon as the voice fell, the King Jiao sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out with the sword without saying a word. Kinglian sword art. The huge long sword shadow slashed towards the head of the elder, and the world trembled. Heaven level martial arts? The elder narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, then gathered strength on his two palms, and then clenched them fiercely, and punched forward. Heaven breaking fist. Heaven level mid-grade martial arts. The huge fist shadow appeared and collided with the long sword shadow. The two were deadlocked for a moment, and then they collapsed. Lu Chuan did not hesitate, and quickly rushed to the elder, and stabbed him in the chest with a sword. The elder blocked the sword with his bare hands, and the King Jiao sword pierced his palm, making a sound of metal clashing. The extremely sharp King Jiao sword did not leave any scars on his palm. The two used all their skills, and fought for hundreds of moves, and the fight was hard to tell. After all, Lu Chuan was much worse in realm, and after a long fight, he seemed to be a little tired. He knew that he could not delay any longer, otherwise he would definitely lose to the elder. So he did not hesitate, and immediately put away the King Jiao sword, and then urged the fire of the sun god fire in his dinshin. A ball of fire, which was condensed entirely by the sun god fire, instantly appeared in his palm, and then slowly grew larger. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 361. Who is your mother? The great elder saw the fireball in Lu Chuan's hand, sneered and said, "Boy, now I'm a second grade saint. Do you think this ordinary fireball can hurt me?" Lu Chuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "We will know whether it can hurt or not if we try." Tu Yaoming, who was fighting fiercely with Guxiao and Guxiao sang in the distance, saw the fireball condensed in Lu Chuan's palm. His face changed abruptly, and exclaimed, "He actually succeeded in swallowing the fire. Damn thing, that is the fire that should have belonged to me." Then he saw that the great elder was full of disdain for the fireball condensed by Lu Chuan, and shouted, "Idiot, his fireball is condensed from the sun god fire. You may not be able to withstand it." Guzayadora slapped him in her direction. You still have the mind to care about others while fighting with us. It seems that you still haven't experienced how powerful we sisters are. Tu Yaoming cursed inwardly. In his injured state, he was no match for the two sisters combined, but at this moment he could only bite the bullet and fight on. After hearing Tu Yaoming's shout, the elder realized that something was wrong and immediately used all his strength to defend himself. At this time, the fireball in Lu Chuan's palm had already taken shape and suddenly smashed towards the elder. The dark red fireball swept all the way with a terrifying high temperature. Everything within 3 meters of the fireball was ignited and burned to ashes in an instant. The elder realized how terrifying the power of the fireball thrown by Lu Chuan was, and a solemn expression suddenly appeared on his face. Why does this damn thing have such a terrifying trick? The power of this fireball is too amazing. There is a tendency to burn everything to ashes. If I don't break through, I'm afraid I will be killed instantly by this fireball. This thought appeared in the elder's mind, and the fireball had already arrived in front of him, and then exploded. The terrifying power scattered, and the dense forest within a radius of several hundred meters instantly turned into a sea of fire. The Xuanzang disciples and Shen family members who were fighting nearby were all scared and fled around, giving up the fight. Even Tu Yaoming, Guzayadora and Guzayadasang were worried about being affected by the explosion of the fireball, so they quickly moved to another place. The trees were wrapped in flames, and they were burned clean in a few breaths. In the blink of an eye, all the trees around Lu Chuan were burned clean, and there was only a sea of fire within a radius of several hundred meters. Lu Chuan panted and looked in the direction of the elder. The black robe on the elder was burned to pieces, revealing his old skin, which looked miserable. The mask on his face was also melted by the high temperature and fell off his face. His face was thin and old, with sunken eye sockets and dull eyes, as if he had indulged in excessive sexual activities. On his face, there were hideous scars, as if they were deliberately cut with a knife, which was extremely ugly. Lu Chuan saw his face and said, "No wonder you always wear a mask. It's because you are too ugly. With your appearance, it's right to wear a mask. Otherwise, if someone sees you, you will definitely have a nightmare." The elder looked at Lu Chuan with resentment, as if a scar was torn open, and roared, "I was harmed by someone. You are an ignorant junior. What qualifications do you have to judge my appearance?" Seeing that the elder cared so much about his appearance, Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing and said, "Ugly is ugly, and you don't let people judge you. Do you still think you are so suave and handsome?" The elder burst into anger, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards Lu Chuan, looking fierce as if he wanted to kill Lu Chuan. Seeing this, Lu Chuan immediately mobilized his spiritual power and slapped the elder with one palm. The fireball he just cast almost emptied all the strength in his body, and the power of the palm he slapped out now was much weaker than before. But he was not worried, because the elder who took the fireball was already seriously injured, and had become a spent force. Even if he went crazy, he could not exert much power. The two men's palms collided, and the elder fell to the ground and spit out blood. Lu Chuan looked at him and said, "You are about to die. Don't hold on any longer." The elder stood up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and did show a playful smile on his face, saying, "How do you know that it is me who is about to die, not you?" Lu Chuan was about to refute the elder, but the next second he realized something was wrong. He immediately lowered his head and looked at himself, and found that a talisman had been attached to his clothes at some point. His face changed, and he immediately reached out to take the talisman away. However, the elder did not give him this opportunity. He quickly formed a seal with his two hands, and after shouting loudly, the talisman attached to Lu Chuan instantly burst out with a force, trapping all the spiritual power in Lu Chuan's body. Lu Chuan suddenly felt that his perception of the spiritual power in his body had dropped to the lowest point, and he couldn't even cast some of the most basic spells. He looked at the elder and asked, "What kind of talisman is this? Why has my perception of the power in my body become so low?" The elder smiled and said, "This talisman is called the Soul Trapping Talisman, which was given to me by Brother 2. At first I thought he valued you too much, and kept this meaningless backup plan. I didn't expect that he would actually use it. After all, I underestimated you. Although I have been seriously injured, you who can't use your power are nothing more than an ant to me. It's still easy to kill you. Lu Chuan, your death is coming, and our grievances will end here. After saying that, he was about to kill Lu Chuan. Although Tu Yaoming told him to keep Lu Chuan alive, this battle with Lu Chuan made him realize that this kid's potential was too terrifying. He must not leave any way for this kid to live, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Moreover, Tu Yaoming was being entangled by Gu Xiaorao and the other two at the moment, and it was a question whether he could survive. He could not take time to consider the agreement between him and Tu Yaoming. Lu Chuan's expression became more solemn, and he turned his head to look around, wanting to seek help. But because the fireball formed by the sun god fire just now was too powerful, all the people around had already run hundreds of meters away, and the area where he and the Great Elder were was wrapped in blazing flames, and the outsiders had no idea what was going on inside. The Great Elder came to Lu Chuan and grabbed his neck. You really deserve the word Qianzhuo. Your talent is rare even in Kunlun domain. It's a pity that you have made an enemy of me, and you have no chance to grow up. Remember to be smarter in your next life, and don't provoke people you shouldn't provoke. After saying that, the Great Elder's hand began to exert force. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, since I'm about to die, you should at least let me die clearly. Tell me why you ordered Long Xian'ai to kill my mother. My life is already in your hands. Telling me the truth should not take up much of your time. The elder showed a trace of doubt on his face and asked, who is your mother? Luo Yunshang. Lu Chuan slowly said the name. The elder's pupils shrank suddenly, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. The strength of the hand that pinched Lu Chuan's neck became much weaker. He was a little out of control, staring at Lu Chuan and questioning, tell me again, who is your mother? Chapter 362 Kunlun Territory Lu family. Seeing the reaction of the elder, Lu Chuan was more certain that his mother's death was not simple, and then he said again, my mother is Luo Yunshang. Tell me, why did you instruct Long Xian'ai to kill my mother? The elder stared at Lu Chuan for a long time before acting, then loosened Lu Chuan's neck, released a force, and trapped him in place. I didn't expect Luo Yunshang to have a son. Long Xian'ai never mentioned this to me. I thought I had completed the task assigned to me by the family, but I didn't expect that you would be left behind. He stared at Lu Chuan and asked, so you were worried that I would take Long Xian'ai away and learn about your life experience from him, so you had to kill him even at the risk of making an enemy of me? That's right. Lu Chuan replied. The Great Elder laughed and said, you are very smart. If I knew at that time that you were Luo Yunshang's son, I would definitely kill you. Lu Chuan, haha, your surname is also Lu. I never thought that you were also from the Lu family. Now that I think about it, everything makes sense. After all, only those with the blood of the Lu family can grow to the point where even I can't defeat them in such a short time. I have been away from the family for too long, so long that I'm not sensitive to geniuses with the surname Lu. I'll let you grow to this point, and didn't even connect you with that legendary family. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes, remembering that Long Xian'ai had told him that the Great Elder also had the surname Lu, and quickly asked, what family? Explain it to me clearly. The Great Elder glanced at him and said, since you are about to die, I will let you die with a clear understanding. You have the blood of the Lu family, a dominant family in Kunlun domain. The Lu family is the most powerful family on earth today. It is a legendary existence and the most sacred place in my heart. It was under the order of the family that I asked Long Xian'ai to kill your mother and eliminate the scourge for the Lu family. Lu Chuan didn't expect that there was a Lu family behind the Great Elder. Seeing that the cause of his mother's death became more complicated, his emotions became much more agitated and asked, why? What did my mother do wrong? What makes you say she is a scourge? The Great Elder snorted coldly and said, your mother did nothing wrong. The one who was really wrong was your father. Lu Chuan was stunned. My father? Yes. The Great Elder continued, I think your father was the pride of the Lu family and the hope of the Lu family, but he eventually chose to betray the Lu family and became a traitor to the Lu family. Naturally, your mother also bore the shame with him. And as his son, you are naturally the shame of the Lu family. You are not qualified to live in this world at all. Lu Chuan's face was full of anger. Although he didn't have a deep impression of his father, he believed that his father would never betray the family. There must be some misunderstanding. He shouted directly at the elder, "You are talking nonsense. My father would never betray the family. Do you think I will believe your one-sided words?" The elder snorted coldly and said, "Whether you believe it or not, your father has been nailed to the Lu family's pillar of shame. This is an indisputable fact." Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, "Then tell me, what did my father do to be identified as a traitor by the so-called Lu family?" The elder sneered and said, "You are not trying to delay time by this, so that they can come to rescue you? I can tell you, that the existence of the Lu family is already the greatest kindness to you. As for how your father betrayed the Lu family, that is the top secret of the Lu family. I was just a collateral member of the Lu family at the beginning. How could I know such a thing? In my heart, the Lu family is sacred. I only need to complete the tasks assigned to me by the family. This is the greatest recognition of the family for me." Lu Chuan stared at him and asked, "Since you are so loyal to the Lu family, why don't you continue to stay in the Lu family, but run outside and become the chief elder in Xuanzan?" When the chief elder heard this question, a trace of emotion appeared on his face, and he said, "Do you think I wanted to figure it out? Although my talent in the Lu family is average, as long as I have the resources and support of the Lu family, my strength over the years is by no means comparable to what it is now. It's a pity that I was obsessed with some mistakes and was expelled from the Lu family. I was even almost nailed to the pillar of shame like your father. But fortunately, they promised me that, as long as I killed your mother, they would forgive my previous mistakes, and I can still ask the Lu family for help in the future. I'm still a member of the Lu family." Lu Chuan looked at the chief elder and said, "These scars on your face, could they be caused by the Lu family?" The chief elder looked a little uncomfortable and said, "So what? I made a mistake back then, and I deserve to be punished. I have no complaints about it." Lu Chuan sneered and said, "You are so old now, but you are still addicted to women, which is enough to show your true nature. In addition, the scars on your face, if you had not committed some immoral mistakes, you should not have suffered such punishment. You were expelled from the Lu family because you peeked at a woman of high status in the Lu family taking a bath, right?" The elder was instantly angry and shouted, "Bullshit. Boy, I have wasted so much time talking to you. I will get rid of you, the shame of the Lu family, so that I can ask for credit from the family." As soon as the voice fell, he slapped Lu Chuan with a fierce palm. Lu Chuan was trapped at the moment, and he could not exert his strength. He could only resist the palm of the elder. But he did not panic. Even if he could not use his strength, the strength of the Xuanhuang immortal body alone was enough to resist the palm of the elder. And what he was waiting for was exactly the palm of the elder. The elder's palm slapped Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan felt pain and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but he did not fall down. The elder frowned, not expecting Lu Chuan's body to be so strong. Even though he was injured, and his fighting ability was greatly reduced, the power of his palm strike was still quite strong, not something that ordinary people could handle, but Lu Chuan managed to withstand it. He was about to strike out a second palm strike. This time he went straight to Lu Chuan's crown, intending to kill him with one blow. Lu Chuan, on the other hand, had a calm face, staring at the elder with his eyes, and said calmly, "Although you have trapped my power, and made me lose my fighting power, it is still you who will die today." The elder snorted coldly and said, "Stop talking nonsense here. I can't use my power. I want to see how you kill me." Lu Chuan's mouth curled up. "Your talisman can only trap the power with substance, but not the illusory power of cause and effect. I cultivated this magical power not long ago. I originally wanted to use it to deal with Tu Yaoming, but now that things have come to this, I can only use it to deal with you first." As he spoke calmly, a series of causal forces had already landed on him and the elder, forming a connection between the two. The elder's heart was beating wildly, and he had a premonition of a terrifying power. The palm that was about to slap Lu Chuan's crown was suspended in the air, as if it was frozen. The next second countless invisible causal lines around him began to disappear. As these causal lines dissipated, the elder's body and soul also began to slowly disappear. No matter how terrified he was to save them, it was useless. Once the causal lines disappeared, the body and soul were all destroyed. This is called causal connection. Chapter 363 The Cause and Effect of the Great Elder. In the blink of an eye, the elder completely disappeared between the heaven and earth, as if he had never existed, and escaped into nothingness. Lu Chuan was completely relieved, and then sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Just now, watching the scene, where the elder was erased, as if by an eraser, Lu Chuan felt a creepy feeling in his heart. Even if a person is killed by the most cruel means, it is still within the scope of human understanding. Being forcibly erased by an invisible big hand like this looks easy, but you can't think about it at all. Otherwise you will fall into a state of emptiness and nothingness, which is scary. From this, we can also see the horror of the cause and effect. Lu Chuan admired Yan Zhanzi more and more, and couldn't figure out how he created such a terrible magical power. Not long after the elder disappeared, Lu Chuan felt that a cause and effect that did not belong to him fell on him. He knew that this was the price he had to pay for the use of the cause and effect. He killed the elder with this magical power, so he naturally had to bear a part of the cause that belonged to the elder. Soon, many images appeared in Lu Chuan's mind. In a magnificent and domineering sect, the elder came to a secret place and said through the door, "Master, I have something to discuss." A hoarse voice came from inside. "It's not convenient now. Let's talk tomorrow." The elder turned to leave, and then the sound of running water came from the door, which made him pause. Judging from his appearance, he should have doubted the people inside a long time ago. After hesitating again and again, he did not leave, but directly opened the door. There was a bathtub in the room. In the bathtub, a woman with long hair like a waterfall, skin as white as snow, and peerless appearance was taking a petal bath. Although the woman's body was blocked by the bathtub, it can be judged from her face that she is a rare beauty in the world. And there is a heroic spirit between her eyebrows, which makes people feel that she is a strong woman at a glance. The elder was stunned when he saw this scene, and murmured, "Master, Sect Master, you." The woman frowned, then raised her hand, and threw the elder out with a force, closing the door. "Didn't I say we'll discuss it tomorrow? Who told you to come in?" The voice of a royal sister full of flavor sounded. The elder stood outside the door for a long time, and finally murmured, "It's so beautiful." The picture broke, and the scene changed. In the sect meeting hall, the great elder looked at the sect master who was wearing a robe and a mask, and bowed, saying, "Sect master, I will not reveal the fact that you are a woman, but our Zuan sect was established on the basis of martial arts. If people knew that you are a woman, I'm afraid it would cause criticism and shake the prestige of our Zuan sect in the martial arts world. But I have a way to resolve this dilemma." The sect master asked, "What method?" The great elder said, "Lie to the outside world that the sect master is dead, and I will take over the position of sect master. Afterwards, you and I will get married, and I will naturally give you the position of great elder. In this way, the sect is still controlled by the two of us, and you can also show yourself as a woman. Isn't it the best of both worlds?" The sect master stared at him for a while, and said slowly, "Did you get kicked in the brain by a donkey?" Then there were scenes where many great elders expressed their feelings to the sect master, and gave him gifts, but they were all rejected by the sect master one by one. In another scene, the elder pressed on a woman, slapped her hard with his hands, and cursed, "Quick! Say you are the leader of Xuanzang. You are my bitch. Your usual arrogance is just pretending. You are a cheap person in your bones." The woman immediately shouted those dirty words according to the elder's request. This made the elder extremely excited and treated the woman more and more cruelly. These scenes were broken, and a dark secret room appeared in front of Lu Chuan. He saw the elder discussing some plans with several people in black. "For today, I have prepared for too long. The formation has been formed. No matter how strong the sect master is, she will definitely be hit. By then, she will lose all her strength and become an ordinary person. By then, I will definitely make her succumb to me and become my woman." The scene turned to the main hall of the sect. The sect master, the elder and several men in black were in a battle. At this time, the elder crushed a jade stone, and the formation that had been arranged long ago was activated. The sect master was circled by a beam of light and could no longer move. The great elder smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to struggle anymore. This formation of mine is specially designed for you. It will make your strength dissipate bit by bit and you will never be able to recover. You will soon become an ordinary person and fall into my hands." My feelings for you are so sincere, but you never take me seriously. I can only use this method to control you in my hands. Don't worry, I will take over the affairs of the sect for you at that time, and you just need to stay by my side and be my plaything." The master was furious and cursed, "Disgusting old thing, do you think you can get me like this? You are wrong. Even if I die, I will never let a crazy person like you succeed. You still have to dream about your spring and autumn period." As soon as the voice fell, a talisman appeared in her hand. The talisman glowed and instantly wrapped her in it. Then there was a flash of light, and her whole person disappeared on the spot. The elder was stunned and hurried over to check. After confirming that the master had really escaped, he looked up to the sky and shouted, "No, I can't let you escape. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, I will find you back. I must get you." The scene ends here. Lu Chuan came back to his senses, and in his mind, he also saw what kind of cause and effect he had received from the elder after this causal relationship. Within 3 months, find the master of Xuanzang and have a relationship with him to end this cause and effect. He was dumbfounded, and then he cursed directly. The elder is really fucking kicked in the head by a donkey. The thing he is most obsessed with is this kind of thing. I really fuck his ancestors. At first, he thought of countless possibilities, guessing that the elder's deepest obsession might be to kill a certain enemy or to completely control Xuanzang. He could still accept it in his heart, but he never expected that what this disgusting old thing wanted to do most was to have sex with the master of Xuanzang. Now this karma has fallen on him. He must find the leader of Xuanzang within 3 months and beat him up. Otherwise he will suffer karma backlash and die a miserable death. What a sin. Lu Chuan stayed there for a long time, but he still couldn't recover. Let's not talk about where the leader of Xuanzang is at this time, whether he can find him, and even if he can find him, why would he have a relationship with him? For him, this is simply something that can make his head explode. After a long time, Lu Chuan sighed and stopped struggling. Although the karma of the elder gave him a headache, if he didn't use this trick in that situation, he would have no choice but to die. Although this result now doesn't seem to be much better than death, it at least bought him 3 months. And after learning from the elder that it was the Kunlun domain Lu family who wanted to kill his mother and said that his father was a traitor to the family, Lu Chuan's doubts became more and more intense. Although he had a vague understanding of his father, he remembered that his mother told him, when he was a child, that his father was a great hero who stood tall and upright, and he would never be the kind of person who betrayed the family. So he must clear his father's name and ask for an explanation for his mother. Even if his father was really a traitor to the family, the Lu family was not qualified to sentence his mother to death. Therefore, he had to end the cause and effect of the Great Elder so that he could live well and go to Kunlun territory to seek justice from the Lu family. Of course, after this incident, Lu Chuan realized that he should not use the magical power of the cause and effect in the future. Although the power of this magical power is terrifying, its disadvantages are also very obvious. After using the cause and effect on the enemy, the uncertainty of the cause and effect that will be taken on is too great, and no one knows what strange cause and effect will be taken on. If it is not broken, there is only one way to die. Sometimes, some speechless causes and effects are not as good as dying directly. So Lu Chuan decided that he would never use this magical power unless he was facing a desperate situation. I still have 3 months to end the cause and effect of the Great Elder. Now I'd better solve the current matter first. After recovering a little, Lu Chuan stood up, walked out of the sea of fire, and rushed towards the direction where Guzayadorao was. Deep in the forest, Guzayadorao and Guzayadasang besieged Tu Yaoming. The injured Tu Yaoming was on the verge of defeat and could not hold on any longer. He stared at the two sisters with his eyes and said, "Your goal is nothing more than the divine fire. I promised you to give up the divine fire. Why are you still fighting so hard?" Guzayadorao said, "People like you have no credibility at all. We can't trust you, so it's safest to kill you." She slapped Tu Yaoming with one palm, and Tu Yaoming couldn't dodge in time. He took the palm and then flew backwards and fell to the ground. He spit out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open, and after struggling for a few times, he was completely motionless. Guzayadasang was relieved and said, "This guy is finally dead. He was seriously injured." The two of us took so much effort to kill him. I really don't know where he came from. There is no such person in our Kunlun domain. Guzayadora also relaxed a little and said, it's good that he's dead. Let's go see what's going on over there with Luchuan. The two sisters turned around and left. Luchuan rushed over at this time and happened to see Tu Yaoming die in the hands of the two sisters. Seeing that the two had let down their guard, his face changed and he exclaimed, be careful. Tu Yaoming is not dead yet. He is a master in the nascent soul stage. Although his body is dead, his nascent soul is still there. He is lying to you. Guzayadao's face changed when she heard this. Tu Yaoming's nascent soul, who had already hidden underground and was preparing to attack the two sisters, knew that the elder was dead when he saw Luchuan appear. After cursing inwardly, he rushed out from the ground without any hesitation and cursed, Luchuan, you really surprised me, but I don't believe you can save them both. Even if we lose today, I will make you suffer a little. As soon as the voice fell, his nascent soul burst out with terrifying power and attacked Guzayadora and Guzayadasang, who were caught off guard. Chapter 364, Self-Destruction of Yuanying. Seeing this, Luchuan's face darkened and his eyes instantly turned dark gold. Immortal golden pupils. A force specifically targeting the soul radiated towards Tu Yaoming's nascent soul. Tu Yaoming only felt his nascent soul tremble and his face showed pain. The power released towards Guzayadora also changed direction and hit the hill beside him, causing the entire hill to explode. Guzayadora and Guzayadasang were both scared. If the attack just now had hit them, they would have died. The two looked at each other and looked at Luchuan gratefully. Although Guzayadasang was very unhappy with Luchuan, she really wanted to say thank you to this guy at this moment. Tu Yaoming's nascent soul looked at Luchuan with anger on his face and roared, what attack did you just make? Why can it directly affect my nascent soul? Luchuan said coldly, you don't need to know, you just need to know that you are about to die. Then he cast a spell, and a force hit Tu Yaoming's nascent soul and controlled it. Tu Yaoming's body died, and most of the power in his nascent soul had just been released. He was already weak at this moment. Even though Luchuan was already at the end of his strength, he still had enough power to get rid of Tu Yaoming. Tu Yaoming felt the restraint of Luchuan's power and realized that he was about to die today and there was no way he could survive. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes and he gritted his teeth and said, boy, Tu Yaoming, fell into your hands. I admit it. But don't think you can kill me unscathed. Even if I die, I will take someone with me. As soon as the voice fell, his nascent soul began to swell instantly, and a violent force was released from his nascent soul, causing the entire mountain forest to tremble. Seeing this, Luchuan's face changed and he exclaimed, oh no. He is going to self-destruct his nascent soul. Run away. Tu Yaoming didn't seem to want to give them time to react. After the nascent soul swelled, it instantly emitted rays of light and was about to explode in the blink of an eye. The power of a powerful Yuanying stage warrior self-destructing his Yuanying should not be underestimated. Luchuan was far away from Tu Yaoming and was able to escape, but Guzayadora and Guzayadasang were too close to Tu Yaoming and had no chance of escape. Guzayadora and Guzayadasang also felt a little palpitation, knowing that if they didn't get away from the range of Tu Yaoming's self-destruction, they would definitely die today. Guzayadasang, run away quickly. Guzayadora urged. However, what Guzayadora didn't expect was that Guzayadasang actually used the last strength in his body and slapped Guzayadora with a palm, pushing her directly out of Tu Yaoming's self-destruction range. Sister, don't worry about me. It doesn't matter if I die. You still have things you want to do. You can't die. Run away quickly. It's not too late now. Guzayadasang shouted loudly. Guzayadora was stunned. She didn't expect Guzayadasang to use all his strength to help her get out of this crisis. She stared at this naughty sister who had been following her since she was a child, and she was a little dazed for a while. Xiao-sang. 2 lines of tears fell unconsciously, and Guzayadora was a little emotionally broken. She was always mature and steady, but at this moment she didn't know what to do. Guzayadasang smiled. Sister, don't let Xiao-sang die in vain. Luchuan looked at the scene between the two sisters, sighed helplessly, and murmured, although I'm also afraid of death, and this dead girl has cheated me, but for the sake of your deep sisterly love, I will take a risk once. Without hesitation, he quickly rushed to Gu Xiaosang's side, hugged her directly into his arms, and then faced Tu Yao Ming's Yuanying with his back. Gu Xiaosang looked at Lu Chuan in disbelief. "You guy." Lu Chuan ignored him, but pressed her head against his chest with his hand, and protected her tightly. Gu Xiaosang was a little absent-minded, and inexplicably felt that this chest was very safe. She was a little shameless, and pressed against it, then closed her eyes, and left it to fate. It happened so fast, that in the blink of an eye, Tu Yao Ming's nascent soul exploded. Lu Chuan protected Gu Xiaosang in his arms, and used his back, to withstand all the shockwaves. The two were blown away together. Gu Xiaorao was pushed by Gu Xiaosang to a distance far enough to escape. After seeing Lu Chuan rescue Gu Xiaosang, she was inexplicably surprised. Then, in order not to let Gu Xiaosang's sacrifice go to waste, she quickly fled far away before the shockwave of the explosion arrived. Shen Ruhei was leading the Shen family to deal with the disciples of Xuanzang. They had already killed the disciples of Xuanzang and had won a great victory. At this time, they suddenly saw a dazzling light on the top of the next hill, followed by a huge explosion. A huge mushroom cloud appeared, and the next hill was instantly blown away. They were also shaking, and everyone was trembling with fear, not knowing what happened. Shen Ruhei's face suddenly became solemn. "Oh no, Lu Chuan and the others are still on that mountain." The next second, Gu Xiaorao's figure fell not far away. She gritted her teeth and stood up, looking towards the place where the explosion took place, her face full of worry. Seeing this, Shen Ruhei hurried over and asked, "Where is Lu Chuan?" Before Gu Xiaorao could speak, she saw two figures hugging each other tightly flying over in a parabola. After falling to the ground, they rolled forward for a long distance before stopping. Gu Xiaorao hurried over and saw that Lu Chuan's back was full of burn marks. After being shocked, her heart tightened. Gu Xiaosang was protected in his arms and was unharmed. However, this was only in appearance. Both of them suffered from the shock wave of the explosion and were unconscious at this moment. Gu Xiaorao quickly squatted down to observe the conditions of the two people and found that their breath was extremely weak and their vitality was fading away bit by bit. They were about to die. Gu Xiaorao panicked and cried, "Don't scare me, wake up quickly." Shen Ruhei rushed over and confirmed the condition of the two people. His face became extremely solemn and said, "They only have a little life left. I'm afraid they can't be saved." Gu Xiaorao cried and said, "Impossible, there must be a way. They will never die." Then she planned to use the family secret method to burn her life, to prolong the life of Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaosang. But at this moment, a pot of strange looking grass suddenly appeared in front of them. Then the pot of grass began to emit star-like light, covering Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaosang. The next second, Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaosang's rapidly fading vitality began to recover, and the two people who were about to die actually came back to life. The pot of grass seemed to be very satisfied with the two people's hugging posture at this time. The leaves swayed, as if expressing that they were very happy, and then released a series of strange powers, exerting them on Gu Xiaosang. After doing all this, the pot of grass disappeared again, and no one knew where it went. Gu Xiaorao and Shen Ruhei were both confused, not knowing what was going on. "Just now, did you make that pot of grass just now?" Shen Ruhei looked at Gu Xiaorao and asked. Gu Xiaorao said, "I was just going to ask you that." Both of them looked confused. Since it wasn't them who made it, who made it? And this pot of grass appeared out of thin air, and disappeared out of thin air, which was really incredible. At this moment, a certain Tao spirit was laughing. The pot of grass just now was the love grass. In addition to Lu Chuan, the only one who could put things out and take them back from the storage space of the demon suppressing tower was naturally the tower spirit. It sensed that Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaosang were dying, so it released the love grass. Before, Gu Xiaosang swore to the love grass that he would definitely help Lu Chuan. Now he has fulfilled his promise, so the love grass will definitely reward Gu Xiaosang. Saving the lives of Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaosang is the reward from the love grass to them. It thought that the two people's state was a manifestation of their love for each other, so it was naturally very satisfied. Seeing that the two people were dying, it directly used its own power to save the two people. At the same time, it also gave Guzayana-sang some power that could keep her heart beating for her beloved, helping the love between the two. Shenruhei didn't understand what was going on, but when he saw Luchuan and Guzayana-sang being rescued, he no longer hesitated and said, Luchuan's various methods are unpredictable. This may be a way for him to save his life. Fortunately, the conditions of the two people have been stabilized, and they are not worried about their lives for the time being. But their situation is still not optimistic. This is very close to Yunsheng, which is Luchuan's territory. Let's take them there quickly and help them get treatment. Guzayadora nodded seriously, and then she and Shenruhei took Luchuan and Guzayada-sang, as well as Munenking, who was rescued before and fainted due to exhaustion after being hung for 3 days and 3 nights, and rushed to Yunsheng. 3 days later, Zuanhu Medical Clinic. Guzayada-sang lay on the bed with her eyes closed, whispering, Luchuan, Luchuan. Then she suddenly woke up, sat up from the bed, and found herself in a strange room, with a trace of confusion on her face. Seeing this, Guzayadora, who was taking care of her, hurried over and said excitedly, Zayada-sang, you finally woke up. Guzayada-sang glanced at Guzayadora, sister, Guzayadora smiled and told her about Luchuan's sacrifice to save Guzayada-sang, and then told her what happened later. Guzayada-sang recalled the scene when Luchuan saved her and recalled that chest that made her feel very safe, and her face turned red. She hurriedly asked, sister, what about Luchuan? How is he now? Guzayadora smiled and said, he is still in a coma, but the situation has stabilized. Now he has his sister-in-law taking care of him, so you don't have to worry. His sister-in-law, is she the beautiful woman he tried his best to save? Guzayada-sang asked. Guzayadora nodded. Guzayada-sang didn't ask any more questions. Guzayadora smiled at Guzayada-sang and said, Zayada-sang, Luchuan risked his life to save you this time, which made me see his responsible side. I think he is really a good person. What do you think? Should I tell him directly that I'm actually his fiancé? No. Guzayada-sang blurted out without even thinking about it. Chapter 365 Guzayadora's request. Seeing Guzayada-sang's big reaction, Guzayadora showed a trace of doubt on her face. Why? Guzayada-sang looked guilty and was a little afraid to look directly at Guzayadora. She didn't want Guzayadora to confess her identity. She was worried that Luchuan would be embarrassed to face people after knowing that she was actually his future sister-in-law. But this time, the reason why she opposed it was more because jealousy. That's right, she was jealous. She didn't know why she felt this way, but she just didn't want the two of them to know each other's identities. She hoped that the marriage between the two would fail, and they would never have any intersection in the future. But she didn't dare to tell Guzayadora about this idea, and said seriously, sister, you can't put your life's happiness on this guy, just because he saved me. After all, he and I are from 2 different worlds. Besides, he knows your name, but he seems to have no idea about your engagement. This shows that he doesn't take this marriage seriously at all. What if he doesn't want this marriage at all? If we reveal our identities at this time, wouldn't it be embarrassing? If he doesn't lend us the divine fire because of this, wouldn't it be bad? Guzayadora heard this, and felt that what Guzayada-sang said made some sense. Although the marriage between the two was arranged by their elders, and they had never met, they should have heard of their names. However, Luchuan acted as if he had never heard of his name. He might not be interested in this marriage, or even disgusted. Of course, she didn't know that Luchuan didn't react to her name because he had too many marriage certificates and couldn't remember them at all. So it seems to be the case. Guzayadora said lightly. Guzayada-sang said quickly, sister, you are the proud daughter of Kunlun Domain. There are many outstanding men who want to marry you. There is no need to marry a man in the secular world just because of this engagement. We are just cooperating with Luchuan. There is no need to involve your people. Guzayadora laughed and said, look at what you said, as if it is a great loss for me to marry Luchuan. But what you said makes sense. In this case, I will not reveal my identity for the time being. The divine fire has been swallowed by him. If he wants to help me, he must go to Kunlun Domain. Then I will investigate him first. Guzaya-san breathed a sigh of relief, nodded to Guzaya-rao, and then showed a shameful expression on his face. How did I become such a green tea? Logically speaking, I shouldn't be on my sister's side everywhere, but this time I became a big liar, in order to prevent her and Lu Chuan from confessing their identities. My sister said that Lu Chuan and I were saved by a pot of grass. Could that pot of grass be love grass? Could it be that it did something to me that made me become like this? She lay back on the bed, trying to calm herself down, but as soon as she closed her eyes, her mind was filled with Lu Chuan's figure, and she couldn't get rid of him. I wouldn't fall in love with this guy, right? In another room, Munan King was sitting on the bed, staring at Lu Chuan quietly, as if just looking at this guy she had been thinking about could make her happy. After going through so many things, I know that if I don't say many things in time, I may not have the chance to say them. So this time, when Xiaochuan wakes up, should I take the initiative? At this time, the voice of the embroiderer sounded in her heart. If I'm not mistaken, you must like this boy very much, right? Look at his eyes. They are almost thread-like. If I control my body now, I might have to change my underwear. Munan King's face turned red instantly, and he said, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiaochuan is my relative, and there is a family relationship between him and me. How can it be as dirty as you say? The embroiderer smiled and said, don't pretend. I have lived hundreds of years longer than you, and I have experienced more men than you have eaten. Can't I see what you are thinking? But I advise you to give up. This boy's peach blossom luck is not ordinary. There is no simple woman around him. You have no advantages at all, except that you are prettier, have bigger breasts and a perkier butt. When Munan King heard this, a look of loss suddenly appeared on his face. What the embroiderer said was true. Lu Chuan was a rare talent, so there were naturally many girls around him. The two girls who came to help him this time, who looked like fairies in a painting, made her feel a little inferior. Moreover, she was a married woman, and compared with the girls around Lu Chuan, she was indeed much worse. She also knew that she might not be worthy of Lu Chuan, so she had not expressed her feelings to Lu Chuan for a long time. She was afraid that Lu Chuan would refuse. If that happened, she didn't even know how she would live in the future. But fortunately you met me. Anyway, I can't take your body now. If you are willing to give me back the control of your body, I can guarantee to help you fascinate Lu Chuan and make him want to be with you day and night. How about it? The embroiderer continued. Munan King's face turned cold and said, don't try to seduce me. I can handle the matter between Xiaochuan and me myself. Even if I can't get him, just silently supporting him behind him is enough for me. Stupid. Seeing that Munan King didn't take the bait, the embroiderer cursed angrily. Munan King no longer paid attention to Xiaoyang. She knew that this woman said that to fool her. Even if she was not as good as the women around Lu Chuan, at least Lu Chuan would risk his life to save her, which was enough for her. Not long after, Lu Chuan slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Munan King was beside him, a smile appeared on his face. Sister-in-law. Munan King saw Lu Chuan wake up and hurried forward to care. Xiaochuan, you are awake. How do you feel? Lu Chuan smiled and said, as long as sister-in-law is fine, I'm fine. Munan King showed a hint of shyness on his face. Sister-in-law, can you suppress Xiaoyang's nascent soul now? Lu Chuan asked. He did not doubt that the person in front of him was Xiaoyang and not Munan King, because the warm feeling that Munan King brought to him was something that Xiaoyang could not pretend, no matter how hard she tried, and if Xiaoyang was controlling her body now, he would not see that charming face when he opened his eyes. Munan King nodded and said, she can't take away my control of my body for the time being. Xiaochuan, do you have a way to get her out of my body? Lu Chuan nodded and said, there is a way, but, Munan King asked, but what? Lu Chuan smiled and said, let's wait until I recover before we talk about this. Munan King had no choice but to stop asking and said, Xiaochuan, you have been in a coma for 3 days. You must be hungry. I will make you some noodles. Lu Chuan nodded happily and said, okay, I have long wanted to eat the noodles made by my sister-in-law. Munan King was in a good mood and went to make noodles for Lu Chuan. 2 days later, Lu Chuan's injuries were completely healed. After seeing that Lu Chuan was fine, Shen Ruhei took the Shen family back to Yangzhou because he had to deal with family affairs. Gu Xiaorao and Gu Xiaosang also planned to leave, but before that, they had to get the reward for helping Lu Chuan this time. This afternoon, in the courtyard of the clinic, Lu Chuan and Gu Xiaorao were sitting at the stone table talking. Gu Xiaorao was dignified and decent, and her every frown and smile revealed the elegance of a lady from a noble family. Gu Xiaosang, on the other hand, seemed to have suddenly become shy and became shy in front of Lu Chuan, secretly glancing at this guy from time to time, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lu Chuan asked, "If you help me, I will lend you the divine fire as promised. What do you want to do with this divine fire?" Gu Xiaorao said, "My tree is infected with a very rare poison. Only the sun divine fire in the world can dispel this poison, and you have swallowed the fire. We certainly can't take the fire away directly, so I hope you can go to Kunlun Domain with us to help my tree detoxify." Lu Chuan's eyes widened. "You are from Kunlun Domain?" Gu Xiaorao nodded. "Have you heard of Kunlun Domain?" Lu Chuan took a deep breath and said, "I just heard about it. Have you ever heard of the Lu family in Kunlun Domain?" Gu Xiaorao said, "The Lu family is one of the most powerful families in Kunlun Domain. There are many masters in the family, and they even have the power to influence the rise and fall of Kunlun Domain." Lu Chuan hurriedly asked, "Then have you ever heard of Lu Kangsheng?" Lu Kangsheng is the name of Lu Chuan's father. Gu Xiaorao widened her eyes and said, "You even know Lu Kangsheng?" Lu Chuan asked, "Is this person very famous in your Kunlun Domain?" Gu Xiaorao said, "Lu Kangsheng is a legend of the Lu family. He was even called the strongest person in Kunlun Domain back then. The Lu family's current status is inseparable from his strength, but later I don't know what happened to the Lu family. Lu Kangsheng left the Lu family, and the Lu family regarded Lu Kangsheng as a traitor to the family, and nailed him to the pillar of shame. Nowadays, people in Kunlun Domain rarely mention Lu Kangsheng, for fear of offending the Lu family." Lu Chuan asked again, "Then do you know why Lu Kangsheng left the Lu family?" Gu Xiaorao shook her head and said, "This is a secret of the Lu family. As an outsider, I naturally have no way of knowing. I also heard about Lu Kangsheng from others." Lu Chuan suddenly felt a little lost. He thought he could learn something about his father from Gu Xiaorao. Gu Xiaosang on the side stared at Lu Chuan and suddenly asked, "Your surname is also Lu, you can't be from the Lu family." Lu Chuan coughed twice and quickly said, "You misunderstood. I just heard about the existence of the Lu family by chance, and I was curious, so I asked." He was not sure whether the two sisters had any connection with the Lu family. Once his identity was exposed, and the Lu family knew of his existence, it would only bring disaster to his life, so the fact that he was Lu Kangsheng's son must not be exposed. Gu Xiaosang nodded thoughtfully and said, "I feel the same way. How can you, a vulgar person in the secular world, be a member of a legendary family like the Lu family in Kunlun Domain?" Lu Chuan glared at her and said, "You are so expensive. In the end, you still have to rely on me to save your life." Gu Xiaorao looked at Xiaosang and said, "Xiaosang, don't be rude." Lu Chuan said, "Look at how well educated, gentle, and lovely your sister is. You, on the other hand, are simply a shrew." When Gu Xiaosang heard Lu Chuan praising her sister, she immediately became jealous again and said unconvincedly, "How am I a shrew? I can also be gentle and lovely." Lu Chuan curled his lips. "In a dream? You?" Gu Xiaosang was so angry that she wanted to scratch Lu Chuan a few times. Gu Xiaorao hurriedly persuaded them to stop fighting. "Okay, let's talk about business first." Lu Chuan stopped bickering with Gu Xiaosang and got back to the point, asking, "You just said that your tree was poisoned? What tree?" Chapter 366 Sister-in-law, can you accept it? Gu Xiaorao said, "It is a tree that has a close relationship with me. I can't explain the details now. You will know when you go to Kunlun Domain with us." Lu Chuan thought for a while and asked, "Are you very anxious about this matter?" Gu Xiaorao said, "It's not very urgent at the moment. Although the poison in my tree is not ordinary, it has a slow onset and can last for a while." "Why are you asking this?" Lu Chuan explained, "It's like this. I have a very important matter to deal with right now. This matter is related to my life, so I can't go to Kunlun Domain with you for the time being. But I can give you some refined divine fire. I will store them in a special way. You take them back first, and try to help the tree drive out the poison, and stabilize its condition for the time being. What do you think? Guzayadorao thought for a while and said, that's fine, but the poison of my tree can only be completely cleaned up by you going there in person, and using the origin fire to help it. The spread of the poison can only be temporarily curbed by the refined divine fire. You still have to go to Kunlun Domain in the end. Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't worry about this. As long as I finish my business, I will naturally go to Kunlun Domain to find you, and fulfill my promise. Guzayadorao asked, how long will it take? Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, 1 year. Although it takes 3 months to end the cause and effect of the Great Elder, he knows very well that his entry into Kunlun Domain is not just as simple as expelling the poison from Guzayadorao's tree. He also has to investigate his father's affairs and even have to rely on himself to ask the Lu family for an explanation. So before entering Kunlun Domain, he must improve his strength to the point where he can calmly deal with the Lu family. Although he doesn't know what kind of place Kunlun Domain is, Lu Chuan must be a legendary family there, and his strength must be extraordinary. With his strength of the 9th turn of the golden elixir, he can never compete with it. He even suspects that even if he reaches the nascent soul stage, he may only have the power to protect himself in front of the Lu family. Therefore, he must take advantage of the Lu family not discovering his existence and work hard to improve his strength. Only in this way can he avenge his mother and clear his father's name. Guzayadorao pondered for a moment and agreed to Lu Chuan's request. Okay, then I will wait for you for a year. Guzayadorao said on the side. What if you don't come after a year? What if you don't admit it? You must give us something important as collateral to prevent you from cheating at that time. Lu Chuan thought about it, then took out the love grass and stuffed it into Guzayadorang's hand, saying, okay, I will mortgage this pot of grass to you. This is a spiritual medicine that is more than 400 years old. Is this considered sincere? Guzayadorang glanced at the love grass and said, that's about right. Guzayadorao glanced at the love grass. Although she didn't know what kind of spiritual medicine it was, she could feel its extraordinariness and acquiesced to Guzayadorang's behavior. After all, she couldn't be sure whether Lu Chuan could keep his promise. In this case, you can rest here for another night. I will make you the refined divine fire tonight. Lu Chuan said. The two sisters nodded. Guzayadorang held the love grass, snorted at Lu Chuan, and then turned back to the room with Guzayadorao. At night, in the room, Lu Chuan used the jade bottle with a ban as a container and injected the refined divine fire into it. He made more than a dozen bottles, enough for Guzayadorao to use for a year. After making so many bottles, I feel like my body is being drained. Just as he was about to deliver these jade bottles filled with divine fire to the two sisters, the door of the room opened. Guzayadorang walked in stealthily. Lu Chuan glanced at her and asked, what are you doing? Why are you stealing? Guzayadorang said nervously, my sister asked me to come and see if you're done. Lu Chuan pointed to the jade bottles on the table and said, I just finished it. It's just right that you're here. Take it away, so I don't have to go and send it off. Guzayadorang didn't take the jade bottles directly, but bit her lip. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she asked, do you really think I'm a shrew? Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment, then stood up and walked in front of Guzayadorang, looking at her left and right, and said, it shouldn't be like that. This kind of question doesn't sound like something you can ask. Guzayadorang showed a hint of arrogance on her face and said, answer me first. Do you really think I'm a shrew? Lu Chuan smiled and said, when you are unreasonable, you are, but at other times, as long as you don't quarrel with me, you're actually like a little fairy. Guzayadorang's expression eased a little. That's about right. Actually, I'm very gentle most of the time. You just didn't notice it. Lu Chuan stared at her curiously, then moved in front of her and said, why are you suddenly telling me all this? Could it be you like me? Guzayadorang was immediately flustered. Nonsense. Nonsense. I'm just protecting my reputation. Lu Chuan showed a sly smile on his face, stretched out his hand to lift Guzayadorang's chin, and said, it's okay, just say it, if you like me. I know I'm suave, handsome and elegant. It's normal for you to be conquered by my charm. Guzaya-san's heartbeat accelerated immediately, her face flushed with shame, and she quickly pushed Lu Chuan's hand away, saying, You are too narcissistic. Only a ghost would like you. Then she quickly pushed Lu Chuan's hand away, rushed to the table, took all the jade bottles, and fled. Lu Chuan narrowed his eyes and murmured, This woman is a bit wrong. I teased her like this. She didn't even meet me directly. I shouldn't. After thinking about it, he directly left the matter behind him. Guzaya and Guzaya-san bid farewell to Lu Chuan and left Yancheng. Among them, it is a timing bomb. Even if Mu Nanking can suppress the embroidered mother's Yuan baby, it may be that the embroidery mother will be anti-guest and control Mu Nanking's body. Therefore, before he leaves, he must completely eliminate this hidden danger. He repeatedly flipped through the inherited memory, trying to see if he would not need to borrow the power of Long Yang to suppress the nascent soul of the embroiderer after he had reached the 9th level of the golden core. However, to his disappointment, unless he broke through to the nascent soul stage, he could only use this method, and there was no other choice. After struggling for a long time, Lu Chuan finally decided to be honest with Mu Nanking and tell her the necessary steps in the method of separating the nascent soul of the embroiderer to see how she would react. I wonder if my sister-in-law will think that I did it on purpose and think I'm a pervert when she hears that I have to do that kind of thing with her to separate the nascent soul of the embroiderer. I hope she can accept it. Lu Chuan took a deep breath and walked towards Mu Nanking's room. The night was just beginning, and the moon was hanging in the sky, dyeing everything in the yard with a layer of silver white. Lu Chuan stood in front of Mu Nanking's door, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Mu Nanking, who had just finished taking a shower, appeared in front of Lu Chuan. Her hair was wet and still dripping. She was only wearing a loose white shirt as a nightgown. Her proud curves made the shirt look like it was about to burst. The 2 buttons on the top of the shirt were not fastened, and it was slightly open, revealing the undulating mountains inside. Lu Chuan almost had a nosebleed when he glanced inside. The shirt she was wearing was very long, covering the root of her thighs. It was unknown whether she was wearing other clothes inside or was naked. The 2 white python-like thighs were slightly pressed inwards, and her body was leaning forward. The charming posture made Lu Chuan's heart beat faster. Seeing Lu Chuan staring at her body intently, Mu Nanking blushed slightly, reached out and pushed her hair behind her ears, and asked softly, Zio Chuan, what's the matter? Lu Chuan's throat was a little dry, and he said, Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, I came to you to discuss the separation of Xi Yunayang's Yuanying. Mu Nanking's eyes lit up when he heard it, and said, Then come in and talk. Lu Chuan followed Mu Nanking into the room. Mu Nanking closed the door and said, Zio Chuan, you sit down. Lu Chuan sat on the chair and said, Sister-in-law, you sit down too. Mu Nanking was a little embarrassed and said, I can just stand. Lu Chuan was a little confused. Why? Mu Nanking squeezed her 2 big white legs together and said, Oh, can't I stand if I want? Why ask so many questions, stinky Zio Chuan? Lu Chuan stared at her legs and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He thought, is she really empty under her shirt? Afraid that she would be exposed once she sat down. Zio Chuan, didn't you say you wanted to discuss the separation of the embroiderer? Why are you still standing there? Mu Nanking saw Lu Chuan staring at her legs in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. She felt embarrassed and ashamed, so she quickly reminded him. Lu Chuan came back to his senses and felt guilty in his heart. Then he quickly said seriously, Sister-in-law, I have mastered the method of separating the embroiderer's nascent soul, but I need you to cooperate with me to do one thing. Mu Nanking said, what is it? As long as it is Zio Chuan's request, I will definitely cooperate unconditionally. Lu Chuan coughed twice and said, Sister-in-law, don't be too sure about what you say. This matter, you may beat me up, or even ignore me after hearing it. Mu Nanking showed a trace of confusion on her face and said, what is it? Tell me quickly, don't keep me in suspense. Lu Chuan thought for a while and said, it's like this. The embroiderer's nascent soul is at a higher level than mine. If I want to separate her from your body, I must suppress her first, otherwise she may take the opportunity to counterattack. To suppress her, I need a kind of power called Langyang power, which I happen to have in my body. But there is only one way to transfer this power into your body, that is, to have sex with you. Sister-in-law, can you accept it? After Lu Chuan finished speaking, he secretly glanced at Mu Nanking, ready to be scolded. But after hearing what Lu Chuan said, Mu Nanking was stunned. Chapter 367. Let's get started. Seeing that Mu Nanking was stunned and silent, Lu Chuan thought that she was frightened by his inappropriate remarks, so he quickly said, "Sister-in-law, I know that what I said is a bit too rebellious. Why don't you just forget it? Wait for me to improve my strength. Wait until I'm stronger, then you don't have to use this method. Now that Xi-Yunayang's nascent soul has been suppressed by you, it seems that there will be no problems in the short term. I guarantee that she will break through in the shortest possible time. You can just treat what I said just now as me talking nonsense. Sister-in-law, it's getting late. You should rest early, and I will go back first." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave Mu Nanking's room, feeling like he was fleeing. "Don't leave!" Mu Nanking suddenly shouted. Lu Chuan stopped instantly, turned his neck stiffly, and thought to himself, could it be that my sister-in-law was angry and wanted to beat me up? "Sister-in-law, is there anything else?" Mu Nanking blushed and asked with some anticipation, some nervousness, and some guilt. "Xiao-Chuan, can I really sleep with you?" Lu Chuan was stunned. Why did my sister-in-law sound like she had been looking forward to this for a long time? Illusion. This must be my illusion. "Sister-in-law, what did you say?" He pretended not to understand what Mu Nanking said. Mu Nanking was so shy that she looked like her charming young wife. She didn't dare to repeat what she had just said. So she suddenly had an idea and said, "No, nothing. By the way, what question did you ask me then?" Lu Chuan said, "Do you have anything else to say?" Mu Nanking said, "Not this, the last question." Lu Chuan thought for a while, took a deep breath, and said, "If I want to separate the nascent soul of the embroidered lady, I need to sleep with you. Can you accept it?" Mu Nanking immediately said firmly, "I accept it." Lu Chuan was a little slow to react. He couldn't believe that Mu Nanking agreed so easily. Mu Nanking looked at Lu Chuan with a reproachful look and said, "Wasn't I clear enough just now?" She had already fantasized about this in countless sleepless nights, and had practiced hundreds of postures in her mind. Now that she finally waited for Lu Chuan to take the initiative, she naturally couldn't miss this opportunity. Whether Lu Chuan wanted to suppress Xi-Yunayang or really had that idea about her, she didn't care. She only knew that she liked Lu Chuan and was willing to give everything to him. Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva and stared at the charming Mu Nanking. His heartbeat could not help but speed up. He still couldn't believe that Mu Nanking was not angry at all and agreed to it directly. "Sister-in-law, don't you think about it again?" Mu Nanking walked up to Lu Chuan and said seriously, "I have thought about this many times and don't need to think about it again." Then she took a deep breath, stretched out her hand to hug Lu Chuan's waist, tiptoed to Lu Chuan's ear, and whispered, "Xiao-Chuan, I'm not wearing anything inside. Let's start." Then she looked at Lu Chuan with tenderness in her eyes, waiting for the man she had been thinking about for so long to take action. She had already mustered up all her courage to be able to take the initiative to this extent. Next, she should become the passive party and let Lu Chuan do whatever he wanted. It was the first time that Lu Chuan was so close to Mu Nanking. Feeling the fragrance from Mu Nanking's mouth, his blood was boiling, his breathing became rapid, and the dragon yang power in his body was ready to move. He wanted to tear off Mu Nanking's shirt immediately, then carry this beauty to the bed and start a battle. But in the end, he still held back, trying to keep himself rational, and said, "Sister-in-law, even if you accept, we have to prepare first. After all, our main goal is to separate the embroidery girl's Yuan from your body. If we come now, it will just let me take advantage of it." Mu Nanking was stunned, and then her face turned red to the root of her neck, and then she quickly let go of Lu Chuan, embarrassedly trying to find a crack in the ground to quickly crawl in, and never come out to see people again. She was just thinking about what posture she would use to make Lu Chuan like her more, and she had long forgotten about separating the embroidery girl's Yuan. Xiaochuan didn't think I was a pervert, did he? This is really embarrassing. Mu Nanking bit her lip, glanced at Lu Chuan secretly, and said, Of course I know. I just want to test you first to see if you want to take advantage of me. Now it seems that Xiaochuan is quite reliable. You passed my test. Lu Chuan knew that she was trying to save face, so he quickly said, yes, it's my fault. I forgot to make it clear. It was my sister-in-law who was wise. She took this opportunity to test me. I almost failed this test. Mu Nanking also knew that Lu Chuan was trying to get out of trouble. She thought that this was probably because you understand my evil intentions and I understand your pretentiousness. She pretended to be serious and said, okay, go and get ready. When you are ready, I will cooperate with you to remove the embroiderer from my body. Lu Chuan nodded, then quickly turned around, opened the door, and left Mu Nanking's room. He tripped and almost fell when he went out. Seeing his embarrassed look, Mu Nanking covered her mouth and laughed secretly. After walking over and closing the door, she threw herself on the bed, picked up the quilt, and rolled around, looking extremely happy. Since Xiaochuan is willing to talk to me about this, it means that he at least doesn't hate me, which is enough for me. So happy. She smiled, her feet swaying up and down, full of joy. At this time, the angry voice of the embroiderer sounded. You have been deceived by him. He has no way to separate me from your body. He just wants to take this opportunity to get you. I have seen many men like him. Once you really let him take your hand, he will immediately kick you aside. From now on, you can never get his attention again. The smile on Mu Nanking's face disappeared, and he snorted coldly and said, don't spread rumors here to confuse people. Xiaochuan is not the kind of person you think, and even if he really has the purpose you said, I'm willing. The embroiderer was furious and shouted, you stupid woman, without my help, you will always be just a vase in Lu Chuan's eyes. You can't let him separate me. Mu Nanking said coldly, don't think about fooling me. This time Xiaochuan will not only separate you from my body, but also make you disappear from this world completely. Your death has come. The embroiderer gritted her teeth and said nothing. She took a deep breath and thought to herself, do you really think I have lived these hundreds of years in vain? You force me to do this. I will never let you get what you want. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 368, Separation of Yu and Ying. The next morning, Lu Chuan gathered all the herbs and refined another concentrated spirit pill. Although the soul-nourishing jade had been absorbed by the embroiderer, this did not prevent Lu Chuan from separating the embroiderer's nascent soul. After all, the soul-nourishing jade was used to allow the embroiderer's nascent soul to exist in the world for a long time. The embroiderer had deceived Lu Chuan, and Lu Chuan no longer intended to keep this untrustworthy woman in the world. Therefore, he only needed to prepare the concentrated spirit pill to protect Mu Nanking's soul and master the spell to separate the nascent soul. Finally, he borrowed the power of Long Yang to suppress the embroiderer's nascent soul and directly erase it after separating it. That was enough. After Lu Chuan finished refining the concentrated spirit pill, it was already afternoon, but he was not in a hurry to find Mu Nanking. After all, there were still many people in the clinic during the day, and it would be embarrassing to be interrupted at that time, so it was better to go in the evening. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the clinic was closed, and everyone went back to their rooms to rest. The yard was silent. Lu Chuan took the concentrated spirit pill, mustered up his courage, and came to Mu Nanking's door again. He reached out and knocked on the door. After a while, the door opened. Mu Nanking was still wearing only a loose white shirt, but unlike last night, she had 2 pairs of black stockings on her legs, and she also put on light makeup and lipstick on her face, which made her look more charming. Mu Nanking asked nervously and expectantly, are you ready? Lu Chuan swallowed his saliva, nodded, and said, ready. Then come in. Mu Nanking hurriedly called Lu Chuan in. After Lu Chuan walked into the room, he closed the door. Mu Nanking didn't dare to look directly at Lu Chuan and asked, How do I need you to cooperate? She had been waiting to ask this question all day. I don't know if it was because she was looking forward to it too much. She always felt dizzy after waking up today, and her body was much hotter than usual. But today, the embroiderer was surprisingly quiet, and she didn't even continue to beg for mercy. Her mind was full of some pictures that were not suitable for children, so she didn't notice anything unusual. Luchuan handed over the soul condensing pill and said, "Sister-in-law, you eat this, and I'll do the rest." King swallowed the pill without thinking. At this time, the voice of the embroiderer sounded in the room. "Luchuan, please let me go. I know I was wrong. I'm willing to leave King's body now, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything to me, okay?" Hearing this, Luchuan snorted coldly and said, "I've been fooled by you once. Do you think I will believe you again?" King was afraid that Luchuan would be soft-hearted and agree to the embroiderer so as not to use the method he had said before. So he quickly said, "That's right, Xiao-chan. You must not believe her. Let's do business quickly so as not to cause any more accidents. You two dogs and bitches, I curse you to die." The embroiderer cursed hysterically. Luchuan raised his hand and tapped the center of King's eyebrows. A force entered King's mind, temporarily isolating the embroiderer from the outside world. "Sister-in-law, she won't bother us for the time being." King nodded shyly, staring at Luchuan affectionately, as if expecting something. Luchuan was originally ready to take down King, but because Xiao suddenly interrupted, he destroyed the emotions he had brewed before, causing him to be a little timid now. He didn't dare to look directly into King's eyes, turned around and said, "Sister-in-law, how about we sit down and talk first?" King was a little unhappy when she heard this, thinking that I have been waiting for a whole day, waiting for you to come and sit down and talk with me. She could see that Luchuan was still a little reluctant, so she made up her mind and decided to be the villain herself, then dragged Luchuan to the bed, pushed him down, and turned over and sat on him. "What do you want to talk about? Let's talk about it later. Now, I just want to be your woman now." After that, she leaned over and kissed Luchuan. Luchuan's body instantly straightened, and the long yang power in his body began to riot. He knew that it was meaningless to continue to struggle at this time, so he reached out and hugged King and responded. The battle was about to break out. In the second half of the night, Luchuan and King sat cross-legged on the bed, facing each other. Luchuan said solemnly, "Sister-in-law, now follow the method I taught you, and guide the long yang power that has entered your body to suppress the nascent soul of the embroiderer." King nodded, and then followed the method Luchuan taught her, and applied all the long yang power in her body to the embroiderer. The embroiderer screamed in pain and shouted, "Stop it, you two dogs and bitches. I'm a master of the nascent soul stage. How can I die in the hands of you two ants?" King ignored her and looked at Luchuan and said, "She has been suppressed by me. I can feel that she can't resist now and can't take any action." Luchuan nodded and said, "Sister-in-law, I will separate her from your mind next. It may be painful. Please bear with it." King nodded and closed her eyes. Luchuan immediately performed the spell of separating the nascent soul. His hands formed a complex seal. A series of strange powers appeared and penetrated into King's mind. After entering King's mind, these powers quickly enveloped the embroiderer's nascent soul. The embroiderer's nascent soul had become weak at this moment because of the suppression of Long Yang's power and could no longer make any desperate resistance. These powers enveloped the embroidered lady's nascent soul and then forcibly separated it from King's mind. The embroidered lady's nascent soul appeared out of thin air between Luchuan and King. She looked at Luchuan with resentment and said, "Luchuan, if you really kill me, you will definitely regret it." Luchuan looked at the embroidered lady calmly and said, "I gave you a chance at the beginning, but you didn't cherish it. You can't blame me for that." He did not hesitate and directly released a force to hit the embroidered lady's nascent soul. The suppression effect of Long Yang's power is only temporary, so he can't give the embroidered lady any time to find an opportunity. He must act decisively and eliminate her from this world. The embroidered lady's power dissipated rapidly, and the nascent soul became more and more transparent. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared in front of Luchuan. but for some reason, Lu Chuan seemed to see the embroidered lady disappear at the moment, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Could it be my illusion? He reached out to sense the situation in Munanking's mind. After confirming again and again that the embroiderer's nascent soul had indeed been eliminated, he was sure that what he saw at that time was really an illusion. I guess I was deceived by the embroiderer once, so I always felt that she was not so easy to get rid of. But now I can be sure that she has left my sister-in-law's mind and has been completely cleared out by me. He looked at Munanking and said, "Sister-in-law, the embroiderer has been solved. You don't have to worry about her posing any threat to you in the future." Munanking slowly opened his eyes, then threw himself into Titan's arms and hugged him. "Xiaochan, thank you." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, why are you being polite to me? This is what I should do." Munanking glanced at Lu Chuan with a reproachful look and said, "You still call me sister-in-law?" Lu Chuan was stunned, then took a deep breath and said, "Then I will call you Kinga." Munanking liked it very much, and then pressed Lu Chuan on the bed again. Lu Chuan suddenly became nervous again and said, "Sister-in-law, Kinga, what are you doing?" Munanking smiled and said, "You helped me solve the trouble of the embroiderer, so of course I have to repay you. I don't have anything good to give you, so I can only give myself to you." Lu Chuan said, "Why do you have to say such things between you and me?" Munanking thought for a while and said, "Then I think you came here with a mission just now, and now I want to devote myself to it. Is that not okay?" Lu Chuan said, "But you seemed to be very involved just now." Munanking's face suddenly turned red, and she looked at Lu Chuan resentfully and said, "You little rascal, can't I find a way out for myself? Do you have to make me admit that I'm unsatisfied?" Lu Chuan was stunned, with a hint of embarrassment on his face, and said, So that's it. In that case, then I can only sacrifice my life to accompany the gentleman." Munanking chuckled, then leaned close to Lu Chuan's ear and whispered, "Then I won't be polite." Lu Chuan shuddered, and was really worried about his life. The next afternoon, Lu Chuan had dark circles under his eyes, and felt as if his body was hollowed out. He came to the yard weekly. In sharp contrast to him was Munanking, who had a full complexion, a rosy face, and a smile. Now that Munanking's hidden danger has been resolved, Lu Chuan must get rid of the cause and effect of the Great Elder as soon as possible, otherwise there are only more than 2 months left. If he delays any longer, it is hard to say whether he can find the whereabouts of the leader of Xuanzang. He told Munanking that he had to do a very important thing, so he had to leave for a while. Munanking naturally would not stop him, but just use this as an excuse to ask for it a few more times. At this time, Lu Chuan suddenly remembered something, turned his head to look at Munanking, and asked, "Kinga, you told me before that you wanted to tell me a secret. What is that secret?" Munanking blushed and said, "Actually, it's not a secret. When your eldest brother left, he said that I would follow you and be your woman in the future. But I thought you might want your own life more, so I never said it. Now it's okay to say it." Lu Chuan nodded thoughtfully. He didn't expect that there was such an arrangement before his eldest brother died. Now he felt a lot more relaxed. He smiled at Munanking and said, "I have to finish my own business. Wait for me to come back." Munanking nodded, hesitated for a while, and finally plucked up the courage to get close to Lu Chuan and kiss him. "Be careful." Lu Chuan nodded seriously, then turned around and left the clinic without hesitation. Munanking sent Lu Chuan to the door of the clinic, then stopped and watched Lu Chuan disappear on the street. She felt excited, agitated, and a little disappointed. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Do you really think I've been eliminated?" It was the voice of the embroiderer. Munanking frowned and felt her mind, but did not find anything abnormal. "Maybe I've been nervous because of the embroiderer during this period, and I have auditory hallucinations." She did not doubt it anymore, and turned back to the clinic. Chapter 369 Wuqi. Suburbs of Yangzhou. Lu Chuan rode on a mule, and walked leisurely towards the mountain. He was playing with the parrot-like wooden sculpture in his hand. This thing could not be put into the demon-suppressing tower, so it was simply treated as a toy, and played with for a while, when he had nothing to do. Huangquan Patriarch said that there was a soul sealed inside the wooden sculpture, and this soul mastered a magical power, but Lu Chuan studied many methods and failed to obtain this magical power. He asked Huangquan Patriarch in the identity of Yin Chengsheng, and Huangquan Patriarch also said that he didn't know how to obtain it. After all, if he really knew the method, this wooden sculpture would not have been kept until now. Now Lu Chuan is on his way to the Xuanzang sect. Although he doesn't know whether he can take down the Xuanzang sect master and settle the grievances of the Great Elder, he must first find the sect master himself before he can think of a way to proceed to the next step. So the most important thing for Lu Chuan at the moment is to find the whereabouts of the Xuanzang sect master first. Through the memory of the Great Elder, it can be confirmed that after the clan leader was plotted against, she escaped from the sect with some kind of escape talisman, and she was tricked, so her internal strength was weakened, and she would definitely not dare to show up in a short time. But now the Great Elder is dead, Shen Ruhei has let people spread the news, and after learning about this, the clan leader is likely to return to the sect. Therefore, Lu Chuan thought about going to the Xuanzang sect to find the whereabouts of the clan leader. Of course, if the clan leader did not return to the sect, Lu Chuan must first get into the Xuanzang so that he can look for the clan leader's personal belongings and confirm the clan leader's location by tracking and positioning. When the clan leader was plotted against and fled, it was definitely impossible to take away all the personal belongings, so there must be some of the clan leader's personal belongings inside the Xuanzang. The Xuanzang sect is located in the suburbs of Yunzhou, which is close to the city. Yunzhou has developed martial arts. Some people worship the Shen family, while others regard Xuanzang as a martial arts saint. There are countless people who want to worship under Xuanzang. It is precisely because of the competition for talents that the conflict between Xuanzang and the Shen family has become more and more intense in recent years. Of course, Lu Chuan does not know why Shen Ruhei hates Xuanzang so much. The death of the elder caused a great shock in the martial arts world, but this did not affect Xuanzang's status in the martial arts world. After all, such a large sect is no longer relying on one or two top combat forces, and only the top leaders of Xuanzang know about the disappearance of the sect master. Therefore, everything in the sect is running as usual, and the recruitment of disciples is naturally still continuing. Today is the day when Xuanzang recruits disciples from outside. Although Lu Chuan's current strength is enough to dominate the entire Xuanzang, he is worried that appearing in Xuanzang with a strong attitude will alarm the snake and make the sect master dare not show up, so he plans to pretend to be a person from a nearby village and go to Xuanzang's disciple recruitment meeting to mix into Xuanzang. After walking for half a day, Lu Chuan felt a little hungry. He estimated that there were still 2 hours left from this place to Xuanzang's sect, so he got off the mule and tied it to a tree. He bought this mule in a nearby village, just to make it easier to walk on the mountain road. After all, before he came out, Munan King almost squeezed him dry, and his legs are still a little weak, so he found a means of transportation. Women are like tigers at the age of 30, which is absolutely true. After tying up the mule, Lu Chuan went to the nearby area to shoot a hare and a pheasant. After a simple treatment, he built a fire and roasted them. After a while, the aroma of barbecue filled the dense forest. Lu Chuan took out the seasoning from the demon suppressing tower and sprinkled it on the barbecue, making the game more tempting. Soon, the hare and pheasant were roasted to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. Lu Chuan no longer hesitated, tore off a chicken leg and ate it in large pieces. Just when he was eating happily, a sneaky figure quietly came nearby, hiding behind a big tree, staring at the rabbit meat and chicken on the shelf and drooling. Lu Chuan, whose strength has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core, naturally discovered this person at the first time, but he remained calm, pretending that he didn't notice anything, and continued to eat meat. Then he released his spiritual sense and secretly observed this person. This is a young man in his 20s, with clear eyebrows and delicate skin, which looks better than many women's skin, but Lu Chuan is sure that this is a man, because he saw this person's Adam's apple. Maybe because of his feminine appearance, this person looks a little weak and fragile. His face is dirty and his clothes are tattered. He looks like he has experienced wilderness survival in the mountains, but even so, he can't cover up his beautiful facial features. Compared with handsome, Lu Chuan thinks it is more appropriate to describe this person as beautiful. Moreover, this person's movements are a bit feminine, lacking the crispness of men. In all likelihood, he was raised as a girl by his family, since he was a child, and his personality is therefore not in line with masculinity. At this time, the man's saliva has reached the corners of his mouth, and then slid into silk and flowed out. He quickly sucked it back, and swallowed it into his stomach. His eyes looking at the barbecue became even hotter. Lu Chuan wanted to laugh at this scene. After eating and drinking, he lay down on the ground, and pretended to fall asleep. Sure enough, not long after, the man thought Lu Chuan should be asleep, so he quietly walked to the fire, took the remaining half chicken on the rack, and devoured it without thinking. Judging from his appearance, he should have been hungry for several days. Just when he was eating hard, a voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Is it delicious?" The man was obviously startled, but he was able to pretend to be calm, and didn't show any abnormality. This made Lu Chuan feel a little confused. If it weren't for his willpower far exceeding that of ordinary people, he would definitely have an exaggerated reaction to such a sudden shock. However, this person was able to remain calm in the face of danger. Such psychological endurance is not something that ordinary people can have. The man turned around slowly, and after seeing that it was Lu Chuan, he showed a trace of embarrassment and said, "Sorry, I'm so hungry, I didn't mean to steal the food." Seeing that the other party admitted his mistake generously, Lu Chuan smiled and said, "It's okay, eat. You look like you got lost in the mountains." The man nodded and said, "I want to join Xuanzang's sect. This time I came here specifically to attend the disciple recruitment meeting, but because I was not familiar with the nearby roads, I accidentally got lost and have been trapped here for 3 days. You are the first living person I have seen in this period of time, and you are the first living person who can barbecue." He ate as he spoke, and he had a sense of mumbling when he spoke. Lu Chuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, then asked, "What's your name?" The man said, "Wookie." Lu Chuan said, "My name is Zheng Aniu, and I'm also going to participate in the disciple recruitment meeting of Xuanzang." Wookie's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly asked, "Then do you know the way to Xuanzang?" Lu Chuan nodded, "I know." Wookie's face was immediately excited, and he said, "Then can I follow you to Xuanzang? It only takes 2 hours to get to Xuanzang from here, but this guy has been trapped for 3 days. Could he be a person with poor direction?" Lu Chuan pondered for a moment and said, "Of course, I can, but I heard that Xuanzang recruits disciples, and the requirement is that they must be strong and powerful, at least they have a strong body. Brother, you..." Wookie's face suddenly turned cold when he heard this, and said, "Why do you look down on me?" Lu Chuan quickly said, No, what I mean is that your physique may not be suitable for martial arts, and going to Xuanzang may be a waste of time." Wookie snorted coldly, and said, "Whether it is suitable or not is not up to you. This time I must join Xuanzang, and no one can stop me." Lu Chuan asked, "So, you have also participated in Xuanzang's disciple recruitment meeting before?" Wookie said, "So what? Just because I didn't succeed last time doesn't mean I can't succeed this time." Lu Chuan looked at him suspiciously and said, "Since you have been to Xuanzang once, why did you get lost for 3 whole days?" Wookie's expression froze, and he said a little proudly, "I'm born with a poor sense of direction." "What? Do you have any objections?" Lu Chuan couldn't help laughing, thinking that he was so lost in a place he had been to once, so he was really not an ordinary person with a poor sense of direction. "But what's the matter with your girlish attitude just now? I have goose bumps all over my body." He coughed twice and said, No, eat quickly, and I will take you to Xuanzang after you finish eating." Although this person is a bit sissy, Lu Chuan feels that he is quite interesting, so he doesn't mind going with him. Wookie stopped talking and concentrated on eating. At this time, a man and a woman came not far away. Both of them were dressed in gorgeous clothes, and they were not children from ordinary families at first glance. "Brother, I'm starving to death. I don't know which wicked guy is grilling meat here, making me even hungrier," the girl complained. The man comforted her. Luoxu, bear with it for a while. We have eaten all the food we brought, but we should be in Xuanzang soon, and we will have food by then. Guan Luoxu said with a displeased face. I have endured all this way. If I continue to endure, I will be starving. Guan Qian looked at his willful sister helplessly and said, but I can't find food for you now. At this time, both of them saw Lu Chuan and Wookie sitting in front of the fire eating barbecue. Seeing this, Guan Luoxu's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly said, aren't there two country bumpkins grilling game over there? Why don't we just go and rob them? Before Guan Qian could stop her, Guan Luoxu had already run towards Lu Chuan and Wookie. Luoxu. Guan Qian looked helpless and quickly chased after her. Guan Luoxu came to the fire and took a look at the half-roasted rabbit meat left on the shelf. She couldn't help swallowing her saliva, then looked at Lu Chuan and said in a commanding tone, give it to me, I want to eat it. Lu Chuan looked at this woman who suddenly appeared, looked high and mighty, and had no manners at all. He felt a little disgusted and took the remaining rabbit meat in his hand and said, why? Chapter 370 Arrival at Xuanzang. Seeing Lu Chuan like this, Guan Luoxu immediately put her hands on her waist and said angrily, you lowly person, it's your honor that this girl is willing to eat your meat, and you are still pretending here. Hurry up and give me the meat, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. Lu Chuan curled his lips and said, okay, I want to see how rude you want to be. You. Guan Luoxu didn't expect that her threats would not work on the guy in front of her, and she could only stamp her feet in anger. Usually at home, relying on her status, she threatened others like this, and it worked every time, but in this desolate mountain and wilderness, people didn't give her this face, and she really had no other skills except verbal threats. But soon, she realized the problem. A sneer appeared on her face, and she looked at Lu Chuan with contempt, saying, TSK, you just want money, you country bumpkin, that's all you can do. But I happen to have money, so I'll give it to you. After that, she took out a stack of banknotes from her clothes, threw it in front of Lu Chuan, and said, here you go, quickly bring me that barbecue. Lu Chuan glanced at the banknotes without any ripples, then looked at Wookie and asked, are you full? Wookie had just eaten the chicken clean, and when he heard Lu Chuan's question, and looked at the remaining rabbit meat in his hand, he couldn't help swallowing and said, no, no. Lu Chuan handed the rabbit meat directly to Wookie and said, eat it, it's all yours. Wookie's face was full of joy, and he quickly took it, and said to Lu Chuan gratefully, thank you. Guan Luoxu was so angry that her nose was crooked, and she yelled at Lu Chuan, you bastard, I gave you money, why don't you give me meat? Lu Chuan looked at Guan Luoxu and asked, why, if you give me money, I have to listen to you? Guan Luoxu said, what else? I give you money, you have to listen to me. Lu Chuan said, then I will give you money too, how about you sleep with me now? Guan Luoxu widened her eyes and said, who do you think you are, and you want to sleep with me? Lu Chuan smiled and said, then who do you think you are, and you want to eat my barbecue? Guan Luoxu was speechless and stuttered, you. Wookie, who was eating rabbit meat, couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene, and gave Lu Chuan a thumbs up. Seeing that she could not get any benefit from Lu Chuan, Guan Luoxu pointed her spearhead at Wookie standing aside and said angrily, what are you laughing at, you sissy? Hurry up and give me this barbecue. She knew that Lu Chuan was not someone who could be easily provoked, so she only dared to talk back, but the sissy guy beside her looked weak and seemed not as strong as herself, so she simply reached out to grab the barbecue from Wookie's hand. Seeing this, Wookie dodged Guan Luoxu and continued to eat meat. Guan Luoxu did not expect that the other party could dodge her snatch so easily, and she became even more angry. You know, she has practiced martial arts since she was a child, and her martial arts talent is different from ordinary people, otherwise she would not have come to participate in the Xuanzang disciple recruitment meeting. She thought it was easy to snatch things from this sissy, but she did not expect to be slapped in the face. She was not convinced and reached out to grab it again. Wookie dodged it easily again, and did not take Guan Luoxu seriously at all. Guan Luoxu gnashed her teeth in anger. She thought that it must be because she was too hungry that she couldn't snatch the food from this sissy. Lu Chuan on the side narrowed his eyes as he looked at Wookie. Although the two people were just simply snatching and dodging, Lu Chuan could see from Wookiee's movements that only top masters had the skills. Just a dodging movement concealed many details. Such details could not be cultivated by simply practicing martial arts, but were formed from instincts in a large number of life and death battles. But he had carefully observed Wookiee, and was very sure that this person had no power in his body. He was just an ordinary person, even a little weak. This contradictory feeling made Lu Chuan doubt a little, and felt that this Wookiee was definitely not simple. At this time, Guan Qian chased after him, frowned and shouted at Guan Luoxu, "Luoxu, don't be rude." Guan Luoxu seemed to have found her backbone, and said to Guan Qian resentfully, "Brother, you should take care of them. I have given money, but these two country bumpkins won't give me meat. I'm so angry." Guan Qian glared at her and ignored her. Instead, he arched his hands towards Lu Chuan and Wookiee, and said apologetically, "You two, I'm really sorry. My sister has been spoiled at home since she was a child, so she has a bit of a reckless temper. Please forgive her." Lu Chuan glanced at Guan Yunqi and thought that he was reasonable, so he didn't intend to care about it anymore and said, "Then please keep an eye on your sister, and don't come to steal our things again." Guan Qian quickly said, "Of course, I will keep an eye on her." Guan Luoxu was unconvinced and muttered, "Brother, they are just country bumpkins. Why are you so polite to them?" Guan Qian glared at Guan Luoxu and shouted, "Remember this, once you leave the Guan family, you are nothing outside and no one will give in to you. If you continue to be so arrogant, you will fall into your own hands sooner or later." Although Guan Luoxu was very unhappy, she nodded. "Oh." Guan Qian looked at Lu Chuan and Wookiee again, and asked with a smile, "Brothers, my brothers and I are going to attend the Xuanzang's disciple recruitment meeting. I wonder what you are going to do here?" Lu Chuan said, "We are also going to attend the Xuanzang's disciple recruitment meeting." Guan Qian's eyes lit up and said, "That's great. If you don't mind, can we go together?" Lu Chuan shrugged and said, "As you wish." Then he walked over to untie the rope that tied the mule and rode on it. Guan Luoxu was hungry and tired at the moment, and when she saw that Lu Chuan actually had a means of transportation, her eyes immediately lit up, and she pointed at the mule and said, "I want to ride this too." Guan Qian quickly said, "Don't make trouble, it's someone else's, just hold on, we'll be there soon." Guan Luoxu said, "My feet are almost blistered, and his mule is more than enough to carry 2 people, so it's okay to take me on it. Brother, you just wait and see, I promise to get him to agree to take me." Then she walked up to the mule and said to Lu Chuan in a delicate voice, "Brother, I was so hungry before that I acted a little irritable. Actually, I'm a very gentle person. Would you like me to ride the same mule with you? I'll sit in front of you and promise to be very good, okay?" After that, she threw a coquettish look at Lu Chuan, thinking to herself, "You little brat, I'll charm you to death." Seeing her like this, Lu Chuan got goosebumps all over his body and quickly said, "Sorry, someone is already sitting in front of me." Guan Luoxu glared, "Someone is sitting? Who?" Lu Chuan looked at Wookiee and said, "Wookiee, get up quickly." Wookiee was stunned for a moment. "Me?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "You have been lost here for 3 days. Although you have eaten something, you must still be very weak. I will take you there, so that you won't be able to walk halfway and cause trouble." Wookiee's face was immediately tangled, hesitating whether to sit up. Seeing him like this, Lu Chuan said, "Hurry up, you are a grown man. Why are you hesitating to be with a woman? I don't dislike you yet." Hearing this, Wookiee quickly said, "You are the one who is with a woman. It's a waste if you don't sit up. Don't blame me if your mule is tired out." After that, he walked up to Lu Chuan. Lu Chuan stretched out his hand to him. Seeing Lu Chuan stretching out his hand, Wookiee hesitated again. Lu Chuan urged, "Hurry up." Wookiee gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand to grab Lu Chuan's hand, and sat down in front of Lu Chuan with his feet. Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Your hands are so tender, just like a woman's hands. I have never seen a man's hands so well maintained." Wookiee was actually a little flustered and said, "You don't talk nonsense here. This is just my natural beauty. I'm a real man." Lu Chuan said, "I know you are a man, but if you dress up like a woman, no one will doubt it." Wookiee fell silent and said nothing more. Guan Luoxu saw that the seat that should have belonged to her was taken by someone else, and she gnashed her teeth and said, "Don't you feel disgusted when you two grown men sit like this?" Lu Chuan's mouth curled up slightly, and then he hugged Wookie directly, looked at Guan Luoxu and said, "What? You have an opinion? The feelings between men are the purest, do you understand? Huh? It's too disgusting. It's really too disgusting, you two perverts." Guan Luoxu shouted, and quickly ran back to Guan Qian, giving up the idea of sitting on Lu Chuan's mule. Lu Chuan laughed when he saw Guan Luoxu running away. He did this to irritate Guan Luoxu. Wookie, who was hugged, was a little nervous at the moment and said, "You, let me go." Lu Chuan let go of Wookie and said, "What? Are you still shy? There's nothing wrong with men hugging each other." Wookie said, "I'm just not used to it." Lu Chuan smiled and said, "What's the matter? Don't you play with your friends?" Wookie said, "No, okay, don't say anything more. Let's go to Xuanzang." Because he was sitting in front of Lu Chuan didn't notice that his face was a little red at the moment. Lu Chuan didn't say anything else and drove the mule towards the direction of Xuanzang. The Guan family brothers and sisters hurried to catch up. After walking for a while, Lu Chuan suddenly exclaimed, "Fuck, you are so sissy, don't you really like men? Wookie, get out." Guan Luoxu, two dead perverts. Guan Qian, this, in today's era, it's normal. Almost 2 hours later, a group of 4 people arrived at the foot of the mountain, where the Xuanzang sect was located. At this time, the place was crowded and quite lively. In addition to the people in charge of recruiting disciples from Xuanzang and those who came to participate in the selection, there were also villagers from nearby villages pushing food carts to sell grilled sausages, grilled cold noodles, pancakes, and steamed buns with meat. It looked like a night market. When Guan Qian and Guan Luoxu saw the food, they immediately ran over, and they didn't care whether it tasted good or not. They bought it and gobbled it up. Lu Chuan glanced at the people who came to participate in the disciple selection not far away. There were hundreds of people in total, which was enough to show the appeal of Xuanzang. It seems that, if you want to join Xuanzang, the competition is not small. Lu Chuan said to himself, turning his head to look at Wookie on the side. But Wookie was looking at the direction of Xuanzang's sect halfway up the mountain, and there was some complicated meaning in his eyes. Chapter 371 Joining Xuanzang. Lu Chuan was a little curious and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Wookie retracted his gaze and said, "Nothing." Lu Chuan looked at Wookie thoughtfully and made an evaluation of this man in his heart. This guy's definitely problematic. The process of Xuanzang recruiting disciples is very simple. First, you sign up, and then you go through the qualification test in order. The qualifications of martial artists are nothing more than the root bones and physique. If you have a martial arts foundation, the probability of passing the test is even higher. Lu Chuan signed up first, and then lined up for the test. Although there are many people who come to participate in the Xuanzang disciple recruitment meeting, less than 10% of these people can finally pass the test. After all, Xuanzang, as the first martial arts sect, has very high requirements for the qualifications of disciples. But this kind of test is just a child's play for Lu Chuan. He showed a little bit of qualifications, and the testers regarded him as a genius among 10,000, and immediately gave him a disciple token. After getting the disciple token, Lu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, he can sneak into the Xuanzang and find the whereabouts of the sect master. Just at this time Wookie also walked towards this side. After seeing him, Lu Chuan smiled and shook the token in his hand, saying, "I passed the test. The requirements here are quite strict. If you fail, don't be discouraged. Come a few more times and maybe you will pass." When Wookie heard what Lu Chuan said, he raised his head, took out a disciple token as well, shook it, and said, "Who are you looking down on?" Seeing that Wookie actually passed the test, Lu Chuan immediately walked around her with curiosity on his face and said, "It's really surprising that you can pass the test. With your physique, people should not look down on you. Did you cheat?" Wookie snorted and said, "I passed the test honestly, there is no need for me to cheat. Don't look down on me by looking at me through the crack of the door." Lu Chuan laughed, hugged Wookie and said, "I'm just kidding you, don't take it seriously." Since you have also passed the test, it means that we are destined to be together. In this case, let's report there together, and maybe we can be assigned to the same dormitory. Wookie's body stiffened for a moment, and he was obviously not used to being hugged like this. He pretended to be calm and said, "Who wants to live in the same dormitory with you?" Lu Chuan glanced at him and said, "Why, do you still dislike me? I haven't disliked your sissy yet, and you ate my barbecue. How can you not be grateful at all?" Wookie looked helpless and said, okay, then I will report with you, but you take your hands off me first." Lu Chuan said, "Isn't it normal for men to hug each other? You are not a woman. What's wrong with me hugging you? And we will be fellow disciples in the future. I think I need to help you become more manly, otherwise you will definitely be bullied in the sect in the future." He ignored Wookie's dislike and walked towards the reporting office with his arms around him. Neither of them noticed that the owl wooden sculpture hanging on Lu Chuan's waist quietly emitted a faint light and merged into Wookie's body. The two of them went to report together, received clothes and daily necessities, and were assigned to a dormitory as expected. Although Xuanzang has many disciples, the sect occupies a large area and has built many residences, so even ordinary disciples who have just joined Xuanzang can enjoy a dormitory with 2 people and a bathroom. With the development of the times, even martial arts sects have kept up with the trend, and many facilities have been modernized, and the conditions are not much worse than those in secular society. Lu Chuan and Wookie first went to the dormitory to change the clothes of Xuanzang disciples. When changing clothes, Wookie actually ran to the toilet to change, fearing that Lu Chuan would see the same thing, which made Lu Chuan feel that this person was not like a man, not at all generous. Of course, everyone has different personalities. Maybe Wookie is the kind of person who pays more attention to privacy. Although Lu Chuan thinks that the other party seems petty, he will respect the other party. After changing clothes, the two went to Xuanzang martial arts training ground to gather together and listen to the lectures of the elders in the sect. Lu Chuan took the opportunity to release his spiritual sense and carefully observe the inside of the sect to see if he could find the whereabouts of the sect master. However, after some investigation, they did find quite a few high-level masters in the Xuan realm, but none of them looked like the master. After a long time, the elder finished his lecture and arranged for the senior brothers in the sect to give guidance to these new disciples and explain what they need to do as Xuanzang disciples. Lu Chuan and Wookie followed several other new disciples to listen to the explanation of a burly senior brother, which was nothing more than some precautions in Xuanzang and the content of daily training. After he had almost finished talking, Lu Chuan seized the opportunity and asked the senior brother, "Senior brother, I wonder when we can meet the sect master?" The senior brother glanced at Lu Chuan and said disdainfully, "You just joined Xuan sect, and you want to meet the sect master?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "I admire the sect master's reputation and want to catch a glimpse of her style." The senior brother curled his lips and said, "Our sect master is a real big shot in the martial arts world. Not everyone can see him. Even I may not be able to see him once a year, not to mention that the sect master is in seclusion and has not shown up for a long time. You should just practice martial arts with peace of mind. When you show your talent in martial arts in the future, you will naturally have the opportunity to meet the sect master. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother," Lu Chuan replied, and in his heart, based on the information given by this senior brother, he guessed that the sect master should still be missing. Otherwise the people below would not think that she was still in seclusion. Wookie asked quietly, "Why do you want to meet the sect master?" Lu Chuan smiled and said, "Didn't I just say that? Because I admire her." Wookie curled his lips and said nothing more. After getting familiar with the affairs of the sect, Lu Chuan and Wookie walked towards the dormitory together. At this time, they suddenly saw Guan Qian and Guan Luoxu, brother and sister. "I didn't expect that the brothers also passed the test," Lu Chuan said. At this time Guan Luoxu also saw Lu Chuan and Wookie and immediately walked over aggressively with her hands on her hips and her nose up to the sky and said, "I didn't expect that you two country bumpkins could pass the selection of Xuanzang. I think they really need to improve the standard for selecting disciples." Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Indeed, even someone like you was successfully selected. If it goes on like this, Xuanzang will be finished sooner or later. You're talking nonsense. I'm a 1 in a million martial arts genius. It's normal for them to choose me. You two are the ones who were pulled in to fill the numbers. Guan Luoxu shouted, unconvinced. Wookie on the side pondered. According to normal standards, you are indeed not qualified to become a disciple of Xuanzang. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with the screening standards. Lu Chuan glanced at Wookie and thought to himself that you seem to know the standards for Xuanzang to recruit disciples very well. Then he hugged Wookie and said, okay, don't pay attention to her, let's go back and rest. Guan Luoxu watched the two people leave with disdain, gritted her teeth and said, you two country bumpkins, wait for me, dare to question this girl's talent, I will make you regret it. Guan Qian sighed and said, Luoxu, you'd better not cause trouble for them. Guan Luoxu said, unconvinced, why? They dare to question my talent, I can't let them go like this. Guan Qian turned his head and looked to both sides. After making sure that there was no one, he said to Guan Luoxu earnestly, what they said is right. With your qualifications, you are indeed not qualified to be a disciple of Xuanzang. Guan Luoxu's eyes widened. Brother, even you doubt me? If I really don't have this talent, how could they give me a disciple token? You just think I'm a girl and look down on me. Guan Qian said helplessly, you can get the disciple token because I spent 5 million to bribe the people who helped you with the test. Otherwise, you can't even pass the first inspection. So you'd better not mention this in the future. Otherwise, if you are discovered, you will be kicked out directly, which will be troublesome. Did you bribe people to get my disciple token? Guan Luoxu's eyes widened and fell into deep self-doubt. At night, Lu Chuan lay on the upper bunk of the bunk bed, thinking about how to find the whereabouts of the sect leader. At this time, Wookie, who was lying on the lower bunk, suddenly asked, what is your purpose in coming to Xuanzang? Lu Chuan was stunned for a moment and said, I came to learn martial arts. What other purpose can there be? Wookie said, don't pretend. Although you try your best to act ordinary, I can see that you are very strong and don't need to come to Xuanzang to be a disciple. You also asked about the master today. Who are you? Lu Chuan raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, I didn't expect you to be able to see that I'm very strong. It seems that you are not ordinary. From the moment I saw you, I felt that you are a very strange person. I'm afraid your purpose in coming to Xuanzang is not simple. How about this? You tell me your purpose in coming to Xuanzang, and I will tell you my purpose in coming to Xuanzang. How about it? Wookie snorted coldly and said, no comment. I just hope you can stop influencing me. Lu Chuan laughed and said, I think so too. In this case, how about we not interfere with each other? Wookie was silent for a while, and then said, okay. The room returned to silence. 2 days later, Lu Chuan, who was already familiar with the internal situation of Xuanzang, finally confirmed that the sect master had never returned to the sect after being attacked by the elder and escaping. Even though the news of the elder's death had spread, she still did not come back. With only more than 2 months left, Lu Chuan naturally could not just wait like this, so he could only take another way to find the whereabouts of the sect master, find the sect master's personal belongings and use the tracking and positioning method to determine her current location. After staying in Xuanzang for 2 days, Lu Chuan already knew the sect master's usual residence. That night, Wookie said that he wanted to practice martial arts in the martial arts training ground to strengthen his body, so Lu Chuan was the only one in the dormitory. After careful consideration, Lu Chuan got up and left the dormitory and walked towards the sect master's residence. Not long after he left the dormitory, Guan Luoxu came over here aggressively with 2 powerful brothers. Although Guan Luoxu did not dare to continue to be arrogant after learning that she joined Xuanzang with her brother's bribe, she was still quite unhappy with Lu Chuan and Wookie. Even though she has no talent in martial arts, she is good looking, which is also her asset. So in the past 2 days, she hooked up with 2 senior brothers who are quite powerful and bewitched them so that they could help her deal with Lu Chuan and Wookie. She brought people here today just to cause trouble. However, as soon as she arrived here, she saw Lu Chuan walking towards the core of the sect mysteriously, and she felt a little suspicious. What is this guy doing sneaking around? After thinking for a while, she said to the 2 senior brothers, that guy over there is Zheng Aniu. I think he looks like a thief. Maybe he is going to steal something. Let's follow him quietly and see what tricks he is going to play. If we really catch him doing something sneaky, we can report him directly to the elders and expel him from the sect. Chapter 372. Encounter in the Secret Room. Lu Chuan came to the residence of the sect leader, which was an independent 3-story attic located in the core of Xuanzang. He turned his head and looked around. After making sure that no one had noticed, he used his spiritual power to open the bolt inside, then pushed the door open and walked in. However, as soon as he entered, he noticed something was wrong. Why is this bolt inserted from the inside? Is there someone in here? With this thought in his mind, he quickly released his spiritual sense to determine the situation in the attic. However, what he didn't expect was that there was a ban in the attic that prohibited his spiritual sense from exploring, making it impossible for his spiritual sense to spread outward. This sect master is not simple. He even has the prohibition of prohibiting spiritual consciousness from exploring. Lu Chuan muttered to himself, and then thought, this bolt is inserted from the inside. Could it be that the sect master has returned? Then should I take this risk? Thinking that even if the sect master has returned, he must meet her and tell her about the cause and effect of the Great Elder to see if there is room for negotiation on this matter. So he decided to find the sect master and communicate with her. Now that he is a master of the 9th level of the Golden Core Realm, he is naturally qualified to have an equal dialogue with the sect master of Xuanzang. Even if the talks fail at that time, he is not afraid that the sect master of Xuanzang will attack him. So he started looking in the attic, shouting while looking, "Sect master, are you back? I have something to discuss with you." Outside the attic, Guan Luoxu came to the door with 2 senior brothers, both of whom were surprised. 2 senior brothers, do you think this is the residence of the sect master? Guan Luoxu asked incredulously. Both senior brothers nodded. One of them said, the sect master is currently in retreat. The 4 elders of the sect have already issued an order that no one is allowed to approach this attic. This Lu Chuan actually sneaked in. I really don't know what he wants to do. Guan Luoxu heard this, rolled his eyes, and quickly said, this Zheng Aniu is really bold. He obviously wants to disturb the sect master's retreat. Maybe he is an undercover sent by the enemy of our Xuan sect to deliberately assassinate the sect master. The 2 brothers' faces changed when they heard this. Guan Luoxu continued, 2 brothers, this matter is of great importance. You should quickly notify the elders and let them deal with it. I will stay here to prevent Zheng Aniu from escaping. The 2 brothers looked at each other and felt that what Guan Luoxu said made sense, so they asked Guan Luoxu to stay here and then ran to notify the elders. Guan Luoxu showed a playful smile on her face and murmured, damn Zheng Aniu, now that things have gotten out of hand, let me see how you're going to end it. This is the end of you provoking me, Guan Luoxu. In fact, what she said just now was all made up. In her eyes, Lu Chuan was just a country bumpkin who came here in the middle of the night just to steal things. But in order to make the nature of the matter more serious, she deliberately said that Lu Chuan was here to assassinate the sect master, so that this guy would be punished twice as much. In the attic, Lu Chuan searched from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor, but couldn't find the sect master. The entire attic was empty, and it seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Could it be that I'm overthinking it, and the sect master didn't come back at all? Lu Chuan was full of doubts, but the bolt is inserted from the inside. There should be someone inside. Could it be that the sect master has a habit of jumping out of the window, so this is what happened? After thinking about it for a while, Lu Chuan felt that the sect master should really not come back. After all, he had searched the attic thoroughly, and if there was someone there, he would have found it long ago. Just when he was about to look for the clan leader's personal belongings, a flash of inspiration suddenly occurred to his mind. Yes, the clan leader pretends to be a man to the outside world, but she is actually a woman. Women and men have very different lifestyles. She can wear a mask to disguise herself when she is outside, but no matter how careful she is in her daily life, she will always reveal flaws, and living like this will be very tiring. If I were her, I would definitely make a secret room in this attic for myself to relax. Secret room. There must be a secret room here. Thinking of this, Lu Chuan suddenly became excited and hurriedly looked for a way to open this possible secret room. Because of the structure of the attic, the secret room could not be on any of the 3 floors, so the most likely place to exist is below. Lu Chuan carefully observed the ground, looking for places where there might be mechanisms. Finally, in the northeast corner of the first floor, he found a piece of wood at the base of the wall that had a color difference with the surrounding area. Although this color difference was not noticeable to the naked eye, Lu Chuan had an immortal golden pupil and his vision was far superior to that of ordinary people, so he saw the clues at a glance. He reached out and pressed the piece of wood, and it was pushed in at once. Then the ground at the corner of the wall began to move, revealing the steps leading to the underground secret room. Lu Chuan's mouth curled up, thinking that I'm worthy of being able to find such a hidden secret room. Even if there is no sect leader in it, there must be the sect leader's personal belongings. This trip was not in vain. He walked along the stairs into the secret room. The secret room was very deep, and it took about 5 minutes to reach the bottom. It was pitch black below, and you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Lu Chuan released his spiritual power, made a light, and looked around. He found that this secret room was a woman's boudoir, with a big soft bed, a dressing table, hangers, shoe racks, jewelry boxes, everything. He even saw stockings on the clothes rack. The clan leader is indeed a woman who loves beauty. There are at least 150 pieces of clothes hanging here, if not 200. They are so beautifully arranged that they are countless. It's just that the clan leader seems a bit sloppy. This secret room is a mess, just like a female college student dormitory. Just as he was talking to himself, a strong wind suddenly came from behind, and a sense of crisis enveloped his heart. The attacker is a master. This was the first thought that came to his mind, and then he quickly turned around and used his strength to resist the attacker's moves. What he didn't expect was that he easily broke the opponent's moves and knocked the dagger in the opponent's hand away, and then slapped the opponent's chest with another palm. The aura is scary, but why is the power so weak? He feels like an ordinary person, which is really strange. Lu Chuan was full of doubts. He looked up and looked forward. When he saw the face of the attacker clearly, his face changed. He quickly retracted his moves and exclaimed, "Wookie, why is it you?" Wookie was also surprised when he saw that the person who entered the secret room was Lu Chuan. He took a few steps back with some fear and said, Zeng Aniu, why are you here? Lu Chuan said, I came here to find the whereabouts of the leader of Xuanzang. What about you? Wookie frowned and asked, what are you looking for her for? Lu Chuan said, don't worry about this. Tell me why you are here first. I'm afraid that only a few people in the entire Xuanzang know about this secret room. You, a disciple who has just joined the sect, can actually come in. This makes me doubt your identity. Wookie showed a trace of panic on his face and retorted, aren't you a disciple who just joined the sect? If you can come, there is nothing wrong with me coming. Lu Chuan thought about it and was unable to refute, that's true, but I told you that I'm here to find the sect leader. So you should tell me what you are doing here, otherwise I will go out and report you now. Wookie was speechless and said reluctantly, I came here to find something, and this thing is very important to me. What is it? Lu Chuan asked. Wookie said, you didn't tell me what you want to do with the sect master, so there is no need for me to tell you what I'm looking for. Lu Chuan thought for a moment and said, okay, in that case, I won't ask any more questions. He stared at Wookie and said, you can discover the existence of this secret room, so you must know that the sect master is a woman. Wookie nodded and said, why, so what if she is a woman? Can't a woman be the sect master of Xuan sect? When Lu Chuan heard him say this, he immediately showed a face full of gossip and said, oh, you actually defend the sect master so much, and you know the existence of this secret room. You can't be the sect master's pretty boy, right? Wookie heard this, and his face was immediately full of anger, and shouted, if you talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. TSK. I never thought that the sect master actually likes someone like you. The world is so big that there are all kinds of things. Lu Chuan looked at Wookie and did not care about the other party's threat. Wookie clenched his fists, and it looked like he really wanted to tear Lu Chuan's mouth apart, but because he was no match for Lu Chuan, he could only endure it. Lu Chuan smiled and looked at his roommate. Joking aside, he knew that Wookie was definitely not simple. Although he seemed to be playing and joking with him on the surface, he was actually always wary and on guard against him. He just said that Wookie was the pretty boy kept by the sect leader, and it was not groundless, but he really felt that this person must have a close connection with the sect leader, otherwise he would never have run to the sect leader's secret room to look for something. Maybe Wookie was sent by the sect leader to find something, so he had to seize this opportunity to see if he could find the whereabouts of the sect leader from Wookie. He was about to ask Wookie about the sect master when a shout suddenly came from outside. "Who dares to break into our sect master's retreat? Get out quickly, or don't blame me for being rude." Lu Chuan's face changed. I was discovered. This shouldn't be the case. He turned his head to look at Wookie and asked, "Did you tip off?" Wookie was also a little anxious at this moment and said, "Do you think I'm as stupid as you? These people must have been led by you. Get out quickly. If the people in the sect find this secret room, it will be bad." After that, he pushed Lu Chuan to leave here. Lu Chuan thought that, although Wookie might be related to the sect master, he couldn't put all his hopes on him, and he still had to take away one of the sect master's personal belongings. But because the situation was urgent, he didn't have time to choose, thinking that the clothes on the shelf must be worn by the sect master, so he reached out and grabbed one. Huh? What kind of clothes is this? Why is there so little fabric? It's like a mask. Lu Chuan was puzzled. Before he had time to look, Wookie on the side said impatiently, "Why don't you leave quickly? What are you still grabbing here?" Lu Chuan didn't bother to see what he was holding. He stuffed it into his pocket and ran out of the secret room quickly. The two came to the first floor of the attic. Wookie quickly reset the mechanism, and the secret room was immediately hidden. Wookie looked out the window and found that the outside was full of people. His expression became extremely solemn. He looked at Lu Chuan speechlessly and said, "What did you do? Why did the sect send so many people here?" Lu Chuan was also confused and said, "I don't know either, but don't panic. We are both new disciples. When we go out later, we will say that we don't know where this place is and accidentally entered the wrong place. We should be able to get away with it." Wookie looked at Lu Chuan angrily. Although the method this guy said didn't sound very reliable, he could only try it now. "You go out first." Lu Chuan didn't say anything else. He took the lead in opening the door of the attic and walked out. The outside was surrounded by a group of Zuan sect disciples, led by the four elders Fing Shuang Gyoksu of Zuan sect. Each of them had reached the 9th level of Zuan realm, and their status in Zuan sect was second only to the sect master and the great elder. What a big scene. Lu Chuan noticed Guan Luoxu standing next to the four elders. Seeing her staring at him smugly, he instantly realized that this was all caused by this bitch. He was calm and planned to explain according to the excuse he had just agreed with Wookie. "Elders, I." However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Elder Feng took a step forward with an angry face and shouted, "Lu Chuan, it turned out to be you, a dog thief. Not only did you kill the great elder of Zuan sect, but now you have trespassed into the sect master's retreat. You really don't take my Zuan sect seriously." Lu Chuan's face changed and he exclaimed, "Fuck, how do you know me?" Chapter 373. Did you wear perfume? Originally, Lu Chuan felt that the conflict between him and Xuanzang existed only in the lineage of the Great Elder, and those who had seen him under the Great Elder died or left. The Great Elder's death did not alarm too many people. The Shen family also received instructions from Lu Chuan and did not deliberately publicize that he killed the Great Elder. Logically, few people in Xuanzang knew him. So he came to Xuanzang this time, just changing his name, not changing his appearance. But he didn't expect that the elder actually recognized him at a glance, which was a bit incredible. Elder Feng only said, "My Zuan sect's high-ranking members all master a secret method. After practicing this secret method, once they encounter an accident outside, they can transmit the last picture before death back to the sect, so that the sect can confirm who killed my Zuan sect's disciples. In the picture, sent back by the Great Elder before his death, there was only you. You are the murderer of the Great Elder. How could we not recognize you?" Lu Chuan glared and thought to himself that your sect actually mastered this kind of secret method. If I had known this, I would have changed my appearance. Wookie on the side looked at Lu Chuan speechlessly and said, "Didn't you say you could definitely get away with it? What's going on now?" Lu Chuan smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't know they knew me. This is an accident." Wookie wanted to knock this unreliable guy a few times and shouted, "Then why are you still standing there? Run away." Lu Chuan then realized that, although he was not afraid of these elders of Xuanzang, the other side had a large number of people and 4 of them were in the 9th level of Xuanjing. If they really fought, he would not get any benefit. Moreover, he had already obtained the personal belongings of the sect master and learned that Wookie might have a close connection with the sect master. The purpose of coming to Xuanzang this time had been achieved, and there was no need to entangle with the people of Xuanzang. So he grabbed Wookie and shouted to everyone present, "Everyone, your elder has done many evil things. I have no choice but to kill him. I don't want to make enemies with Xuanzang. I hope you can distinguish right from wrong and find out what bad things your elder has done before arresting me. Goodbye." After that, he used his power and fled the place with Wookie at a rapid speed. The 4 elders frowned when they saw Lu Chuan running away and then immediately ordered to hunt Lu Chuan. "Immediately block the sect. Elders, follow me to hunt down Lao and never let them run away." Everyone started to act. Several elders chased in the direction where Lu Chuan and Wookie fled, and the disciples of Xuanzang ran to notify the various halls and dispatched all the disciples of the sect to block the sect, leaving Lu Chuan and Wookie nowhere to escape. Only Guan Luoxu was stunned in place, with an unbelievable look on her face. Zheng Aniu, his real name is Lu Chuan, the Lu Chuan who destroyed the Yunji sect? He also killed the chief elder? Lu Chuan, but he's my brother's idol. Have I gotten into trouble? At this time Guan Qian came here, and seeing Guan Luoxu standing here, he hurriedly walked up to her and asked, "Luoxu, what happened here just now? It seemed very lively. Let me tell you, I have adapted to the sect's training in the past 2 days. My senior brothers all say that I have a talent for martial arts. I believe that it won't be long before I can become a stir-upper in the martial arts world like my idol Lu Chuan, punishing evil and promoting good, and becoming famous all over the world." Guan Luoxu looked at Guan Qian with a guilty face and said weakly, "Brother, I seem to have betrayed your idol." Although Lu Chuan had to take Wookie with him, his strength of the 9th level of the Golden Core was stronger than the 4 elders Feng Shan Yuxu, so he would not be caught up in a short time. However, after Elder Feng issued the order to block the sect, the entire Xuanzang responded very quickly. All the disciples in the sect ran out to block Lu Chuan's way. Every time he ran a distance, he had to change direction to avoid the disciples of Xuanzang. When he ran to the back, he suspected that he might not be able to escape the pursuit of the Xuanzang people. After all, this is their territory, and he is unfamiliar with the place, and it is difficult to escape. At this time, Wookie suddenly said, "Go to the small road in front of the left. I know where you can escape from their pursuit." Lu Chuan looked at Wookie in surprise. He didn't expect that the other party actually knew the escape route, but he didn't have time to ask more questions and immediately ran in the direction Wookie said. However, after Wookie pointed the way hundreds of times and ran for nearly half an hour, Lu Chuan found speechlessly that he was back to the original place, and there were more and more people chasing him behind him, and he couldn't get rid of them, even if he wanted to. "Do you know the way? You ran for a long time and came back again. Are you an undercover sent by the Xuanzang people?" Lu Chuan said unhappily. Wookie said with embarrassment, "I remember running there. It shouldn't be that way." Lu Chuan was so angry with Wookie's road foolishness that he said, "Do you know where to run to get rid of their pursuit?" "I didn't know, so I ran according to my own idea." Wookie gritted his teeth, then pointed in a direction and said, "This way. If you are wrong again this time, you will kill me. I will trust you for the last time. If the road you point is still wrong, I will abandon you and run away." Lu Chuan ran in the direction Wookie pointed. After Wookie pointed the way several times, the two came to a quiet garden with an artificial lake and rockery. Wookie's eyes lit up when he saw the rockery, and he thought that he had finally pointed the wrong way this time. Then he quickly said to Lu Chuan, "Go to the rockery in the middle of the lake. The inside of the rockery is hollowed out. There is an entrance over there. You can go in." Lu Chuan did not hesitate and immediately walked on the water and took Wookie to the rockery. After observing it, he found an entrance in a hidden place and then quickly let Wookie go in first, and then he also got into the rockery. Not long after the two people got into the rockery, the four elders of Fengshan Yuxi came here with their people. Where are the two of them? Why did they suddenly disappear? The sect has been blocked. Even if they ran away, they could only be inside the sect. Everyone listen to the order. Search for their whereabouts throughout the sect immediately and report immediately once they are found. Yes. The dense footsteps became smaller and smaller, and after a while, the place became quiet. In the rockery, Lu Chuan and Wookie held their breath and concentrated. After confirming that everyone outside had left, they breathed a sigh of relief. Although the rockery was hollowed out, the space was not large. It was okay for one person to stay there, but it was a bit crowded for two people. Lu Chuan and Wookie were basically pressed against each other at this moment, and they couldn't stretch their arms and legs. Wookie subconsciously wanted to move away from Lu Chuan, but because the space was too small, no matter how he moved, he could only stick to Lu Chuan. This made him very awkward. He didn't dare to look Lu Chuan in the eye, and kept turning his head to the side. Lu Chuan's breath blew on his neck, making him even more uncomfortable. Lu Chuan noticed Wookie's little move and said, "Why, you still dislike being so close to me? You say we are two grown men. Do you have to be so particular?" Wookie said perfunctorily, "I'm just not used to it." At this time Lu Chuan sniffed his nose and smelled a faint fragrance, which came from Wookie. He said in disbelief, "Fuck, why do you smell so good? Did you spray perfume?" Wookie hurriedly said, "You are the one who sprayed perfume. This is the fragrance of flowers in the garden." Lu Chuan was full of suspicion, and he got close to Wookie and smelled it. He was very sure that the fragrance came from Wookie. "Don't pretend here. This is the smell on your body. You are a grown man. If you didn't spray perfume, how can you have this smell? Don't tell me this is your body odor." Wookie was a little flustered and said, "Maybe I accidentally touched something with fragrance in the secret room at that time." Lu Chuan thought this explanation was more reasonable, but Wookie smelled good, not as strong as perfume. Of course, this might be because he wore less perfume, so he didn't ask any more questions. In order to change the subject, Wookie asked, "Did you kill the elder?" Lu Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, he and I are mortal enemies. If I don't kill him, he will kill me." "What's the matter? Do you want to avenge the elder?" Wookie curled his lips and said, "Don't make a fuss. I don't have the leisure to do this. I'm just asking out of curiosity." Lu Chuan didn't think much about it, but he clearly felt that Wookie's attitude towards him became better after knowing that he killed the elder. Could it be that, because he was the sect master's gigolo, and the elder coveted the sect master, he regarded the elder as a rival in love, so this happened? Lu Chuan then asked, "Since you have a special relationship with the sect master, do you know where she is now? I have something very important to discuss with her." Wookie looked at Lu Chuan and asked, "What exactly do you want to talk to the sect master about? If I remember correctly, the sect master should not know you at all." Lu Chuan said, "This matter is a bit difficult to talk about. I can only talk to the sect master in person, and I can't tell you. If you don't want to tell it, forget it. I don't know where the sect master is." Wookie curled his lips. Lu Chuan thought that it doesn't matter if you don't tell me. I still have method of tracking and locating her whereabouts. There is no need to ask you. The rockery became quiet. At this time, the parrot wooden sculpture hanging on Lu Chuan's waist touched Wookie. Because the two people were too close, it immediately emitted rays of light. Then, the wooden sculpture turned into a stream of light and sank into Wookie's eyebrows. Both of them were shocked. Lu Chuan looked down and found that the parrot wood carving was gone. He quickly said, "What did you do to my wood carving? Why is it gone?" Wookie was also confused and said, "I should be the one asking you this. What did you put into my brain?" At this moment, an ancient and distant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Situ King Hun, are you willing to accept my magical power?" Wookie was stunned. Situ King Hun is her real name. She is a girl. She pretended to be a man to sneak into Xuanzang for safety reasons. And her real identity is the leader of Xuanzang that Lu Chuan has been looking for. Chapter 374 Telepathy. On that day, Situ Kinghuan was plotted by the elder, and her power was rapidly lost. She had no choice but to use the escape talisman that her master had given her, and she managed to escape. However, the formation prepared by the elder was very strange. After being tricked, even if she escaped far away, the power in her body was still completely dispersed, and she became an ordinary person with no power. She tried many ways to restore her power, but none of them worked. She had no choice but to go to her master for guidance. Her master observed her condition and determined that the formation used by the elder was called the reversal yin and yang formation. This formation can forcibly reverse the power in a person's body and disintegrate all the power that he had accumulated with great effort. However, this so-called disintegration does not make this power disappear completely, but it is extracted and absorbed by the formation. As long as the formation is not destroyed, the extracted power will not disappear. If you want to restore it, you only need to return to the formation again, and then reverse the formation to inject these powers back into your body. Situ Yangren knew that such a small matter could be easily solved by asking the master for help. However, the master had said that he would help her arrange a marriage, but she was unwilling, so she had a little quarrel with the master. This time, she felt very embarrassed to ask the master for help, so she could not ask the master for help again. The master knew her character and did not want to help. After calculating with his hands, he became very happy and told Situ Kinghuan that she had to solve the trouble by herself. Situ Kinghuan did not understand why the master became so happy, so she asked the reason. The master just told her that in the process of solving the trouble, if she encountered something that had to be compromised, it was best to compromise. This would only benefit her and not harm her. He said nothing else. Situ Kinghuan was confused and did not understand what the master meant. She had always been a person who did not like to compromise. Otherwise she would not have quarreled with the master because of the marriage. Moreover, the master was always talking nonsense, so she just thought that the old man was having a seizure again, so she didn't take these words to heart. After saying goodbye to the master, she concentrated on finding a way to restore her strength. She lost all her strength and became an ordinary person. Naturally, it was impossible for her to return to Xuanzang directly and reverse the formation under the nose of the Great Elder to restore her strength. Therefore, she was distressed for a long time and didn't know what to do. But just when she was frowning, the news of the death of the Great Elder reached her ears. She didn't know what was going on, but the death of the Great Elder was definitely great news for her. The originally helpless situation suddenly took a turn for the better. It was also because of this that her attitude became much better after she learned that it was Lu Chuan who killed the Great Elder. But even if the elder died, she couldn't return to Xuanzang openly because she and the elder had been at odds for a long time, and many people in the sect had secretly joined the elder. Even if the elder died, these people were all devoted to the elder. If she lost her strength and returned to the sect, she would be killed by these people. Therefore, she chose to disguise herself as a man and return to the sect through the disciple recruitment meeting. She didn't succeed the first time. Until this time she passed the screening with the help of some methods. And because she had lost all her strength and couldn't activate the formation, she needed a treasure that could provide power to activate the formation. It happened that there was a piece of jade with rich power in the secret room of her residence. She went to the secret room tonight just to get this piece of jade. Originally, everything was going very smoothly until she saw Lu Chuan in the secret room, and things began to get worse. Situ Kinghuan, are you willing to accept my magical power? That ancient voice sounded in her mind again. Situ Kinghuan came back to her senses, and a thought came to her mind. I don't even know who you are. How dare I accept your magical power casually? As soon as this thought came to her, an ancient voice replied, you don't need to know who I am. My magical power is unique in the world, and is only given to those who are destined. I see that you are still resentful, so I chose to give this magical power to you. If you don't want to accept it, this wisp of my soul will dissipate on its own. From now on, my magical power will be extinct in this world. Situ Kinghuan's eyes widened instantly, and she thought again in her mind, how does this guy know what I'm thinking? Even if it's telepathy, I can still understand it, but I just had this thought. How did he know it? The ancient voice replied, because this is exactly the characteristic of my magical power. With this magical power, I can know what you are thinking. Are you sure you are not interested? Situ King Huan was shocked. He didn't expect that there would be such a terrible magical power in this world. He thought, I'm interested, but why would you give me such a powerful magical power for no reason? The ancient voice laughed and said, I have traveled between heaven and earth, and what I like most is the word fate. I think I'm destined to be with you, so I will give you my magical power without asking for anything in return. This is my life principle. If you believe it, then accept it. If you don't believe it, then we are not destined to be together, and I will dissipate on my own. Situ King Huan pondered for a moment and thought, although this voice appeared inexplicably, it doesn't sound fake, and he ran into my mind. If he really has bad intentions, I have no way to deal with it. It is better to agree to him first, and see what kind of magical power this is. The ancient voice said, okay, in this case, then I will think that you are willing to accept my magical power. I will teach you the magical power now, and I hope that this magical power can bring some happiness to your life. Situ King Huan widened her eyes and shouted in her heart, I'm just thinking about it in my heart. How can I say I will accept it? The ability to read minds is really terrible. The next second, a lot of information appeared in her mind, and that ancient voice never sounded again, as if it had directly dissipated between the world and returned to peace. Situ King Huan read the information in her mind and found that this magical power was called telepathy. Once it was used, it could listen to the voice of the designated object. When she finished reading this information, she found that she had completely mastered the use of this magical power. This is too magical. Although this magical power has no help in improving combat effectiveness, it is definitely a magical power that defies the heavens. Situ King Huan thought in shock. This time, the ancient voice did not sound again. It seemed that, after imparting this magical power to her, it dissipated on its own. Hey, why are you stunned? Where is my wood carving? Lu Chuan's voice sounded again. Situ King Huan came back to her senses and glanced at Lu Chuan. She wanted to try out the magical power she had just mastered, so she locked onto Lu Chuan and used her telepathy on him. Although she had lost all her strength, after he mastered his telepathy, he did not need to consume any strength, but consumed the power of his soul, that is, the power of his mind. This Wookiee is so stupid. I really can't understand why this wood sculpture would react to him. Although I don't know what magical power is hidden in this wood sculpture, it is at least a trophy I snatched from the NGUI sect. I can't let him get away with it like this. Situ King Huan's eyes widened immediately. Stupid. This bastard. Is this how I'm in his eyes? Her face drooped instantly, and she said unhappily, your wood carving is gone. Don't try to get it again in the future. Lu Chuan didn't understand why Wookiee's attitude suddenly became so bad, and hurriedly said, hey, what do you mean? The wood carving is mine. You are equivalent to stealing my things. Situ King Huan said, I didn't steal it. It ran into my head by itself. Lu Chuan widened his eyes and said, Wookiee, it's boring when you say that. I didn't expect your grandson to be so shameless. I really didn't see it. Situ King Huan heard Lu Chuan's thoughts. His face became even uglier and deliberately said, there's nothing I can do. Who made me shameless? Fuck, am I so obvious? Why does it feel like he knows that I'm scolding him in my heart and his appearance? Why is it so similar to the way Linga looks when she's acting coquettishly? Linga is a beautiful girl after all, but you are a man. Can you be more careful? I have goosebumps. Lu Chuan stared at Wookiee for 2 seconds, forced a smile on his face and said, good brother, stop making trouble. After all, we are brothers who share the same bunk bed. I know you are not that kind of person, but since my wood carving chose you, it shows that you and it are destined to be together. I believe you now know that there is actually a magical power hidden in this wood carving. Since the wood carving originally belonged to me, can you tell me what the magical power is hidden in this wood carving? I have already said such nice things. He can't continue to be inexplicably angry like a woman, right? But Situ King Huan's face became even gloomier, and he said, I'm sorry, the person in this wood carving said that he and I are destined to be together, so he gave me the magical power. Although you brought this wood carving, they didn't choose you, which means you are not destined to have this magical power, so I have nothing to say. Lu Chuan couldn't refute for a while, and after rolling his eyes, he said, well, since the wood carving chose you, the magical power belongs to you, but this magical power is at least given to you by me, you can't let me get nothing. Situ Kinghuan said fearlessly, you can take whatever benefits you want, anyway, I can't give you anything. Lu Chuan laughed and said, really? Then I will accept this gem without hesitation. He raised his hand and shook the gem he had just taken out of Situ Kinghuan. This gem was exactly the one that Situ Kinghuan intended to use to activate the formation. Situ Kinghuan's face changed when he saw it, and he stretched out his hand to grab it. Give it back to me. Lu Chuan directly put it into the demon suppression tower, and said with a smile, if you want it, tell me what that magical power is. Little guy, I can't cure you, but this gem is hidden in his arms. When I took it just now, I seemed to touch something soft. He is a man, why does he hide such a soft thing in his arms? Situ Kinghuan was dumbfounded for a moment, and her face turned red. She wanted to chop off Lu Chuan's hand on the spot, but she couldn't expose her female body, and she couldn't let Lu Chuan know that she could hear his voice now. She suppressed her anger and gritted her teeth and said, forget it, I don't want the gem. After all, this magical power is much more important than the gem. Lu Chuan heard this, and his curiosity in his heart became even worse, but Wookie refused to say what the magical power was, so he had to give up. Both of them fell silent. Although the inside of the rockery was very quiet, Situ Kinghuan's mind was noisy. Damn Wookie, it doesn't matter, if you don't tell me what your magical power is now, I will find a way to make you tell me sooner or later. It's so hot in here, it would be great if Wookie was replaced by a beautiful woman. It's such a small space, and we are so close, it's exciting just to think about it. I don't know where the sect leader is now. When I find her, I will definitely pin her to the bed and spank her hard to let her know how powerful I am. Having said that, the sect leader is really beautiful, but she actually likes a sissy like Wookie. She might be a pervert. The more Situ Kinghuan listened to Lu Chuan's inner voice, the more outrageous it seemed to her. She never thought that this guy who looked quite serious was so obscene and shameless in his heart. If she hadn't lost all her strength now, she would have slapped this lecher to death with one palm. Just when she was despising Lu Chuan in her heart, it suddenly occurred to her that she seemed to be able to use his telepathy to figure out what Lu Chuan's purpose was in looking for her. I asked him, but he didn't say anything. But when he heard my question, he would definitely think about the answer to this question subconsciously. Then I can find out why this guy is looking for me. Thinking of this, Situ Kinghuan coughed twice and said, how about this, you tell me why you are looking for the leader of Xuanzang, and I will tell you what this magical power I got is. How about it? Lu Chuan smiled and said, don't even think about it, unless you tell me where the leader is now. You are the leader's pretty boy, how can I tell you that I'm looking for her to have sex with her? Wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Right square bracket. Chapter 375, The Master's Personal Items. Situ Kinghuan was stunned when she heard Lu Chuan's inner voice. To have sex with me? She looked up and glanced at Lu Chuan. She never expected that this guy would come to her for such a thing. She knew that a person's inner thoughts would never lie, so Lu Chuan must have had this idea in his mind. Why does he have this idea about me? Because I'm beautiful? Situ Kinghuan thought of Lu Chuan's idea of praising her for her good looks just now, and she guessed secretly. But I have never shown my face in public. The only one who has seen my appearance is the Great Elder. How does Lu Chuan know what I look like? Countless doubts climbed into Situ Kinghuan's mind. She couldn't figure it out, but it didn't prevent her from thinking that Lu Chuan was a wretched and vulgar person. Originally, Lu Chuan invited her to eat barbecue when she was the hungriest. She was still very grateful to Lu Chuan in her heart. Moreover, after getting along with him for the past 2 days, she found that Lu Chuan was also a gentleman, with justice in his heart, neither humble nor arrogant. He also wanted to wait until he resumed his status as the leader of the sect and promote this guy who had been her roommate. However, she didn't expect that under Lu Chuan's serious face, there was such a dirty idea, which made her feel that Lu Chuan was a hypocritical hypocrite. However, she also understood the truth that judging by deeds, not by heart, no one is perfect. No one in the world can really do without evil thoughts. As long as one is a person, there must be a dark side in his heart. She often has some immoral thoughts. But Lu Chuan wanted to have sex with her, which made her very unhappy. How could she be happy when a stranger came up to her with such impure intentions? But I feel that the probability of the sect master agreeing to me is very small. After all, he doesn't know me at all, and there is no reason for him to agree to such unreasonable conditions. But if I don't fight for it, my life will be in danger. It's all because of the damn thing of the elder. If it weren't for him, how could I get into such trouble? Situ King Hun, who originally despised Lu Chuan's sanctimoniousness in his heart, had some doubts in his heart after hearing Lu Chuan's voice. If he doesn't fight for this with me, will his life be in danger? Is he forced to do this? And the reason why he is in such a predicament is because of the Great Elder? But what means must the Great Elder use to make him do that kind of thing with me to save his life? It's outrageous. Although she thought this kind of thing was a bit incredible, considering that the Great Elder could even reverse the yin-yang formation, it was normal for him to have some other incomprehensible means. Thinking of this, her attitude towards Lu Chuan improved a lot. But even if he was forced to do this, I can't have that kind of relationship with him. The gem that I used to reverse the formation was taken away by him. This is a headache. I have to find a way to get the gem back. Situ King Huan made up his mind and thought about how to get the gem back from Lu Chuan. The two hid in the rockery until the middle of the night. During this period, Situ King Huan warned herself several times that eavesdropping on other people's inner thoughts was not a moral thing, so she planned to end his telepathy, but she really wanted to know what Lu Chuan was thinking in his heart. After all, hiding in the rockery was too boring. Even as the leader of the sect, she could not resist the gossip. So she kept eavesdropping on Lu Chuan's inner thoughts. In the process of eavesdropping, she gradually got to know this guy a little bit. She found that, although this guy was a little lustful and some of his ideas were extremely vulgar, this was only a small part. Most of the time, his ideas were quite interesting. Sometimes some ideas that came out of Lu Chuan's mind would make her want to laugh. As the leader of Xuanzang, she always faced others with a superior attitude, and she always wore a mask to make the outside world think that she was a man. So she never had friends and never had a heart-to-heart talk with anyone. This was the first time she had a deep understanding of a person's heart. She was surprised to find that people's thoughts were not so different. In the past, many of the ideas that she thought she shouldn't have turned out to be Lu Chuan's, and she turned out that she was not an outlier. The key to whether people can get close to each other lies in whether they can understand each other's thoughts. As the saying goes, people's hearts are separated by their stomachs, so it takes a long time to get along in exchange for a stable relationship. Situ King Huan directly skipped the step of getting to know each other and went straight to reading each other's minds. Therefore, even if she and Lu Chuan had only known each other for a few days, after reading each other's minds for one night, she felt that she had already known this guy very well. He is quite interesting. Many of his ideas coincide with mine. It's a pity that he is a man and has bad thoughts about me. If he were a woman, I wouldn't mind making friends with him. Situ King Huan thought secretly. At this time, Lu Chuan said, "They haven't found us for so long, and now it's the second half of the night. The disciples of Xuanzang are also tired. Now is a good opportunity for us to escape." Situ King Huan nodded and agreed with Lu Chuan's idea. So the two quietly came out of the rockery and fled to the outside of Xuanzang's sect. Situ King Huan said that she knew the weak points of Xuanzang's defense and planned to lead the way, but was rejected by Lu Chuan. "Wookie, you are an ordinary person. You have been in the rockery for so long that you will inevitably be confused. So I will take care of your escape from the sect. You just need to follow me. I promise to take you out safely," Lu Chuan said seriously. Situ King Huan was touched when she heard this, but she heard Lu Chuan's thoughts the next second. "If I listen to you, a person with poor directions, we will probably end up here today. It is more reliable for me to use my spiritual sense to observe the surrounding situation." Situ King Huan immediately gritted her teeth and looked unhappy. She just didn't recognize the road a little bit, not as unreliable as Lu Chuan thought. but she didn't say anything and agreed to listen to Luchuan. The two sneaked quietly in the sect, avoiding many patrol teams, and finally escaped from a relatively weakly guarded place. Luchuan took Wookiee and fled down the mountain until they reached the foot of the mountain. After confirming that they were not discovered by the people of Xuanzang, they stopped. Luchuan found some firewood and lit it for lighting. At this time, Sita Qinghuan looked at Luchuan and said, "I have reconsidered it. Since you are so eager to find the sect master, I decided to tell you the whereabouts of the sect master, but you have to return the gem to me." Luchuan smiled and said, "The gem is your compensation for stealing my magical power. I have to tell me what the magical power is, and then I will return the gem to you." Situ Qinghuan frowned and said, "Shouldn't you want to know the whereabouts of the sect master more?" Luchuan smiled and said, "You are right. I do want to know the whereabouts of the sect master more, but I have a way to find her, so I don't need you to tell me." Situ Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat. "What method?" Luchuan did not hide it and said, "I have a method of tracking and locating. As long as I have the target person's personal belongings, I can determine the other party's location." Situ Qinghuan frowned. "Then you have the sect master's personal belongings?" Luchuan laughed and said, "Of course. Otherwise what do you think I went into that secret room for today?" After saying that, he took out the clothes he had hurriedly taken down from the hanger in the secret room. "This is the clan leader's underwear." He looked at the clothes in his hand, and with the help of the firelight, he found that it was actually a pair of white lace underwear, and his eyes almost popped out. "No wonder I felt that there was so little fabric when I took it. It turned out to be this thing, but this is definitely the clan leader's intimate belongings, and I'm afraid there is nothing more intimate than this. The clan leader's preferences are unusual. The underwear actually has lace, and if the fabric is a little less, it will almost become a thong." Luchuan murmured in his heart. After seeing Luchuan take out the underwear he used to wear, Sita Qinghuan was stunned, and after hearing the guy's inner thoughts, the whole person was petrified, like an ice sculpture, frozen in place. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.